Guten Morgen, liebe Teilnehmerinnen und
Good morning, everybody. Let me welcome you to the Reconstruction of the World online conference. This is Thomas Seibert. I think you've met him if you've been following us, and my name is Katja Bauer. Before we start, we would like to give you a little view behind the scenes of this conference, because if you're online, you just think you have to switch on your computer and you're in this virtual space. But it's not quite that simple. We've been tinkering with this for weeks to make this work more or less smoothly. So here you're on the bridge of this conference. You can see lots of wiring and people working here, people from Medico and people from the technical company enabling all of this. And it's been quite a bit of work, as you can tell, by all the wiring. Let's now walk over to the studio, because we thought we'll do one studio to get at least some good images from the local studio. But as things are working so well and as our colleagues have prepared so well, it's all running quite smoothly. This is the camera inside the studio, and once we've sat down, we're allowed to take off our masks, and we can sort of sum up what has been happening so far. Right, Thomas, give us a short summary. Well, we're now facing the last day. I hope my microphone is still on. We're now facing the last day of the conference. 2 days are behind us. And at least, as far as I can tell, we've been quite able to live up to the tasks which we set ourselves. One thing was finding a common understanding of what the situation of the world we're in really is. And how can we change this situation of the world? This was the focus of all the presentations, the focus of all the panels, and it was also discussed on the chat function a lot, which worked much better than we would have thought. And now you tell us, what was your highlight? Well, apart from the fact that we had Ulrike Hermann and Rita Segato and our colleague Heriger as a wonderful combination, women discussing. We didn't say that we need a certain rate of women, it just worked out. But the most important thing to me was maybe what Musa Changari said. Maybe not everybody heard this. He said, we want something completely different. And if somebody from Niger says this, who is really in a very desperate situation, then we need to take note of this. That this, in fact, is a mission which we should flesh out a bit more. And it fitted in very well with what came next, Rita Segato's forum and Eva's forum, because they exactly discussed this. What does it really mean? Stating in a desperate situation, I want everything to be different. I don't just want to have a piece of buttered toast so that I don't starve. I want a bit more. And this was really discussed in all the forums. And we're facing with this serious problem. Rita said the desperation we're in also has to do with the fact that we are finite beings, and that the power which is pursuing us all the time, that is haunting us, really comes from this logic, from this patriarchal logic that we need to suppress death and the finite nature of life. But what happened then was that she turned around the argument. She explained what Musa said. On the one hand, we're people in a desperate situation, and at the same time, we're people first who are not willing to put up with this, and who secondly demand everything to change exactly based on this desperate situation. And I think this was really great. Then there was the idea that we're living in a world of things. Rita criticized quite massively all this digitalization and the disappearance of bodies in this two-dimensional world. But on the other hand, we have to say that we really made quite good experience with this conference. The discussions have been as exciting as they rarely are at a real life conference, because this format really forces us to think about things and people are able to exchange. So a lot is happening in the background, also among the speakers, and certain networks are emerging, which we wouldn't have expected to happen. So we're excited about this happening, but we're also victims of this world of things. If you want to look up something on YouTube, now you can't do this unfortunately. We've been blocked by YouTube for some minimal reason. We don't know what it was, but it was not just some person, but well, it was an algorithm that threw us out, and we can't call them. There's just a fax number and a mail address in the Netherlands. So it will take a while until all this material will be accessible again. But now Thomas will tell us what we're doing today until the end of the conference. Well, all the 5 lectures which we will have heard by tonight will focus on the situation of this world as a capitalist world, and their topic is changing this world and bringing about a different world. And the first 3 lectures which we heard are focusing on a decision of the world. Of course, also speak of changing the world, but today the focus will change. Achille Mbembe and Susan Buck-Morss will turn away from describing the world towards changing the world. And then we will hear Thomas Gebauer and his lecture, and finally a final forum in which what we intended to do will really be related to the specific situations again in which everyone is in. So let's now hand over to Eva Wuchold of the Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung, Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation, who is one of the co-organizers of this event. It's not just organized by Medico alone. Okay, good morning. Let me welcome all of you on behalf of the Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung. Today is the last day of this conference, and as you've heard, my name's Eva Wuchold, and at the moment I'm leading the social rights program of our foundation in Geneva, a city where many social organizations are based, focusing on what we call the reconstruction of the world. Let me first of all thank Medico International very much for organizing this exciting and absolutely up-to-date conference. This is not the first cooperation of our foundation with Medico. We were also involved in the conference Beyond Aid, which was mentioned on Friday. But this conference is particularly important to us. We, Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation, have been focusing on this reconstruction of the world for the last 30 years, and the challenges, as we've heard, are enormous. The lectures of the last 2 days, as we've just heard, have been very interesting, and they were at a high level with many contributions, and the speakers of today are very promising again. Our foundation supports many of the approaches presented, so I'm particularly happy to be here today and to share a few ideas on this topic with you. Like all the other speakers, I'm not speaking to an audience directly as planned originally, but I'm speaking from home in the lockdown situation. We all know that the situation of the world in 2021 is complex. The problems are numerous and go far beyond the present pandemic. I would like to point out, using a few examples, what I think is relevant for the topic of this conference, the reconstruction of the world. This list is not exhaustive, but all these points have the same importance, are all interconnected. The best thing would be a reconstruction which takes all these points into account in the same way. As time is limited, I would like now to turn to this topic directly. First of all, climate action and global cooperation. The climate crisis is serious. It's tremendous and can have serious impact on mankind and the whole world. So overcoming the climate crisis is the first indispensable condition for the reconstruction of the world. In this place where I'm speaking from is also the base of the World Meteorological Organization, publishing up-to-date data on the present situation of the world, and this data is anything but positive. So this is about climate justice, about an ecological system change, and the reimbursement of losses. The climate crisis, as we heard yesterday, is a crisis of capitalism. It's the system as a whole that this is about. So-called climate action, which we need for overcoming this crisis, will require a measure of global cooperation, which we haven't experienced so far. So this certainly is a tremendous challenge. The second point I would like to make is peace and disarmament. The danger of wars and global conflict is still a concrete danger, and it is reinforced by difficult social situations. We have seen countries in the crisis that were very powerful in military terms, but were not able to make enough hospital beds available. So it's obvious to me that a new initiative would bring social and economic benefits. Just think of all the public funds that are still spent on the military. Think of the ecological footprint of the military and on the sociological impact of all of this, because this money is not spent on people. In the future, in a reconstructed world, we will need more firemen and doctors and less, if not to say no, weapons at all. Against the background of a reconstruction of the world, we also need to deal with the background of the power relationships bringing about wars. Reducing and banning weapons exports is one starting point, and overcoming structural violence is another. So this is about positive peace. Another point is overcoming inequality. Never before has wealth around the world been so high as today, and rarely has it been so unequally distributed. The latest Oxfam report shows how different the impact of the present pandemic is on mankind, whereas the 1,000 richest people were able to offset their losses during the COVID crisis within 9 months. It might take decades until the poorest have recovered. 87% of the respondents, 300 economists interviewed by Oxfam, expect an increase in inequality in incomes in their countries. It was forecast that by 2020, nearly 168 million people will need humanitarian aid and protection. That's about 1 in 45 people. It's the highest number in decades. Studies from Britain have shown that the death rate of people suffering from COVID-19 is twice as high in low-income areas than in high-income areas. And similar results are reported from other European countries. Let's now talk about globalization. This is my fourth point. What we see as one way of reconstruction is the globalization of rights, the globalization of good practice, and the globalization of good ideas. What must not have space anymore in this field is the exploitation of people and nature. The globalizing capitalism leads to economic, political, social, and ecologic distortions. As a result, millions of people are living under disastrous living conditions. On the other hand, the globalization of rights means that globalizing capitalism is understood as a multiple power relationship. This is also about the regulation and socialization of transnational corporations, a topic which has played a great role in Switzerland last year. What exactly the globalization of rights will be like will depend on the way it is organized. And of course, it's about economic relationships which are social, and it's about social justice. Of course, we have some good ideas, and exchanging them, this is also one of the reasons for this conference. My fifth point is free movement and free settlement. In view of growing social inequality of crisis and wars, the right to global movement is another strategic field of action for a reconstruction of the world. Free movement and settlement includes the right to free movement and free settling within the area of a country, and it includes the right to leave one's own country and to return one's own country. Networks like Solidarische Stadt accept this right for all and are trying to bring about global social rights in the global political space. What we see in Europe is Solidarische Städte shows how political alliances can do something against the growing right wing in Europe. My sixth point is gender relationships. Enforcing the rights of women must be an important part of reconstruction if we want to change how things are going. This means that women must be enabled in real life to participate in social processes, not just as a right, but in real terms, and to be involved in the reconstruction of industry and infrastructure. This also means that the social security and the economic securities of women is provided. Rita pointed out yesterday that feminism is back. Feminist movements are gaining strength worldwide. Women's marches, women's strikes, Me Too, and International 8th of March activities, and a lot more. Feminist process is the most impressive transnational movement at the moment, providing a counter position to authoritarianism and right-wing radicalism. It's heterogeneous and pluralistic in its themes, so it has the potential of overcoming patriarchal conditions in all fields, which support the social degradation of women. Global solidarity is more important than ever, and this is my last point. As before, in climate change, it's mainly people of color affected by the pandemic. The danger of dying of COVID-19 is 40% higher in Brazil than for white people. In the US, nearly 22,000 black people and Latin people would be alive if the risk of dying of COVID was just as high for them as for white people. This is the current situation, but this is not what we want the future to be. The benefits of reconstruction must benefit all people, especially those affected by marginalization. Global solidarity in this context means that we go beyond things and support anti-racist movements like Black Lives Matter in Europe as well, and to do things against hunger, for example, backing food solidarity. For health, we mean to strengthen the worldwide health sector, especially in the global south, and to make the necessary financial funds available. For COVID-19, this also means that the patent protection for the vaccines must be cancelled. Global solidarity means that here in Geneva, we work for the interests of our partners from the global south here within the UN agencies, and to give them an opportunity to do this for themselves. The idea of global solidarity becomes more specific through the concept of global social rights. The starting point is the discourse about political freedom and personal rights and economic and social and cultural rights as integral part of human rights. The fight for global social rights has great strategic potential, and they can lead to the transnationalization of social movements. In order to resolve the climate crisis, in order to reorganize our economy and to fight the COVID pandemic and to build a better future, we in all our diversity need to rediscover internationalism and renew it. This also means reconstruction. We need to understand the capitalist world system, and we need strategies to transform it. In view of the exacerbating economic crisis and the growing threat from the right, it's not always easy to continue believing in the strength of global solidarity and communication. But is there an alternative? Please take these points of my introductory remarks as a suggestion, not as an exhaustive list. I know that there are many other topics that could be included and would have to be, but I don't have the time now to talk about this. The next speakers will certainly be able to do this with much more detail. So I do hope very much that this last conference day will not be the end, but the starting point of further discussions. This debate is seen as one important aspect of reconstruction, and Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation will happily be involved in this. But let us now all look forward to the discussions and the lectures. Let me now hand over to Anselm Franke. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. And first of all, thank you very much, Katja Maurer and Thomas Seibert, and also to Eva Wuchold for the summary and for her valuable list of what's actually demands. My name is Anselm Franke. I'm curator at the Haus of Kulturen der Welt in Berlin. And our next guest has been a frequent speaker there. Just briefly, a few technical details. Live simultaneous translation can be activated via going onto the globe symbol on the bottom of the menu bar.
English und Sie können.
So you can listen in German, Spanish, or French using the interpretation function offered by Zoom using the globe symbol. And at this point already, thank you very much to the interpreters. We'll first hear Achille Mbembe's presentation. And after that, we have two guests to join us for the panel session on further discussion, and we'll then also be opening it up for the audience. Riyad Othman of Medico will support me and will bundle the questions that you will please hand in using the Q&A function of Zoom only. And he will cluster them and give them into the panel and possibly summarize them or combine a few questions into one. A quick question to the team at Medico. Our speaker, has he dialed in? Is he actually in the conference? Because a few minutes ago we had the problem that Achille Mbembe wasn't yet in the Zoom conference. Okay, not yet, right. For as long as Achille hasn't joined us, I'll just continue speaking in German and we'll introduce him. I presume that we're trying to contact him by phone in the background, and I hope that he'll be able to join us soon. Now, Achille Mbembe is a philosopher from Cameroon and a political theorist and philosopher. And mostly he is a public intellectual and is amongst the most important voices when it comes to dealing with the heritage of colonialism, but also contemporary African philosophy. Achille Mbembe has taught at universities like Berkeley in California, Harvard, Columbia, London, Yale, New Haven, and Harvard, and has now for a while worked at the Johannesburg University of Witwatersrand, which is where he also resides. His publications have been translated into numerous languages. The most important amongst them are Critique de la raison nègre, also published in German, then Politique de l'inimité, Negro Politics, published the year before last, and from what I've understood, it's just being translated Brutalisme, a book that he published in 2020. And it is also in connection with this book that we're going to hear from him today. He's also a co-founder of the think tank Atelier de la Pensée at Dakar, also with Vincent. And he's a frequent speaker also in Germany, and also one who has received a number of awards, amongst others the 36th Geschwister or Scholl Siblings Award for his book Critique de la raison nègre. And obviously he's also known, for those who weren't aware of him previously, because of quite a controversy that took place in Germany last year, where he found himself in the crossfire of German remembrance culture and a changing, let's say, political tectonic situation, which might be a prime example, actually, of the problems that Germany, but also Europe, still encounter when it comes to coming to an understanding, a structural understanding of racification in modern biopolitics, which is a central issue of Achille Mbembe's publications. The entire question of our political constitutionality, a global order which may be at a media, at a technological level, and if you want also in an economic manner, a world society put in relation. But that's certainly not true in political terms, and certainly not true when it comes to rights, as we've heard repeatedly. So my question, has Achille joined us by now? Can you hear me? I just contacted Achille Mbembe by phone. There was a problem with the link. We're working on a solution, says the tech support. We hope he'll join us any minute now. Okay, to make sure we don't overrun too much, I would use the opportunity to introduce the two panel guests that will join us after Achille's input. And I'll do that in English.
Nach dem Vortrag von Achille.
After Achille Mbembe's input, we'll be hearing short statements, so replies to his input by Yvonne Adjambo-Ovur,
writer, and also been translated to the German and
Yes, I'm free now.
Hi.
Hi, Frank. I'm so sorry. Had a hard
No
time
worries.
getting through.
We're glad that you're with us.
Okay.
So Achille, I have already introduced you, And I'm just quickly announcing the panelists after your talk. So I have just been in the process of presenting Adhiambo Owour, who, among others, won the prestigious British Kane Prize for African Writing and also the Jomo Kenyatta Prize for Literature. And the Dragonfly Seas, her second novel, has also been widely discussed in German media. Our second panelist is Sabine Haag, who is a professor at the TU, the Technical University in Berlin, where she has been heading the Center for Interdisciplinary Women's and Gender Studies, and she is one of the founding figures and leading voices of queer theory in the German academia. And its wider activist resonance in this country. So I'm extending my warm welcome to our panelists. As I announced before, Riyad Othman from Medico International will later join occasionally into the discussion by basically moderating or translating some of the questions posed by you, all our listeners, in the Q&A function. Once again, if you want to listen in the German, in French, or in Spanish, please press the interpretation button, the globe symbol at the bottom of your Zoom window. And with this, I think I'm just handing over the word to Achille. A very warm welcome again, and we're very happy that you are joining us today.
Thank you very much, Anselm. I'm sorry we had a little bit of technical problems, but it's fine now. First of all, I would like to thank Thomas and his team for the very kind invitation. For reasons I do not need to dwell on, I hesitated a lot when he invited me to join. But as I understand this conference is supported, amongst other institutions, by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and by the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation. The Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation is very present in Africa, where it has been working in solidarity with various local organizations for a very long time. And I myself have been involved in some of this work. I thought I should provide a little bit of context to the set of reflections I would like to share with you. Just like the rest of the work I have been involved in over the last decades, these reflections are part of a deliberate attempt to read the world from Africa, and to read Africa not at all as a separate, but as an integral part of the world. Now, you will ask me, but what does reading the world from Africa allow us to see? And to see with the kind of clarity, the kind of urgency we might not necessarily experience if we read the world from elsewhere. What is it that Africa somewhat allow us to understand about our contemporary condition and about what it is that we need to reconstruct? So I would like to make a few brief points about that, if only to help you to understand where I'm coming from. It seems to me that as the new century unfolds, many, both within the continent and elsewhere, people of goodwill elsewhere, are increasingly acknowledging that there is no better laboratory than the Southern Hemisphere in general, and Africa in particular, a better laboratory not only to gauge the limits of our knowledges, our epistemological imagination, if you want, but also to apprehend and describe novelty and originality, to, if you want, account for the multiple pathways and trajectories of transformation in our world today. That's the first reason why Africa is of importance for the topic that has brought us together. I would go as far as to argue that Africa is one of the key epicenters of contemporary global transformations, as well as those transformations that are ahead of us, that are to come. I say this because, for instance, here, and by here, I mean here in Africa, here, most of the issues we tend to couch, for instance, in the materialist language of economics or of political economy, concepts such as development, economic growth, macroeconomic stability, problems such as whether there is a route for Africa's rise out of poverty, or whether there is an alternative model of growth. Most of these categories here ultimately point to a fundamental question, one fundamental question. What is that one fundamental question? It is the following: how will we carry life on? How will we carry life on for everyone and for everything? Not for some to the exclusion of others, life for everyone and for everything. There's no better place on earth where that question assails us in its urgency and in its clarity and in its radicality. So, seen from the African experience, the question is not simply to reconstruct the world. It is, what kind of world do we need to reconstruct? And here, I would argue that we need to reconstruct a kind of world that has a place for everyone and everything. This seems to me absolutely crucial, and it's a lesson that comes from the African experience. A world that has a place for everyone, for everything, by which I mean for all livings, both now and into the indefinite future. This question of temporality, of inhabitation of a time that is, if you want, durable, a time that is a sustainable time. Not whatever time, not the time of cynicism, of hate, but a time that is sustainable, that is durable, because it creates the condition for expanding the realms of life in the face of all which threatens it from its inception to its end. So it's clear, once again, speaking from the continent, it is clear that such a horizon is, let's say, being mapped at a time when old questions remain. Very old questions remain. They have been with us for a very long time. The question is, why is it that we haven't been able to resolve them? Why are they still with us? Old questions remain, although the context has changed. And the new context, as far as I can see, is characterized by a few things, key of which is the a redrawing of the global map of development. For instance, the conditions that allowed for the resurgence of growth in Africa in the last decade of the 20th century and the first decade of the 21st century, those conditions were based on I would say, on a particular conjuncture of commodity booms, accelerated extraction of raw materials, and an intense financialization. And currently, global trends point towards increasing divergence and polarization, in the sense that, as far as we are concerned, in any case, the international legal and regulatory architecture, which has often curtailed Africa's autonomy, remains in place. But so too are the various multilateral bilateral agreements that, let's say, validate the hegemony of global capital in different ways. Now, the fact is that the redrawing of the global map of development might not only result in furthering inequalities between countries and entire regions, it is also underpinned, this redrawing of the global map of development, by growing concerns with insulation. Insulation from risks, insulation from dangers of all kinds. What I mean by that is that part of what we see is that risk is pushed away. It's even increasingly outsourced, while large parts of the world are seen as no-go zones, or they are subjected to new forms of remote management, which is not exactly what colonialism was, although colonialism had that dimension of remote management. But I think colonialism was much more paradoxical in the sense that it combined both remote management and body-to-body struggle, proximate, let's say, engagement. But new forms of remote management are emerging. And in this context of precarity and insecurity, as well as extreme mobility of capital and technological innovation, there is a big risk. The risk is that of not reconstructing the world. The risk is for entire regions of the world to be perceived as zones of permanent emergency, more suited to humanitarian interventions than to what I would consider to be a future-oriented development strategy. In any case, this redrawing of the global map of development singularly complicates the task of rebuilding the world. In fact, it is leading to the increasing divergence between, I would say, three competing models of development. What are those three competing models of development? The first is development as a permanent emergency, short-term oriented, context in which people are wondering how to make it from today to tomorrow. The second is development as a techno-managerial and extractive project. And the third is development as a long-run structural transformation of society and of humanity. This leads me then to put forward a few ideas as to how we might begin to reconstruct the world from the continent. I think that to reconstruct the world from Africa, we will need to shift focus in terms of global development, thought, and practice. That's what we learn from looking to the African experience. We need to shift focus first in relation to what I would call the two-way relation between global norms and local practice. Why? Because for global norms to be useful, they must be embedded in local histories and cultures and in locally grown programs, if you want. Second, it seems to me that to reconstruct the world from the kind of perspective I have been talking about, which is not so much peculiar to Africa, but I'm speaking from here, to reconstruct the world from this perspective, development properly understood should not start from needs and problems. It should build on local assets, local strengths, and possibilities. What I mean by that is that we must shift our focus of attention from needs to assets. Assets consisting not only in capital investments, but including the physical, ecological, environmental, social, and cultural attributes, assets including communities to which we must turn, their knowledge, their institutions, their memories, and their collective intelligence, the aim being to strengthen their generative capacities. That's how we'll rebuild the world, I would argue, from an African perspective, by investing in generative capacities, the generative capacities of communities. But once we have said that, all I have just shared, we still have to confront further questions. And I would now like to begin to move towards those questions, maybe leaving a little bit Africa behind, and let's see, expanding the scope of our interrogation. For instance, what do we mean by everyone and by everything? Two key terms for me, which have really to be at the center of our reflection. When we say everyone is everything the sum total of minimally existing entities? entities then joined together into ever larger and more complex structures and infrastructures, the technosphere, for instance. Is it what we mean by everyone and everything? Or by everyone and everything, we refer to a fluid, heterogeneous, let's just call it plenum, from within which things emerge as this plenum crumples and folds. An open plenum, open to itself and open to the world. It's a question of the openness to a world that is larger than our own individual existence, our national existence, human existence, because it's a world which embraces all living beings and living entities. How does such a concept of everything and everyone, how does it affect, for instance, our concept of durability, of which I was speaking about a moment ago, especially at a time when we witness an increasing merging of ecological and health crises, for instance. COVID-19 being a manifestation of this merging of ecological and health crises. But of course, there have been many others before COVID, which have resulted in the loss of life, most often premature, of hundreds of millions of people. I think we have to bring such questions on the table. In any case, when we speak from the continent, we are forced to address them. Whatever the case, it seems to me that confronting the dominant forces threatening the ecological balance of the planet and its habitability today, creating new horizons of hope, of equality and justice, all of this hinges directly on this matter of life futures. So that's the first set of remarks or observations I wanted to share. Now let me move to a second set of remarks and observations, most of which have to do with whether or not the liberal order we have inherited does still have the capacity to help us to make that leap. Whether the liberal international order we have inherited could be a resource for reconstructing the world, or whether it has reached limits it is totally unable to transcend. And therefore, we might want to look for something else. So that's the second set of reflections I would like to put forward. And they, if you want, have mostly to do with what seems to me to be the pitfalls and the foreclosures of the liberal order. I could go on and on about this, but let me just put it succinctly. It strikes me the extent to which we are witnessing the proliferation and the condensation of potentially deadly conflicts that can hardly be contained, adjudicated for, negotiated within the framework of what we could call the liberal order. This, we are seeing it including in the most so-called advanced democracies. Such conflicts, I think, are increasingly the expression of contending and even irreconcilable ways of being. Often happening within divided nation states in which large segments of the people with contrasting sets of commitments share almost nothing in common. This question of what is it that we share? Is there anything we might point to which can be identified as common to all of us? Increasingly, when we look at the politics of our day, politics of our times, we are forced to observe that in most instances, things go as if we didn't owe each other any debt or obligation whatsoever. As if, in fact, we only aspire to secede or to separate. So to some extent, the dream of apartheid is still alive. If we understand by apartheid in its original sense, the act of separating, the act of secession, seceding, the refusal to consider that we might have a common biography we might want to write together. So liberal democracies are increasingly at war with themselves, first of all, around issues such as their commitment to closed or open worlds, commitment to the idea of an open society, for instance, an open society for whom, at the exclusion of whom else, within what limits, or their commitment to what political theorist David Goldberg calls heterogeneous social ecologies. They deeply disagree, for instance, on whether they should let inequalities spiral or whether some form of regulation is necessary to ensure relative fairness. And most of these conflicts over basic values are unfolding in the absence of basic agreements concerning what is legitimate, what is not, or what is true and what is fake. The politics of truth. So it seems to me that this is not conducive to the reconstruction of the world. It's hardly conducive to that. Let me add to that something which for those of us who live here in Africa, in South Africa in particular, but also elsewhere, added to what I have said is something which we should talk about, we cannot not speak about, the return of forms of violence predicated on race. The question of the persistence of racism, and in particular of anti-Black racism. In the US, in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. Which forces me to make a few observations on the core contradiction, which has in fact always been at the core of modern liberal societies. The contradiction between democracy and racism. Especially in societies in which domination by race was a formal feature whose characteristics I think it is worth recalling briefly, and that's what I'm going to do very quickly. What were those kinds of societies? How did they look like? What were their main features? Let me highlight three. First of all, these were bifurcated societies. Bifurcation in the case of the US, for instance, or in the case of South Africa under apartheid, bifurcation of blacks, bifurcation of whites, and everything in the middle. And even when blacks became formally free, as in the United States, the indignity they suffered continued to be cast as natural, as inevitable, precisely in this context in which bifurcation was codified as the law of the land. That's the first feature. There's a second one in the sense that take South Africa, take the US, southern US, Brazil to some extent, and other historically racist formations. Whites depended to a large extent on black care, slave care for that matter. Slaves were seen as others, to be sure, but they were the kinds of others whom whites needed. They needed them, they depended upon them, whether they were aware of this or not. But, and this is the crux of the matter, the slave society legislated against white care and concern for those enslaved, in the sense that it was against the law to care for or to be concerned about those on whom one depended upon and whose existence's raison d'etre was to care for those who enslaved them. That is the key contradiction of racism in early modern liberal order. So the social arrangements were such that the enslavers, the colonizers you might want to say, did not in fact face any undue moral challenge whenever they brutalized or neglected those who cared for them, and on whom they depended. And not facing any undue moral dilemma was not accidental. This was how they could suppress any reparative impulse toward those they had enslaved or colonized. So if you want, the crux of racism is that it helps the racists to preserve the fiction of themselves as self-sufficient, reliant on no one but themselves. And where colonialism, let's say colonial racism prevailed, the tendency was also to constantly shift responsibility to those one had harmed, and such harms, rather than being acknowledged, rather than being felt, instead were denied and repressed. And this is what led to permanent acquiescence, equanimity, or resignation in accepting the disparate quality of life and life chances for the enslaved and the colonized and their enslavers and colonizers on the other hand. One last point. Key was the idea of an essential difference, permanent incompatibility. This was, in fact, the linchpin of what is known as white supremacy, whether in the US or in South Africa. It was also the hallmark of modern racism, the key psychic imaginary it relied upon, the idea that there was an essential difference, there was nothing in common, there was permanent incompatibility between, let's see, different so-called races. What I mean by that is that I want to highlight the enduring problems of racism as fatal to, let's say, the project of a liberal order. Having said all of this, let me now, and I'm moving towards the end, say one or two words about whether or not we can reconstruct the world on the sole basis of the defense of the so-called values of the Enlightenment, or whether we can reconstruct the world on the basis of something we could call Kantian cosmopolitanism. Since these two, let's say, key questions are with us, we are debating them in Europe, in America, in Brazil, here in South Africa and elsewhere. You have those who believe that these are the resources we need to mobilize in order to keep the world as it is, or for that matter, change it and reconstruct it. I don't want to go into too much details here, but for those of you who might have forgotten, Kant developed his idea of cosmopolitanism in Toward Perpetual Peace, that book. He did the same in his Doctrine of Right, and he did the same in his discussions on colonialism. But I would argue that his cosmopolitanism, just as the cosmopolitanism of the neo-Kantians, those who are trying to keep him alive, his cosmopolitanism might have been concerned, we have to check, with questions of injustice and political responsibility at the level of the world at large, but it was certainly not based on the axiom of equal concern for all subjects, regardless of membership or affiliation. It certainly wasn't based on the concern for what I have termed everyone and everything. It falls short when measured up against what I told you is a big concern in the continent, everyone and everything. Of course, there is a moral condemnation of colonialism in Kant, especially in the third article of his, he calls them definitive articles. There's a condemnation of colonialism when he discusses issues of quote-unquote settlement, or if you want in contemporary parlance, colonial occupation. And this you find it in the metaphysics of morals. But in fact, these are not at all well elaborated critiques of colonialism. And an even more serious indictment, if you want to use such a term, is that Kant's overall project of cosmopolitanism is compatible with hierarchical beliefs about race and civilization, which Kant explicitly espoused in earlier work. His geography, his work on aesthetics, and so forth and so on. So, in fact, rather than coming to grips with the nature of colonial injustice, he focuses on intra-European colonial conflicts. He judges these intra-European conflicts in faraway lands too unbridled to contribute to perpetual peace. This was his main concern, a concern which had no or little correspondence with the questions of global injustice at that time and, of course, today. What does this tell us? And I'll draw the consequences of what I have just said. It means that we cannot reconstruct the world only on the basis of Kantian cosmopolitanism. We can't, because him and neo-Kantians do not take seriously intellectual resources and political practices from outside the West. They don't take them seriously. This is despite the fact that here, Africa, Latin America, Southern Hemisphere in general, the fact that these regions have historically been at the receiving end of global wrongs, which cosmopolitanism aims to right. And that, as a consequence, these regions have well-developed traditions of thought and political practice with insight about global justice, about the reconstruction of the world, the conditions under which the world could be remade anew. So this is partly why neo-Kantianism, Kantianism and neo-Kantianism have not been able to put forward a credible theory of world justice or a post-Eurocentric vision of cosmopolitanism. I could go on and on this. Let me now conclude. I have made a critique of the liberal order. I have highlighted the limits of Kantian cosmopolitanism. If all of this is not enough, is insufficient, on what basis could we reimagine what I call an ethics of the common earth, which is the direction seen from the continent we should probably be following, moving towards an ethics of the common earth. I'll say 2 or 3 things about it and I'll stop. If we are to move towards an ethics of the common earth, which comes not so much as a corrective to classical cosmopolitanism or ideas of perpetual peace, but opens up an entirely new horizon. If we are to move in that direction, then first of all, we need to look for other archives. This question of the archive. We need to look for other archives. We need to, because the question of the adequacy of the concepts, the outlooks, the evaluative practices inherited and transmitted from the past, the recent past, the past of one of the many provinces of the world. That question has to be raised. It has to be raised because, as we now agree, there is a radical rupture in the reality of nature. There is a radical rupture in the reality of the earth. There is a radical rupture in the reality of the human. And this rupture, these ruptures, if you want, must be answered by an equally radical discontinuity in culture, by, if you want, new forms of thinking on a planetary scale. We won't reconstruct the world if we are not able to think at a planetary scale. That's the first reason. Second, to reconstruct a kind of world that has a place for everyone and everything, we must interrogate the adequacy of traditional concepts and categories in ethics. Why? Because thinking as we have been taught to think about the world hasn't stopped us producing ethical blind spots and practical mistakes in the now, in the past, as well as in the future. Why? Because what we perceive to be good reasons and sound values in one place is not necessarily the same in another place. So a self-critical perspective is essential. People do not only make errors, they are also capable of self-deception. And in relation to other parts of the world, the West has often been self-deceptive about what it proclaims, what it does, and why. We know that from our own experience in Africa. Now, let me end. In this age of the Anthropocene, we need to move beyond cosmopolitanism toward a new ethics of the earth. A new ethics of the earth, meaning a new idea of a common, I wouldn't even say ownership of the world, of the earth, but a common custodianship of the earth. The idea of the earth as a common in an attempt at bringing together both distributive and reparative justice, both of which are very often, let's say, put up one against the other. So this would require then rethinking questions such as the possibility of an original natural right, which would somewhat limit, let's say, put a hold on the continuing legitimacy of property conventions. The idea that all humans might be considered to have symmetrical moral status when it comes to justifying principles for the distribution of Earth's original spaces and resources, but not only all humans, also all other living entities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very generous, multifaceted talk, Achille. Since we have fallen a little bit behind in schedule, I'm just going to move without further ado to our two guests that are joining for the forum discussion, so that we will still have some time for a broader to actually receive some questions from our many visitors, listeners today. So I'd like to first ask Sabine Haag for her presentation. Are you there? Yes, yeah. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, first of all, I will switch to German in a second, but I would like to first of all thank you, Achille, for your talk and inspiring lecture. And I hope I can add some further, as close as possible, inspirations to what you just said.
Once again, sorry, Sabine, to interrupt. Just for those who might have joined later, Sabine is going to talk in the German, but there is an English, French, and Spanish translation accessible via the globe symbol for interpretations, and I understand also on other forms on the live stream as well, but I can't verify that right now. So just as a quick note, thanks.
Gut, also vielen Dank.
Right, thank you again, Achille, for your input, which was very comprehensive and very inspiring. Basically, all I can say is I agree completely, and I also agree that repairing the world, reinventing the world is a task that we all share. Aimé Césaire once said we need to reinvent the world on the scale of the world, and I think that is something that came out very clearly in your input as well. But that means, I believe, that we have to understand that we are approaching this task from very different geopolitical positions, and that characterizes how we tackle this task. So I'll take the next 10 minutes to talk about this a little bit. I'm speaking here primarily as a feminist, queer, activist, theoretician positioned in the global north, who is privileged in quite a few ways, not last because she happens to hold a chair and is a public servant at a university. This role of knowledge and critical theory and in reinventing the world is something I've given a lot of thought to. I have a new book also about the community of the unelected. And in this connection, I'm very pleased to hear about the role that knowledge should play. Achille also spoke about the archives, us tapping into new archives, different archives that already exist, otherwise they wouldn't be archives, in order to drive the reconstruction of the world. For me, talking about critical theory also means that we also must uncover domination in the categories with which we access and interpret the world. Race and gender, for instance, are two of the central categories we use to access and interpret the world. And we must uncover dominance in the shapes in which it presents itself. And for us, for those who consider themselves to be critical theorists, that means that we also have to look to those categories and terms that we ourselves use to describe the world and that we use to understand the world. Racified, sexist, misogynistic, homo, trans, and crip hostile ways of writing, for instance, must be rejected. Theodor Adorno once called it in negative dialectics that we must show ourselves resistant against that which is imposed on it. We need to examine and deconstruct epistemic violence. Second thing I'd like to do applies to the history of violence. The history of violence, the transformation of people, of their bodies, and what belongs to them and is sacred to them in whatever sense into globally circulated raw material must no longer be denied. The history of the denial of equality must become real. That may seem something that is straightforward, but I believe colonialism, the colonialist state, is characterized by that very denial of this history of violence and the denial of equality. Not least, this history of denial of equality is also represented in every single ethnological artifact that is displayed in a museum in Berlin, Paris, London, Madrid, or Lisbon. The story of violence, dispossession, alienation, and reification must be told and heard, not just for the sake of sheer storytelling, nor because repair should feed the illusion that violence can be undone, that all trauma can be healed, but quite simply because we owe it to each other. Bearing witness in all circumstances, telling the story. This is how James Baldwin described the task of the writer: to observe and to report. There is one aspect of epistemic violence that I'd like to address specifically. It is the privilege that is based on this violence of those in dominance. Those in dominance do not have to consider those they dominate. They do not owe anything to those they dominate. They don't have to care for them. They don't have to know them. They don't have to consider them, take them into account, as Elsa Dolan has said. It is also a privilege, Dolan writes, that gives rulers time to themselves because they do not have to know about others. They do not have to consider their lives. It's an expression of an asymmetrically structured moral economy that allows those in dominant social positions to know themselves, love themselves, listen to themselves, cultivate themselves. Nothing but this, to celebrate dominance culture. Through the chance, in other words, not to have to know about the distress of others and to be able to tune out the role that race and gender play in the structuring of the world and knowledge. So, with this complex overhang of intertwined dominant structures, when we encounter each other as unequals as regards our positions, that also means that this reparation work cannot be begun on seeing eye to eye. A great number of liberal thinkers, as Achille has said, see this as a symmetrically constructed space of mutuality. What is needed is more, maybe something that is very different from just agreeing on standards that are considered civil and Of course, these standards would have to be examined for their normative content. Clearly, there are moral positions also that have to be considered. An imperial way of living has to be unlearned. We have to say actively no to socialization and dominance that we have learned over centuries, and that requires something that is different from acting as a political citizen on the basis of a history that was formed over centuries. A revolution by the citizen 2.0 will not be enough. This would be a project of the bourgeois elites and of white, cisgendered, heterosexual men. What the repair or the reconstruction of the world is about against this backdrop seems fairly clear to me. One is that we have to unlearn the dominance culture, and we have to move away from wanting to rule. Racist ideology, for instance, of the identitarian movement is one example. And we can also not rely on neoliberal mantras where each and every person is just responsible for him or herself, but not for others. As little as this can mean the ultimately nostalgic revival of normalized collectives, homogeneous in whatever respect, even ethnically coded, it will be just as little done with promoting pacified, embedded versions of liberalism. After all, these are only able to think of our bond with each other as contractually regulated relationship of supposedly sovereign and self-disposing subjects, because they do not consider that capitalism for decades has been based on what Jason Moore calls the 7 cheap things: nature, money, work, care, food, energy, and life. I'd like to summarize from an intellectual point of view. This is about certainties that are being undermined. It is about giving account, being accountable in this project of reconstruction, even though we are entwined in categories of dominance. And the political task is that we have to redesign against all odds, to redraft, because it is possible to start new things, to set things in motion, as Hannah Arendt has said before, because it is possible for us to start over. We can get up and leave. We can make a new world begin simply by putting it into practice. This is how the guerrillere put it in a breathtakingly wild novel written by Monique Wittig called Les Guerrières. It was published in 1960. And they are free because they practice freedom, not because freedom is ontologically given to them. It is because they speak to each other and act with one another, because they expose themselves physically to one another, because they are interdependent. To follow the guerrillere and to shape the new democratic sociality that makes possible an egalitarian life with others. To find an exit from the monadically structured colonial melancholy into which we have settled, and to take our self-inflicted and never realized losses and cling to them. First and foremost, the loss of a shared world and the ability to let ourselves be touched by others, to care for them. Unlearning our privileges by recognizing that they already embody the loss of a world shared with all, as Gayatri Spivak says. Unlearning one's privilege as one's loss. Working on non-nostalgic designs of communality that actively renounce resentment and enmity, founding an ethos of living together in which freedom and care are not antipodes but become real together, and awaken from the dream about ourselves. This is what needs to be done now from my point of view. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Sabine Haag, for this response, which was just great.
Behind in scheduling and preserving some of our common discussion time, I'd like to ask, without further ado, for the presentation of Yvonne Adhiambo-Owour. Are you with us? Yes, I see you. We have to unmute you. A very warm welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
It's such a pleasure, and thank you for those who have gone before Sabina, whom I've just encountered, and of course our dear Professor Achille. Thank you always for being that voice, as you said, which is open to the world and all who inhabit it. Just a couple of reflections, and I've written it so I won't waffle all over the place. I will start from the question that you asked, Prof. How will we carry life on for everyone and everything, and what kind of world do we reimagine? Well, discovery, curiosity, creativity, exploring questions, scenarios, and collaborations, the exhilaration of imagining and designing a future, and reflecting on how we may best live out our Earth adventure, aided with the tools of technology that are emerging and opening up all mysteries. And with daily news of traffic by many nations heading to Mars, we can even allow ourselves musings of interplanetary consciousness and the hope of some multi-dimensional thinking. One leaps with great pleasure the chance of mulling over cosmological possibilities. I relish the play of ideas, of the treasury of the unknown, the insertion of technology, the sense of wonder generated by perhaps a new kind of story making, a new kind of stories that maybe we can trust again, that also return us, thank God, to the foundry of the big questions. What is life? Why are we here? What might we become? If the panel focus had not honed into repair and reparation, I think my intervention would have leapt off into some stratospheric spheres. But as the case is, reality check. We find ourselves in a miasma of suffering. A plague stalks our sense of earthly ease, exacerbating our fears, making us not only aware of our vulnerability as beings, as human beings, but also the reality of confronting the entanglements, those that we have spent most of the last 400 years denying, some of us more than others. Now we are all forcibly living out a shared human story, much to the extreme discomfort of a few. Weakened, hurting humanity, broken, fragile Earth. Repair and reparation sounds about right. These intimations of a human awareness of our debt we owe existence. Acts and duties of reparation are intertwined with reconciliation and atonement. Loaded words, but they only become meaningful in rites of public acknowledgement, apology, restitution, or satisfaction, and an intent to transform towards an ideal. There is little mystery about all of these, until, of course, these are directed to the worlds that suffered Occidental discovery, particularly Africa, whose existential frameworks were decimated by a marauding culture that finds itself unable to examine its historical conscience and prefers to cavort in the perpetual delusion that there was something holy, meaningful, enlightening and elevating about its eviscerating forays. So reparation, repair, who? The fantasy West, the designated rest? Why? For the present? Oh, the future, right? But to which purpose? Now, I will make a side note. I do not like the paradigms of dichotomies. I prefer methods of the interstices, the spaces of blurred in-betweens, right? But I will settle into the preferred dichotomies for this conversation. But what do we actually hold in common that is uncontested, that might allow us the fantasy of a shared and equal departure point into the future? are we even haunted by the same things? One example, in the realm of the unspoken, the West want the rest, primarily Africa, to quickly move on from the past and grow up. I think you think we owe you an imagined debt for the imagined privilege of your alleged light, the alleged light your ancestors shone upon our lives during their visitation. But we, on the other hand, want your mea culpas. We want you to wake up to and give a grammar to the abyss of the unique and gratuitous evil, the intrinsic evil, the meaning of the horror that was your atrocity laid and piercing into our lives and stories, so that you can grow up. We bear the overwhelming weight of unresolved histories between us that destabilize the sense of being human. The consequence is this: the ferocious lust for capital, the violent money grabbing, the scramble, some of your historians called it, that has systematically corroded our human trust, our human spirit, our human soul. Admitting to this would not make us or you less human. It would just announce to the inheritors of the wounds that there is now a desire and a capacity to reckon with a cultural pathology, a brokenness that shatters and shattered humanity, the Earth's heart, in the most horrible ways. The past haunts the present. It shapes it. It colonizes it. Would we dare to be so neglectful as to proceed with a project of imagined futures without tending to the human wounds? Our histories, no matter where we end up, reliably return as a debt-collecting revenue that is the first to knock on the door of our castles in the air. History, like nature, as you know, abhors a vacuum. What do we do then? We engage our consciences. Note that I did not say consciousness. Repair is arguably the first step of a long odyssey that must start with an internal audit, leading to a public acknowledgement of woundedness, of long shadows within. Few cultures have the guts to do that depth of soul work. To date, not yours and not ours. For more often than not, it involves grief work to enter into and admit to our losses, our absences, our failures. You and I now inhabit a world where an invisible, unseen, and weapon-defeating virus has confounded our hubris. We live through not only the devastation of peoples, but also of our secure societal absolutes. And I extend my care and solidarity to those who have been most affected by this pandemic. What we in our African worlds have also experienced, on top of all this, is the reactionary, macabre despair of far too many of your writers, your scientists and journalists, who lament diabolically that the fact that our African mortality rates are not as high as those elsewhere, and that when our morbidity figures do not tally with the gross date predictions, then the African counting is wrong. Only scavengers, vampires, and necromancers might rival this gruesome necrophilia. Does your culture ever reflect on what it means for a person to traverse the earth and enter into spaces where there are those fantasizing about their decimation and the decimation of their people? And is also quite oblivious to the hideous preoccupation. I suggest that in the imagination of a new ideal, of a planetary consciousness, all our cultures first attempt to repair our souls, their souls, before trying to repair others and the earth itself. There remains between us a huge inner internal abyss separating our spirits, our souls, and our ideas. The questions of habitations have only rarely been extended to the landscapes of our innermost beings. Look, it may be too late to attempt to bridge the chasm now, given the reality of the futures, plural, already evolving elsewhere. There is a new generation, a cyborg demographic, I call them, the same ones whom some of your myopic European policy scaremongers delight in presenting as only marking time on real and imagined Mediterranean shores waiting to invade Europe. That generation is mostly already looking within, or searching their own imagination for the futures, or looking up at the African skies. And if they do look outward with interest, they look towards Korea, China, Singapore, Vietnam, Japan, Malaysia, India, and even the Middle East. You are aware that China is now the preferred destination for young Africans seeking further education? Strike that, you probably aren't. To be clear, I'm not advocating a detachment from Europe, that we cannot recreate the horror and error of 400 years, and the terrible horror of a human separation ideology. I'm merely asserting that a thorough forensic audit of the long history of Occidentalism is required as part of the processes of reconciling and reimagining the Earth. To arrive at a logic of transformative being, in the order of things, a long view examination of cultural and historical conscience is a start. We are not the same kind of human being, but this is not the same as saying we have nothing in common. The demand for a collectivized, uniform human experiencing of reality is as strange as something I heard a few months ago from one of your policymakers, that our African aspiration is to be you, to be like you. Sweet. Our point of departure is generated from our experience of life, of you, our specific negotiations with existence, our sense of what life means for us, our epistemological values, our response to the question, what does it mean to be human? And its corollary, what does the humanity of the other mean for me? Our replies are different and diverse, but it is nothing to be afraid of. It might instead become a site of mutual exploration and discovery. I feel there's an immense life transformative treasury in the knowledge embedded in our earth and human varieties, that the ideal desired also lies somewhere within the amplification of the diverse dimensionalities of our being, which the 400 years of living the age of atrocities, I think some of you call it enlightenment or modernity, had turned into a contested hot point through which grievous crimes against the earth, against humanity, have been committed and justified. I attend to the soaring ideas put forth by our professor with awe, excitement, and hope, yet in me there is also the ghost of wariness. Historical precedent, you see, that long chime of imperialism, its art of obfuscation, excuse-making, the chutzpah that turns thieves and land grabbers into heroes and victims, the matrices that are only ever about extraction, control, private possession, commerce, and economics. When I hear the call to futures, my head swivels and I squawk. Who is that? What do they want this time? What must die for this idea to live? Who will be forced to change for their own good? Who gains most? Because in the unexamined heart, there is always a profit motive. How is power to be distributed? Who will wield it the most? How? I worry about good intentions that pave the road to hell. The earth is in jeopardy? Yes. It's threatening to burn us to a crisp? Yes. But has anything changed in the mindset, habits, and responses that have led us to this point? No. And what will happen to the alienated, marginalized, overexploited, often ignored, non-human earth? Do we care? Aid is a sub-theme of this conference. In brief, the paternalism that still characterizes its imagination and execution is problematic. It turns aid into a fig leaf. Given that what has been extracted, seized, robbed from our worlds over the last 400 years in living out this Occidental paradigm, in the words of business, quite frankly, you are in debt to us. The public records of and evidence of crimes of robbery are held in your ethnological museums and collections, the clearing houses for stolen goods containing priceless collections, including human remains, with no rent, apology, or royalties extended. The records of European banks established to capitalize on and profit from so many thieving expeditions, the auction houses that still trade in our commodities, from diamonds to coffee, also for which no payments have been received, no royalties received. How about this? A collectivized audited process linked to settling outstanding accounts, so that you will no longer bother your hapless populations to contribute the €2 over Christmas. The long overdue in the aid game is a process that offers a more dignifying way of engaging with and supporting humans in distress, without the tedious virtue signaling and endless propaganda. If our philanthropy had been honest and truthful, this is the time and this is the season where we would have demonstrated Earth solidarity. Instead, what do we have? The lust of anticipatory shareholder profits to be derived from the sales of much-needed vaccines. A phrase now enters our world: vaccine nationalism. I highlight this just to underline what a bore hypocrisy is. Accepted, a new epoch of Earth being is emerging anyway. The ferment, the unease, the restlessness of the heart, the escalating technologies, and the new ways of interactions, the power shifts. All of these will converge into some sort of resolution with its own grammar. It's likely, I think, to be pluriversal, in line with the ideas put forth by thinkers like Quijano and Mignolo et al. Given the scent of present epochal winds, the big shift is also likely to arise from unexpected plot twists in the human story, similar to what this pandemic has engendered. I end on a mischievous note. If the test of futures depends on societal adaptability, resilience, discipline, and the capacity and imagination to innovate, even during an existential crisis, then it can be accurately predicted that if there's any fundamental reordering of the world going to happen, it will bear the imprimatur of the Middle Kingdom of China. For this is also a numbers game. It's worth remembering now that the compelling Belt and Road Initiative also already includes a very inclusive planetary consciousness plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne, for this powerful paper. I think we have somehow a very kind of nuanced picture from all three contributions about what is perhaps at stake in this kind of quest for both reconstruction and a sort of counter universality, and the very stakes also for intellectual engagement and positionality in it in relation to the history of hypocrisy, obfuscation, etc. So I want to just somehow address the entire panel for once, to maybe make this more tangible for some of our listeners in relation to the larger geopolitical picture that we're seeing, especially now in the global north, and the rise or reaffirmation of both an old, a new, and a white supremacist movement, often in alliance with a rhetoric of defense of universal values, as we can see both in Germany and perhaps in the past few weeks, in particular in France. And it just seems to me that the broad kind of populace of the continent, both in Europe and in a different form in the US, is entirely unprepared to understand exactly how these kind of Republican values, for instance, in France, the Kantian scheme. Even though I know that you have that you have spoken about it, I just want to return to that. How exactly is it that a ethno-nationalist, colonial, fascist, race-based order is defended by a discourse that proposes itself as a project of inclusivity? Who would like to go first?
I volunteer.
Yvonne?
I'll be honest. I don't know. And that maybe is just playing. But I'd go back to I think the thing that the idea that I think drives me and compels me. I think if a society, if a culture has built itself up on a whole lot of, if you'll forgive the French, on a whole lot of bullshit, which it has tended to believe and then enshrine, and then something comes to, a little wind comes to just unravel it. It's left floundering in the particular pond. And to put it more in a kind of more positive way, I think if the work that was being done around, for example, the post-war work that was being done in Germany had been done in the rest of the continent, the kind of examination of soul, the coming to peace and terms with the terrible, terrible history of violence visited against peoples, then I believe then that society and perhaps the rest of the world would have come to a place of, I think, a realistic humanity that's built on truthfulness. I didn't say truth, truthfulness, and a humility rather than this hubris. That has then manifested in, the whole thing of the replacement of the gods. But they also say that they whom the gods want to destroy the first turn mad, and that's probably what's unfolding right now.
I mean, just to follow up on this, maybe to you, Achille, because that concerns so much the question of what do we share, what is the construction of what is at stake in the construction of a possible ground, the kind of archives you are calling for that are not the imperial archives from which such common ground must be constructed. Is it not that this particular memory culture you have mentioned, Yvonne, with all its achievements, may it not also have contributed to something that really, I think, is a major potential stumbling block for the discussion at hand, which is sort of the way in which Nazism has been sort of singled out as an exceptionality, as a deviation from the proper course, from the proper road to modern progress, as part of sort of the settlement of the post-war order.
I don't.
Achille, do you want to?
Achille, yeah.
Look, Sam, you were asking very difficult questions. And I never received a clear response to them, but knowledge that these are very serious issues. I tend to believe that we will hardly find in the imperial archive, if we call it like that, any meaningful proposition in relation to what it is that we owe each other, in relation to what is common that we do. The imperial archive is fundamentally about creating differences and sparsing out and dividing and building hierarchies. That's what it's all about, or that is what it's fundamentally about. Of course, there's a part of that imperial archive that dabbles in the kinds of language we have been talking about here: justice, equality, commonality. But it's usually a commonality that is reserved to those who look alike. It's hardly ever extended to those we could call the non-parents. And that is what makes it a bad tool for those who would really want to reimagine the world, or imagine a different kind of world in which everybody would be welcomed. A different kind of world that would carve out a space, including for non-humans. So that is why I was suggesting that, not that we discard it entirely, because what is really interesting in the Imperial Archive is that we can turn it against itself. It has in itself enough resources to be turned against itself. And we have to do that work. But in order to escape what Sabina and Yvonne were referring to as the history of violence, the history of negation in its most ontological dimension, in order to escape it, we absolutely need to draw on all the archives of the world, on all the memories of the world. Not in terms of one memory superseding every other memory, but in terms of the solidarity of memories, especially the solidarity of all the memories of human suffering. That is, in any case, what, when one looks into those traditions of thought coming from our part of the world, traditions of thought developed by those who were at the receiving end of the violence Sabina and Yvonne were talking about, you will find that in those archives, they are alternative imaginations of how we could share this earth, this planet, which is the only one we have, in any case, so far, where life is possible. And in that sense, it seems to me that for those who would really want to counter the forces that are at work, the forces of dark enlightenment, which in fact have always been part of the Enlightenment itself. The Enlightenment has always had a nocturnal part. The illusion is to make us believe that it was all sunny, it was all solar. It was not always solar. It had a deep nocturnal part. And that nocturnal dimension of the Enlightenment is what you see in the resurgence of white supremacism, anti-Black violence, anti-Semitism, and other forms of trampling on the dignity of especially the weak, and the demand for incredible demand for racism and for brutality against the most vulnerable on earth, which we see emerging. So in order to counter that, we need to come up with a new idea of the extent to which we all have an equal moral entitlement to the earth. And there's the necessity to invent some kind of authority which defines the rules and boundaries of the occupation and the use of the commons. And that is what is lacking. And it's only in this way that we will supplement the Kantian model of cosmopolitanism I was criticizing early on. That's what I think in any case.
Yes, I'd like to add a few comments. We started off, Anselm, with a question of why it is still the case that in the global north, this racist eliminating order is something that we are clinging to. And I think all three of us have talked about that. And I'd like to emphasize some points. You spoke of colonial melancholy. The global north, and we in North America and Europe even more so, happen to be living in a stage of denialism, of denying the violence that has happened more than 50 years ago. James Baldwin already spoke about it. It's the innocence that constitutes the crime, is what he said. And basically that is true until today. Until today, in the global north, in the white west, we managed to act as if we had nothing to do with any of that, in a way. And we believe, and this has been touched on also, we believe that it is possible for liberal ideas to be generalized for everyone, and until today we ignore that universalism was a violence-shaped particular approach, that it is based on giving up exclusive solidarity and reciprocity, and that not everyone was meant in the French Revolution deliberately so, with freedom and equality. Not everybody was allowed or had the option of being brothers, and not everybody wanted to be fraternal. So I believe we need a new foundation for solidarity, where solidarity is not something that is exclusive. And I believe what we have herited on the basis of history so far has trained us in excluding forms of solidarity. I'd also like to touch on the culture of remembrance, and I fully agree with what Achille said, that it is the entire knowledge of the world that we need if we want to save the world. In Berlin, for some time now, we've had a discussion regarding the restitution of stolen cultural goods, and I touched on this briefly. If we want to be capable of truly accessing the entire archive, then there can be no alternative to restitution. And understanding that the fact that what are aesthetic artifacts in our museums now, ethnological artifacts in our museums, that they have been stolen, and that this robbery, in fact, was a destruction of culture and a destruction of knowledge, it has to be accepted. Now, restitution is a very complex matter, but that's one example, as far as I'm concerned, of this form of denialism, of this ignorance that we find ourselves in the West. On German TV just recently, a few days ago, a court, for instance, found regarding the Berlin Humboldt Forum, where there are artifacts from Asian cultures, African cultures, which now for the first time we will be able to show the world, but not a word is said about how they came to us. That's how it was put. They came to us. And so if that is the state of the debate, the status of how we talk about these things today, then we have quite a long road ahead of us on the way towards unlearning the culture of dominance that I spoke about. It's not about just, well, let's put on a new sweater. It's about the very fundamental work of recognizing and unlearning patterns and the subjectivity related to dominance, and that we have been socialized in for more than 5 centuries. Thank you.
Just a quick remark, we'll go on for another like 10 plus a few minutes, and I'd like to ask Riyad now to perhaps join us quickly to sum up maybe some of the many questions we've received, to allow us maybe to at least address a few of them.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Riyad from Medico. I'm working here in the background together with a few colleagues because there are numerous questions. Thanks to all the presenters. Thanks also to you, Anselm. I'd like maybe to try and sort them in first to clarify certain terms that came as questions from the audience regarding certain terms or concepts. And the second one, because that was also what the moderator has been promising for today, that we would turn more to practical aspects on how to implement, how to change, how to make this change to happen. So the first question actually goes to Achille, and Regina asks you if you could elaborate on the differences between what you called the colonial paradoxon as opposed to contemporary architecture. So what does the colonial paradoxon consist of? There's a second question that would also be for you, Achille. Namely, this is from Siegfried, I just read the question to you. The causes of what many call underdevelopment, equating it primarily with poverty, are usually described as economic phenomena, exploitation, economic subordination, etc. But what importance do you, Achille, give to culture, especially in comparison to economy, and the destructive impact of colonialism, imperialism, and racism on cultures, in brackets? And then there is a question that is directed to Yvonne that is going more into the practical question. I think in the second round of questions, I can maybe elaborate on this a bit. The question is very basic: how to rebuild the world, what to do with this past, or more accurately, with these various pasts and narratives. And could you elaborate on the character of reparations? Someone is interested. Who repairs and how?
Achille, do you want to address the first two questions?
Okay, I will try. There are many paradoxes embedded in the modern colonial project. But the most important, in my opinion, has to do with the belief which is intrinsic to the colonial project, the belief that the world belongs to Europe. I'm talking about European colonialism, in particular in the Americas and in Africa. I have in particular in mind mean, the partition of the continent during the famous conference, in fact, in Berlin. Since the 15th century, that is the fact, the question is, who is it that the earth belong to? And between the 15th century and the 19th century, Europe convinces itself and the rest of the world that in fact, the earth belongs to her. And colonial appropriation rests precisely on that false predicate, according to which we are not all nations, or if you want to use such a word, cultures, or even worse, civilizations, not all of them have a moral equal entitlement to the earth. So the key paradox of colonialism is lies in the implications that not all humans stand on equal grounds in relation to the earth, its resources, its benefits. That is the key contradiction. And from there, everything else unfolds. Appropriation of people, Yvonne mentioned it, 400 years, she didn't use the term, but she was referring partly to the whole Atlantic slave trade, the predation of bodies, the predation of resources, all of which have led to making parts of our world and parts of the continent uninhabitable. The question then being, how is it that we render the world habitable once again? It seems to me that that's what is at the heart of the conversation we are having. How do we make our planet, our world, habitable again for everybody and for everything? How do we learn once again to live with the earth and with each other? If you want to put it, let's say, positively. So that's how I understand, let's say, the paradox of colonialism, to render the earth uninhabitable to many. Now, in terms of underdevelopment, you see, these are categories, frankly, myself, I hardly ever use them. Things like underdevelopment, like poverty, all that language, that vocabulary, that lexicon, which hides more than it reveals. And the concept of underdevelopment, I don't even know whether it's used again these days. It used to be used a lot in the 70s, 60s. I think they have moved to something. They have to, they have to recycle those terms constantly. Yesterday it was underdevelopment, today sustainable development, and tomorrow something else. So we shouldn't take them too seriously, because they hide the key processes that are at work. Now, more interesting is what you, the questioner, puts under the term the role of colonialism in the destruction of culture. Yes, of course it did. Yeah, Sabina was talking about the artifacts that are housed in Western museums. It's not simply the artifacts. Behind the artifacts, I mean, huge knowledge of plants, knowledge of other species. You have all kinds of crafts behind one artifact. You have chains of communication between the living and the dead, and the cosmos at large, entire worldviews that were broken. People were left with the objective support for writing their own existence in continuity with generations that came before, generations coming after, the whole capacity to reproduce life, to get life going on, point I started with. That's what is at stake. I don't even mention the bones. Sabina mentioned them. There is no Western ethnographic museum which is not built on African bones. What do we do with that? What does a term such as restitution entail when, in fact, at the end of the day, what is at stake is indeed our bodily integrity. So it's all of those issues, the crippling of the imagination by the forces of theft and rape and predation, which are still going on, of course. They are going on in an even more accelerated way, because colonialism nowadays is, I would argue, techno-molecular. We have entered a new epoch of techno-molecular colonialism, in the sense that it insinuates itself in the very fibers of life. Life itself seen under the strictures of neoliberalism as something to be bought and sold, which makes some of us argue, at least metaphorically, about the becoming black of the world. That now, we used to be the only ones who were bought and sold. Nowadays, we are all threatened to become black. I don't know what to make of it, but if you want, I mean, those are the kinds of issues that preoccupy a number of us in the continent and elsewhere.
Opposing so clearly the question of habitability, planetary habitability, to the two concepts of property and ownership and their imperial roots, because I think that is something that is really urgent to understand better in this whole discussion about reconstruction, is the dialectical entanglement, the material base or relationship, that, you know, the degree to which the whole discourses of the human, of reason, of freedom are predicated on material relations of ownership and self-ownership, and those who supposedly, etc. And also this entire dark side of which some of the enlightenment, of which some would just wish that it finally just disappears, of course, cannot disappear without understanding the material predicates. Yvonne, do you want to address the question that was posed to you?
Okay, you know, thank you for the question. Look, what do we do? You know, we can answer that question. The same number of people in the world will probably have a response to that particular question. I'd still maintain that the starting point is what I think the Jesuits call an examination of conscience, both individual, societal, and cultural. The daring to look within, to confront the darkness, to confront the demons, to bring them out. They're not that frightening, even though they're awful. To be able to say, yes, great-grandpa was a real so-and-so. And to be able to articulate that which hurts the person within, and then to present it to the offended party, to speak it, and to trust that in the process of the pronunciation there might be forgiveness. Forgiveness is not guaranteed, but it can be a hope. That would be a place to begin the deep conversations that we actually needed to have, and we have longed to have. From that place of possibility, the imagination is liberated. Those of us who are artists, I would love to work with a whole group of people to imagine, to, you know, create a story for and film the possibility of the world that is dreamt, and to put it out there. The artist can do that, and everyone in their particular areas can explore what the possibility of the called-in future looks like, and a very practical way of how to begin the repair is, look, those items, those stolen items in the museums do not belong to Europe. Find a way to bring them back. There should be no politics about the restoration, and it doesn't matter where they go. It's actually none of your business. But the stolen goods need to be returned. But if they're not going to be if they're not going to be returned, then let's stop pretending that there's any interest in doing anything. Just say that, yes, as part of our cultural imperative we are thieves, and that is part of who we are. And then we can move on, you see. We can move on rather than have this thing lurking between us that generates all sorts of resentments and endless conversations. I'll stop there because I know we're running out of time, but there was another question as who repairs. In the Catholic confessional, the one who repairs is the one who feels his or her conscience struck the most, the one who becomes very aware of a wound that needs to be repaired, needs to be satisfied. And again, we're talking about planetary consciousness, but individual consciousness becomes very important in the trajectory of who repairs. And it's not necessarily restricted to say the European. We too have our own areas in which repair is needed, as Africans, as Kenyans, or as individuals in the world.
Thank you, Yvonne, Achille, and Sabine. An apology to everybody else that we went over time, or that we took away some of the lunch break time. To my understanding, the afternoon session resumes at the time that is indicated. I think that's the only way also technically, because there might be a whole other group of participants or listeners joining in, but it still gives you almost an hour of a lunch break right now. Before the lecture of Susan Buck-Morss, The Need and Desire to Make World History Again. A very warm thank you, and of course we could have gone into many more details. It was really a very generous and instructive panel, and I hope that these conversations continue in another form very soon. So thank you again, Sabine, Yvonne, and Achille, and wishing you all a very nice lunch break now.
Yeah. Thank you, Anselm, and thank you, Sabine and Achille. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So, guten Morgen, guten Mittag und guten Abend überall auf der Welt. Wir sind
Good afternoon and welcome back from around the world to what's opening the last part of our conference on the reconstruction of the world. Over the next hour and a half, I'll be your moderator. My name is Mario Neumann. I work with Medico International in PR. And I'll be the moderator for the lecture with Susan Buck-Morss and the following panel on revolutions today. So there's two topics to be addressed: world history and revolution. And we've got an entire 90 minutes to cover it, which is a tight plan, admittedly. After that, we'll have a forum on the human rights revolution, and then the final lecture of the conference on world society in the making. And earlier in the evening, at least by Central European time, we'll then have the final panel. Now, in order to not lose any more time, we'll dive right into Susan Buck-Morss's lecture. Susan Buck-Morss is a senior professor for political sciences at the Graduate Center of CUNY in New York City. She teaches European political philosophy, and one of her focus topics is the critical theory of the Frankfurt School. So also intellectually, she's located right where we are at the moment. And in her work, she combines the different academic disciplines, amongst others, history of arts and architecture, philosophy, history. She's the author of numerous books, two of which I'd like to mention. One is on Haiti, A New Universal History, the background literature to this conference, really. And we also have to admit that quite a bit of this conference was fed from that book. And a second book of hers is Revolution Today, which is pretty much the name of our panel here, where we just added an S, the plural S. Susan, we are so happy to have you with us, and we're really looking forward to your talk. In recent days, I received quite a few messages from friends who are also looking forward to your presentation, and they told me that you were an inspiration to them in different situations in their life. And one of these stories I'd like to share with you, it's an activist and political problem, which was one that you helped a friend out of in class, and the other one was of studying Hegel at university. So having said that, we're looking forward to getting an insight into the range of your thinking and also your talk now, the need and desire to make, again, world history. The floor is yours, Susan. The floor is yours, Susan. You can start if you want to. Can you hear us, Susan? Can you hear us at all? Ask again if you can hear us. Doesn't look like it. Checking again. Can Susan hear us?
Should I? No, I guess not.
You can start. Kann vielleicht jemand im Chat schreiben, dass
Maybe somebody can tell her in the chat that she can start.
Sound.
wir müssen gerade Susan Buck-Morss noch ein Zeichen geben, dass
We just have to let Susan know that we can hear her.
I can't hear you.
kann bitte jemand
Somebody in the back office, please let Susan know that we can hear her. She can start her lecture.
So I have no earplugs, and I can't read it. Send me a chat. Yeah, but it's very hard. Is it supposed to be like that? That I don't hear you. That's supposed to be it. I can start. Okay, it's very weird if I don't see you, but okay. No, normally you should hear us. Would someone try it? Because it's very isolating to sit here halfway around the globe or a third of the way around and not to hear you, not to feel like I'm contacting someone. It's very difficult to feel any kind of connection. We practiced it and it worked fine. Particularly because I'm going to disappear and you're only going to see my screen. Can you make some connection? It's very difficult. You will hear us. Technics is working on this. Okay, should I start? Okay. Okay, here I go. It's crazy. So I am going to share with you I can't tell you how alienating this feels not to hear the people with whom I'm supposedly connected. Okay, but I assume that will be fixed somewhere along the line. So I'll begin and say first, thank you so much. This is really an extraordinary endeavor and one that had to be improvised because we couldn't be in person. But I think the learning of the improvisation has been terrific, really impressive, because we are seeing what Zoom can do and how we can connect in different ways and ways that are very clearly more healthy for the planet. And so I commend you, and I'm really pleased to be a part of this. I'm a little sleepy because I had to get up at 5 o'clock to hear my friend Achille. So I got most of the morning session. And now what I'm going to talk about, I pulled material which is always for me connected with images. I pulled it from my own archive, and hopefully some of this will make sense with what other people are talking about and thinking about. I can't guarantee that it will go extremely smoothly because it's been improvised as far as the connection is concerned. Okay, now it's time for me to start the slideshow. So I start with the neoliberal global disorder, and this is just to review. I mean, there are many issues that I think there's a consensus about as far as a new politics would be concerned. And so for me, the most frustrating part of it, the most difficult part, or the one perhaps that demands most clearly a total revolution, as people have said in the last few days, is the fact that global capital, global ecology, global pandemics, all of this is something that we have to confront with the limitations of national politics in the classic way. In other words, the only place we really have power that we don't have to create in a new form is on the national level, if we have power there. And this indicates that none of these problems can be resolved within the old political structures, not just the unequal political structures, but the very structure of national sovereignty itself. So this is something that for me is, I'm going to try to show evidence that there is work going on, that we have to remember that work has been done, and that we may be further toward developing a new political culture than in our moments of desperation we feel. So if it is true that national populations are losing control, not only over capital, but over the social commitments of their governments as well, under these conditions, politicians easily appeal to nationalism in attempts to deflect the real structural inequalities by fostering an exclusionist, racist, and anti-immigrant response within domestic politics, undermining the powerful global solidarity that resistance movements in the past decades have in fact achieved. So in terms of global capitalism, here's Piketty's graph of Anglo-Saxon countries, but also emerging countries. And my point here is simply we cannot just talk about the global south or the global north in terms of income disparities or indeed the enormous inequities of capitalism, as there is now one success for democracy globally, and that is whoops, okay, I don't have that image. The image is of the fact that billionaires exist in communist China, they exist in the global south of India, they exist in Nigeria and other places of Africa, they exist in Brazil and other places in South America. In other words, the ruling capitalist class has become interracial, intercultural, and has achieved a level of integration that is, ironically, the success of these goals inside of an unequal order. I wanted to bring Piketty and Streeck into the conversation. I don't think they've been on the agenda yet. Piketty is trying to propose international participatory socialism, democratic participation in defining the public good, when public today is global in regard to pandemics, climate crises, and massive economic inequality. He wants a redistribution of the taxation system, new institutional systems. Now, obviously, this is a matter of political will. And given the national competitions, Streeck is pessimistic regarding the feasibility of all of this. And hence in my country, we're trying to return to some sort of democratic socialism under Biden. That is totally inadequate, of course, as a response. So there is a real crisis in the alternatives that are in front of us today. But I do want to point out one interesting phenomenon when it comes to the global economic systems. You're seeing now the very primitive pre-computer attempts of the Soviet Union to centralize the economic production. And if you follow these little lines down to the very end, you will see that even matchsticks were part of the general plan. But for Chile, there was an attempt to use, at that time, very primitive computers under Allende to produce a way to centralize information and then give it back again to local factories, local towns, et cetera. And so that this is the way the Central Committee looked. And so one wonders what socialism is capable of, given the technologies of the computer age. But in the meantime, we have to remember, of course, we know the crisis is systemic for capitalism, but this is something we share. There's no place that is immune to these crises. So Southeast Asian financial crisis of 1997, Argentina 1998, USA 2008, and now under pandemic conditions, a global crisis of capitalism again. So there's nothing redeeming about capitalism. It leads to precarity, not just for some people, but for us all. And I think here I will find the image I was looking for before of the distribution of billionaires in US dollars across the globe. And although there's inequality of their distribution, we cannot make a geographical distinction between the haves and the have-nots. This is a different kind of problem that we're facing. Yet for the majority of us, and even those who are okay, but living under precarious positions, we wake up on the wrong side of capitalism enough to identify with this rather brilliant slogan that came out of the Occupy Wall Street movement. We are the 99%. If you had said 100%, that would have been hyperbole, but 99% has this lovely hole in the idea of universality. There's a lack of completeness to any universal statement. In a book that I wrote that came out in the year 2000, I compared the development of modernity in the West with the development of modernity in the Soviet Union. And the real tragedy at that time was that this conflation of history as progress leading to modernity was conflated with an economic system of modernization through industrialization and particularly heavy industry, so that these steel factories in Russia were constructed with the help of unemployed United States architects who had no work because they were in the middle of a Great Depression, but at this time in the 1930s, the Soviet Union was flourishing. And so they mimicked in the Soviet Union the models of modernization of the West. So for instance, this is the Hoover Dam, completed in 1936. And here is the attempt to have hydroelectric power in the Soviet Union. So this real lament on my part is that capitalism could only be imagined as a kind of mimicking of the very, very ecologically destructive development of the West, even though visionaries like Melnikov could imagine a solar pavilion for the Green City, which would be, where the energy would be through solar power. So that is a real tragedy for me of the 20th century and of the traditional notion of revolution that came out of Marx and modernity itself. And if we look at a city like Brasilia, in Brazil, it's a beautiful city. It's the dream world of modernity on many levels. And Brazil built it within, I think, 5 years or something. It was a 5-year plan. And it's extraordinary as a kind of fantasy of modernity. But in 2016, this is Guanabara Bay in Rio de Janeiro, where the Olympics were to be held. And the disaster of the pollution of the water is quite clear. But I don't have to put up Brazil. I can put up any place in the world. We are all aware of this crisis. This danger is something which makes the political will, makes us aware, gives us a desire for a political will that still needs a revolution, lots of them. But how will the idea of revolution survive the passing of that modernity to which it has owed its political life? That is my question. And I don't think these wonderful words. I don't know if they're still up on Humboldt University, but what I think I heard several times during the past few days is that what we're involved in here is not just a theoretical analysis, but a mode of action. Again, I'm emphasizing here the will, the desire to do something. And yet the question remains, Lenin's question, what to do? And the question actually was borrowed from 19th century Russian writers. And in trying to figure out what to do, we're dealing with a moral question, we're dealing with a practical question, and we should not be afraid to enter the realm of morality. I am pretty much satt in German. I'm pretty much fed up with the idea that all we can do is lament the horror. There's a lot to do, and the sooner we get at it, the better. But we've learned something in the 20th century. Aha, I see, I can't see part of my screen because I have this thing that's in the way. We've learned something in the 20th century, and here are a couple of the things I think we can agree went wrong with the old idea of the revolution. One is that Marxist revolutions have not happened in advanced economies, but rather in Russia, China, Cuba. This means there is no blueprint of history, no stages of development. No one is ahead, no one is behind. There's no waiting room in history. There is no metaphysics of history, no inevitability of revolution that might justify party dictatorship. That was, as the kind of vanguard of the working class. These are important lessons to learn. And as a consequence, it seems to me, in our actions, experiments in political culture need to replace the idea of party vanguardism. No one knows what we should be doing. And that's why I thought it was very important that in the discussion of Maria 2.0 and aid given to refugee camps, it's very important to have the people in the camp engaged in saying what needs to be done, right? This is not something for the party to decide. It is something for that has to be the consequence of dialogue and respect for listening to others and the dignity of what they have to say. I'm also thinking, I mean, there's a possibility there that there could be instead of the space of the refugee camp being this kind of frozen land of no one belonging, there could be a production of political culture within these, as there is evidently, when they have people listening to what it is that they need when they organize to make their own solutions to the problems at hand. You know, we also know that historical development is not automatically progress. This is, in my lifetime, really one of the hardest myths to give up, right? The idea of progress, if we give it up really, it is extremely deep, extremely deep. And one of the phrases that has become important for the movements of the 21st century is Benjamin's statement that Marx said the revolutions were the locomotives of history. Perhaps it is otherwise, the reaching of humanity riding in that train for the emergency brake. And this images of emergency brakes went around in a lot of the demonstrations that happened in 2011, 12, and after that. And it's totally profound, and I realize every day how profound it is when I teach the modern thinkers, or when I think myself in modern terms, because history is the myth of modernity. It's history that makes modernity think that matriarchy was superseded by patriarchy, that primitive societies were superseded by developed ones, that Western societies were historically advanced, and that modernity supersedes traditional societies and traditional answers. It's very hard to give this up. And it seems to me it's a little bit of a fig leaf to talk about, different temporalities, unless we really understand them in an existential way as opposed to a descriptive way of time in the historical sense. So history, anyway, I've been working on a new project where I found that every time I even want to use the word history, I'm importing into that discussion some sort of notion of progress, where the facts of the past are assembled in vertical slices of history belonging to particular groups or identities, and that these particular groups or identities are moving at different speeds toward a future, which is, if it's imagined as progress, makes us assume that the people who are ahead are actually winning, when that may not indeed be the case. So I find this phrase of Benjamin, which then comes up all over. It's one of the most quoted quotes in contemporary discussions of politics. So I want to look at who the agent of revolutionary change might be today, and say that that against Lukács, the working class is not the subject-object of history, and therefore, but this is the glory of it, there are no primary and secondary contradictions. That, of course, is a reference to the way Marxists, in their traditional sense, would look at something like feminism or racism. They would be secondary contradictions to the primary contradictions between the working class and the capitalist class. But it's also true that the revolutionary collective is not the universalization of an abstraction on any level. So, I mean, I'm really against identity politics in the sense that it produces these groups where everybody is supposed to be the same because they are subsumed under this abstract category of identity. But we see here then an enormous an efflorescence of movements on the street of different groups. And these are just some, I mean, I could search and search and search to find images to show you here. But it reminds me that we do have a lot in common. We are working toward common goals, even if there is no uniform revolutionary class. And of course, I'll pause here because that the revolution will be feminist or it will not be, I consider a founding principle of any revolution of the future. So these are movements that are spontaneously evident in so many places of the world that we can't talk about them being a north-south division or east-west division. This is extremely broadly the case, and so we can say that the revolutionary collective is already plural. And this is street art after the Gezi Park demonstrations in Istanbul. I hope it's still there. It's quite beautiful. So I want to turn now to how to assemble these different manifestations of a shared political will, and talk about it in terms of translocal solidarities that might produce a signifying chain across nations and create new intersubjectivities. Because the pictures I've shown you do not fit the borders and divisions of either our epistemological categories or our political categories. And there wasn't enough of this in 2011, but there was a start when a movement in Egypt, the wonderful Tahrir Square demonstrations, brought solidarity with young people in Madison, Wisconsin. And here, solidarity between Dublin and Istanbul against fascism as it manifested itself in that country. And here, we are all Greeks. These are New Yorkers. You can always count on New Yorkers to understand the multicultural necessity of any kind of political movement. And this is standing together with Athens, that was struggling under the austerity of Northern Europe. That's the point I want this to make. And when Ferguson happened in the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement, there was a solidarity with given by the Palestinian people, who here are, the poster says, the Palestinian people know what it means to be shot while unarmed because of your ethnicity. And I just wanted to cite Angela Davis here because it's important. She writes, "I don't know how the movement of Black lives would have unfolded had it not been for the fact that Palestinian activists immediately offered solidarity and were at the forefront of an international solidarity movement that further emboldened people in this country to stand up and fight against police violence." So my point is, we must remain visible to each other. Tiananmen Square in 1989. China is an interesting case, and Yvonne earlier this morning was talking about how a lot of Africans are looking to China now for education and for a different kind of aid, but it's a big question mark. So I'm talking now about a creation of planetary politics, and this is my answer. In the blurb about my talk, the word universalism was written, and I wouldn't use that word, but planetary politics I might be okay with. Achille used planetary in the same kind of sense. Universal is not what we can embrace, but planetary, I think, puts the emphasis where it needs to be. And here it's true that numbers matter. And here I'm going to start going quickly because I'm afraid that I am not moving fast enough. I'm just going to remind you of the massive demonstrations that occurred. This is Buenos Aires. This is Gezi Park. This is Rio. This is Maidan. This is the International Women's Day March in 2017 in Washington, D.C. And remind us that this all began in 2003 when cell phones were relatively new. And on the day that the United States, or February 15th, there was the first real global protest against the imminent invasion of Iraq. And more than 600 cities took place using this new technology to upload images. These are all from that movement. It was an experimentation with a new technology to produce a planetary politics. It did not succeed. Quite the contrary. The war started by Bush, that following these demonstrations is still haunting us today. So I'm not saying that this is an instrumental political weapon to be used, but I am saying that that there is an evolution of a new politics using a new technology that may take longer than we, with our revolutionary impatience, may like. but a very wise man once told me, actually, the father of Jamie Raskin, who's been on television as because of the impeachment trials here, Mark Raskin used to always say to me, revolutionary patience, we have to have it. I will say just a word about revolutionary violence. There should be no fetishism of revolutionary violence. To me, I'm sorry. I am not, I do not think, I had another image of women in Israel in the armed forces. I don't think that equality in being able to murder the enemy is the way forward. But at the same time, there should be no fetishization of the law. And this I find absolutely chilling. This quotation by Reverend Martin Luther King, never forget that everything Hitler did in Germany was legal. Another phrase that has come up, and it's in good Frankfurt School style, is expressed in the negative. No human being is illegal. It begins as something that referred to the Holocaust and was picked up by this immigration lawyer to talk about the ban against Muslims immigrating or coming into the United States in any way. It led to this is in New York at Kennedy Airport. People immediately went out and with these signs saying no human is illegal. And then this sign went viral in a kind of beautiful way. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is if we have some revolutionary patience, the way to prevent an end of democracy is to make democracy the means. Listen to others, see what other people are doing, keep visible to each other, keep on the streets, keep persistent. And this is an example of one of the successful revolutions that's happened rather recently. I'm leaving it to the translators to translate the captions and probably shouldn't. So just fall is the word for the government, just fall, that's all. And indeed, there was a successful overthrow. It's not clear that there will be a successful transfer of power. But these events do happen. Al-Bashir was toppled in 2019. But the question is, are we in a situation where the transitional government will not actually give power to others? And here we have Hong Kong. It's still going on. People are being extremely brave because the oppression has been consistent. Look what's happening in Moscow. In Eastern Russia, not just Petersburg or Moscow. And here just very recently against Putin proposing that he have unlimited stay in power. Black Lives Matter, of course, in the last year has spread globally. This is Nigeria. Again, I'm sorry because there's not enough time to read all of this, but and I think the translators are probably just translating my voice and not everything else. But here, for instance, Black Lives Matter having sympathy or solidarity demonstrations in France, in Köln, in Frankfurt. And Chile, which is still struggling to protest against repression. The bravery is extraordinary. The bravery is extraordinary, but also is aided by a sense that this is a planetary movement. There are, however, the dangers of reaction. The Rabat massacre in Egypt, where almost 1,000 demonstrators lost their lives. And this one I want to focus on because, Saeed, you're on the panel, and one cannot forget that the Syrian demonstrations following 2011 in Egypt, these wonderful demonstrations, extraordinary demonstrations in Damascus in Syria, led to this kind of destruction when the government came down really hard. And this is a still, Saeed, from your still recording. And I'd like to talk about that. I mean, we have so much lack of success because the state is still extremely powerful. And not only that, but it's a proxy war. This is a kind of outsourcing of that we've been talking about, of the crises of all sorts. And Minsk is another example where a fantastic demonstration was put down with horrible results. So what I want to talk about is, how do we keep the solidarity, the political will, the enthusiasm for change alive, given the enormous repression that those who are struggling on the streets are always in danger of facing. And would someone tell me how much time I have left? Because I can't hear, and I don't know. And I don't know when we began, and I can't get out of this. So let me just try to move ahead quickly here. I just want to put two other things on the table. How much time? Put up fingers, how much time? It's through. Okay, thank you. Let me just go through images to say we don't always know what we're looking at. Glissant's idea of opacity I consider absolutely necessary. I would take you through the whole problem of Arendt misreading this photograph if I had the time, but I can't. And last, I want to say that I think there's a new aesthetic form that is supporting this global politics, or this planetary politics. And the aesthetic form is one of framing incompatible frames and finding unexpected comrades. And I would love to talk a lot about this film by Milo Rao, which was considered a part of this conference, but we have no time, so I won't. I'll just maybe keep this image up and hope that I have sound when I come back to the end of this discussion. Okay, that's it. So I have no sound. I can't hear.
Susan, can you hear us?
Susan, can you hear us? Susan, can you hear us? Susan, can you hear us now?
Okay.
Can you check the sound volume at your computer? Our technicians think the problem is in your computer, or try to use earplugs.
Okay. Wie sollen wir jetzt machen?
Okay.
Wie sollen wir weitermachen?
Should we move on?
So we didn't assume there was going to be a problem. Everything was great.
Okay, aber können wir dann zumindest kurz das...
Okay, could we then move on with the next speaker?
Und ihr habt ja heute Morgen...
Right, so this morning you saw our control deck. We hopefully we'll be able to solve this technical issue, and we'll directly continue with our forum. We're running a few minutes late, but still. Someone could show me the time also, the speaker says. Right, so we can continue. We'll get started right away. So, Susan hopefully is able to hear us now. Our other panelists are being connected in. Thank you, Susan, for this very quick and short overview. I look at the last few decades of our history of revolutions, and that in fact means that I have a lot less to say, what I meant to say as by way of an introduction. It also shows, however, what the situation that we are in is like when we're talking about something like global revolution, which is the aim for today. With everything that you've just said, we have realized, I believe, that it's incredibly complex. We could take each and every one of these events and talk about it for an entire weekend. And yet there is something in all of this that is simple, and that it's worthwhile to look at this simplicity and what can be shared thanks to that, despite the thousands of kilometers of distance, different cultures of protests, different situations that people are struggling in. That there seems to be something in all of this that at least potentially belongs together in its heterogeneity. So, revolutions today, and that goes back to not only what Susan said, but also to the pictures that she showed us. Today, again, we're talking about revolution, not only because the situation of the world is disastrous and miserable, as we've heard throughout the last few days. This world is not only a world characterized by borders, by patriarchy, racism, and violence. We live in a world of unrest, of uprisings, of social movements, of counterpower, a world in which despair is exploding, but it is also a world of social imagination, a world where other relationships, other subjectivities, another common and planetary conscious is not only thinkable, but there are attempts of breathing life into it. Including on the streets. And in all of this, we see ourselves reflected. From this, we draw inspiration. We are driven by it. We are encouraging each other. And I think it is fair to say that without being too much of an optimist, considering the history of the world. Now, to put it in very specific terms, and this takes me to our forum and what we want to talk about specifically now, the need for or the wish for a political and social revolution in the world is part of the history, and it's specifically a part of the history of the last few days. That is what we want to recapitulate, to talk about, also by looking at examples, looking to Syria, amongst other things. And Susan also touched on some examples. The people want to bring down the regime. This is what for 10 years now has been echoing all over the world, this cry, and it's not being silenced. It's very simple, but it's something that people worldwide find themselves reflected in their needs, and they are taking to the streets in their very own ways. And the same happened in Syria 10 years after the civil war, which started in 2011, had its beginnings in 2011. Now there are 500,000 people who died, millions of people who have been displaced, a proxy war, and the inability of the international community to respond. The Syrian question about democracy and emancipation has also become globalized. That too is part of this sad story, literally, not only in 2015 and in the European Summer of Migration, as it was called, have there been calls for democracy and emancipation that also were heard in Europe and that also changed this continent and have left their traces. This is what we'll talk about with Said Al-Battal. Hello, welcome. Said is a filmmaker, now based in Leipzig and in Berlin. However, when he was 20 years old, he came from Damascus and went to Douma, city freed by the rebels, and along with a friend, he documented with a camera what the rebels were doing. And as a result of that, this film still recording came about. 500 hours of camera footage were used to create it. From that, footage was selected. It's been awarded numerous prizes and in fact can also be watched as part of our event here. So welcome once again, Said. We're happy to have you here. So that was 2011, but 2019 also. And in the months prior to the pandemic, we have seen that world history is characterized by strife and struggle, maybe even more so than it's ever been the case. Uprisings in Ecuador, in Algeria, in Hong Kong, in Iraq, in Iran, in France, in Haiti are just some examples. They are and were supported by new civil societies and radical social movements such as Black Lives Matter, Fridays for Future, and the global feminist revolt. In Chile, the place of birth of liberalism, during the revolt at the end of 2019, at a bank where normally those would sit who collect debts and who it was written, "You owe us a life." That may be a good slogan for the planetary revolution, something we can talk about. So on the basis of an uprising starting by students who protested against an increase in fares by 3 cents, a criticism of neoliberalism arose that continues until today. And it has seen global feedback, and the feminist collective also performed and also symbolized the spirit of the Chilean uprising, same as the flag of Mapuche did, that was flying everywhere over the squares. So this was an uprising that went beyond borders, not only the outer borders of the country, but also inner borders and barriers. And whether it will stay like that and what will happen as regards a new constitution, this is what we want to discuss with Pirina Ferretti. Welcome, we're glad to have you. She is a Chilean sociologist, and she focuses mainly on the production of subjectivity under neoliberalism. She is a member of the Nodo 21 Foundation, which is a forum for anti-neoliberal feminists and the democratic left. Welcome. Now, it's impossible to take everything that plays into this, as we saw during Susan's presentation, and put it all into 1 hour. But we have agreed that we want to look at 2 questions specifically. The first part is that we want to discuss the question of how these new movements, new struggles, new uprisings are composed and how they challenge traditional perceptions of the world. And the second question that we want to discuss, and that we have to discuss, of course, also because we have Said here, is the question of the response to uprisings and revolts, to massive political violence that uprisings are confronted with, which also characterized the last 10 years. And in Chile, too, Pirina is speaking of state terrorism against the people. Said and Pirina, the stage is yours. Said will start, and then he'll be followed by Pirina, and then Susan has the floor for a short response, and then we'll start involving the audience. We also have Julian Töwe here, who has some comments regarding the technical issues, some housekeeping. Welcome. Julian, go ahead. Yes, welcome. Welcome to Backstage on behalf of Chrissy and myself. My name is Julian Töwe. I'm co-moderating the forum. And time and again, people have questions about the interpreting feature. If you look at a Zoom at the bottom, there's a row and there is an interpreting feature where you can select the language. If you do not see the button, if it's not being shown to you, you'll have to download and install the Zoom app. Alternatively, you can watch the YouTube streams that are in either German and English. And we have an active audience who's also participating. And we'd like to encourage the audience to ask questions in the Q&A section only. And please, when you post a question, also write down at whom you are directing your question. And I will select some of your questions and direct them at our participants here. So thank you to the audience for getting active and being part of this. I look forward to an exciting discussion.
I would like to start by thanking Thomas and his team for the great job and standing up for the difficulties of the internet and the connection online and how we can make all of this happen in the new age of the internet. And I would also would like to start by saying that it is true that I come here as a director, and I am here also as a participant of the Syrian revolution since 2011, since the moment that the revolution really started, and also as an eyewitness for all of this. And for that, I would like also to bring to the table some ideas. One of the first idea I want to say that revolution is a process open to everybody, and therefore everybody can join. That's why a simple working guy in Syria could join revolution in 2011 and end up as one of the main military leader of the armed revolution after 10 years. And this is also open the door to a big question of how the world see the revolution and how the revolution see itself. Because I think from the outside, there's a lot of heroism seen in the revolution came from the inability for others, and by others I mean everyone who's not affected directly by what's happening on the ground in Syria or any other place where the revolution starts, about why people will face difficulties and why people will stand up to death in sake of freedom and in sake of change, radical change of what's happening in their life. And I think one of the main answers for this is the understanding of the people that not all life is life, and some life is worse than death, and merely life is not accepted anymore. That's why people would stand in front of death, because they are seeking for a better future for this. So that's why standing up to death is so much coming from seeking for a new life and putting on the table a red line of blood that would not accept the new wave of, or the new generation or the new upcoming future to be exactly the copy of the past. And this is also take us immediately to the question that everyone is always asking: what or who, what can we do when fighting after the revolution is defeated? But I here have to ask, who's speaking of what? And after 10 years in Syria, it's very common to say that the revolution had defeated, but then who's saying this and who's raising this question is a very important key role to understand all of this. And to understand this, I want to go back to 2011, when the term Arabic Spring came to the table. And I want to remind everyone that Arabic Spring was not how the revolution in Egypt nor the revolution in Tunis back then was defining itself. It was a term coming out directly from Europe, and I don't think this was so innocent. I think this was meant to be to cut the relationship between the Arabic Spring again and from the movement that was happening also all around the world in 2011. I want to remind you there was Occupy Wall Street in America, there was a huge demonstrations in Greek, there was a huge demonstration in Spain, and there was a few attempts were also demonstrations and movement in Iran, and all of this Arabic Spring tried to cut the relationship from the rest of the world and maintain all the movement inside the Arabic dialogue, which I don't understand exactly why and for the benefit of whom. And if we zoom in onto what's happening, for example, in Iraq, why Iraq is super related to Arabic Spring and have nothing to do with the Iranian movement and the Green Revolution, and why the movement in Syria and Lebanon is not related to the movement on Ukraine back since the Orange Revolution until today. And I want to also put in Arabic, it's very different, and it's very clear in Arabic, the opposite of defeat. The opposite
side, and I would directly go to Pirina.
Can everyone hear me? Very good. So thank you. I've just had an echo here, but I'll go on. First of all, I'd like to thank Medico International for inviting me. And also I'd like to thank Susan and Said and Mario, my co-panelist and the moderator. I would like to talk about uprisings and revolt and revolution in Chile. There's quite a bit that coincides with what Susan said and also quite a bit that matches what Said just said. And on that basis, we can then enter into a discussion about these kinds of uprisings and revolts that emerge and emerged at different corners of the world and which are still unresolved. We don't know yet what the process is going to end like because we're still right in the midst of it. In October 2019, there was a very strong social movement, to put it like that, in Chile, as you all know. And that continues to exist. And we're currently going through a process of constitutional change. So that is where we need to redetermine and shape the future of our country in the medium and long term. So this uprising started in Chile, although we are actually a neoliberalist country which has been going that way ever since the 1970s. So since the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. So the modern history of Chile has been going on or lasting the last 50 years. Our society, our culture, and also politics in our country have undergone tremendous changes over that period. If you look at photos or documentary films from the reign of Salvador Allende, for example, you will see that back then there were workers and organizations that were entirely different from the people who took to the streets in October 2019. So this neoliberal process of change was really an in-depth one. It's had been going on for 15 years after all, and it's a very pronounced type of neoliberalism. In our society, it's only about goods and commodities. Everything has been commodified. Water, health, pensions, and that's been the case for 50 years. And we're now seeing the consequences of that. And those are terrible consequences for a very large part of the population. There's more and more elderly people who simply do not get paid enough pension, who can't live off their pensions. Our companies and enterprises, in the meantime, are writing record profits. That's also true, by the way, for the health system. We're quite similar in that respect to the US. For instance, if somebody falls severely ill, then often their family cannot even afford to have their family member taken care of in hospital. And the same is true for students. Often they have to take on a debt which they have to repay over 30 to 40 years in order to go to university. And there are many young professionals who hold 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. A day job as a teacher, for example, and an evening or night job as subway conductors. And that has led to a high level of uncertainty, a constant uncertainty. And that in turn culminated in the October 2019 movement. Because the conditions of living that neoliberalism is pushing on us are simply no longer tolerable. Only 20% of the workers in Chile are unionized, so 80% of all workers in Chile are not represented by any traditional trade union. But still, this movement was not triggered by the government or by the left or any political party, but it was a spontaneously emerging popular movement. Over the first few days, everybody was really shocked, especially the institutions, at the level of spontaneity, but also at the massive nature of this movement. And that's quite a key point, because it goes to show how much power people can actually accumulate by taking to the streets. But at the same time, it shows that it was a completely disorganized kind of mobilization. It came from nowhere, essentially. Since the 1990s, and especially since the 2000 years, there was a counter-movement emerging versus neoliberalism, which got ever stronger. But during the 90s and the first decade of the 21st century, there were largely smaller movements, which, for example, were against territories being nationalized. And also students took to the streets, demonstrating for their right to an education. The same is true for workers protesting. This means the 2019 movement was one that was kind of collecting all kinds of previous smaller movements, also socio-ecological ones, or also a very pronounced feminist movement. In October 2019, then, we were able to see that this social struggle suddenly was getting everybody on board, so to speak, not just students or not just women or not just a particular group, but the entire society. Everybody took to the streets. So society realized that the consequences of neoliberalism to them were no longer tolerable. And we were under the control of companies who were only looking at their own profit. So, for example, when we fall ill, all we represent to them is a business item to any hospital. And when we retire, we're also a business item for the pension fund. And that led to a lot of negative feelings and developments. And that in turn led to this disruption. I also think, though, that this represents a great power, a great force on the one hand, but on the other hand, it also constitutes a problem, because at the moment there is nobody who can politically represent this general negative feeling. The political left, the new left, has committed a great many mistakes. They tried to bundle these social forces, but I think what's got to emerge is a new worker or working class which needs to organize itself, which hasn't yet happened. It's got to happen, though, for them to be able to represent their interests. After all, it's the interests of the very large part of the population. From the 19th to the mid-20th century, that was the age at which trade unions emerged, political parties defending the interests of the working class. And the culmination of that in our country was the Allende government. But since then, a lot of things have changed, and a new working class has emerged, which, as I said, has yet to organize itself. So that's still ongoing. It's a movement that's got to mature yet, that's got to focus, that's got to organize itself. It's a highly interesting process. And I would like to address yet another point, which I would call feminist mobilization. About 5 years ago, in Chile, but also in Argentina and Brazil and other countries of Latin America, we've seen, and this also goes for a number of other countries, that the feminist movement can mobilize society. It's about violence against women, femicides, and since 2016, that movement became stronger than ever in Chile. Before the social revolt in Chile, there had already been a very major demonstration on 8th March, the International Women's Day. So on 8th of March, women would take to the squares in Santiago and other cities of Chile, and they would actually flock there. And on 8th of March 2020, that is before the pandemic forced us all to stay at home, there were 2 million women out on the streets of Santiago with a total population of 6 million. So pretty much every woman in Santiago was out on the street on that day. Streets and squares of Chile. So the question is, what will be the effect of that feminist movement in society? And I do believe that the October revolt in 2019 had actually been prepared by that feminist movement. We were protesting the power structures, the injustice, and that resulted in a general intolerance towards social injustice. So if you want a rebellion that kept spreading and which spread to include the entire society eventually, with also the entire society being now ready to go protesting in the streets, to demonstrate. And we managed to start with private suffering, domestic violence, for example, and move over to developing ourselves into political subjects. So no longer objects of violence or sexual objects, but now political objects, or subjects rather, advocating their rights, protesting for their rights, first individually, but then on a general socialized level, in order to show that the problems that we encountered at home alone weren't individual problems, but structural problems to be addressed by the whole of society. And I think that really spread over into the entire society indeed, this kind of rebellion. And that is what, from October 2019 onwards, we've seen up until the present day. The Chilean people is no longer ready to accept injustice. And that's also what we see when members of the police force are out of bounds or kill citizens. That leads to an immediate reaction in the entire society. And that kind of rebellion, I think, was indeed initiated in that October 2019. A year and a half ago, those in power were still able to say to the outside, oh, our people is very happy, we're doing fine, consumer behavior is developing well, the people agree with everything and are happy. But now we've shown very publicly that that is simply not true. The people are no longer ready to accept that kind of interference, that kind of restriction. To conclude, let me say that government terrorism, the repression executed by the Chilean state and government, which of course existed not just in Chile but in the whole of Latin America, has led to a situation where the political process has become far more brutal and far more militarized. And that kind of oppression has now become a political necessity in order to thus continue to discipline the working class, which is now revolting against neoliberalism. And through the military, Chile, or rather the Chilean government, tries to prevent the Chilean society from democratizing itself, from deciding for ourselves about the questions that affect us all. That was an option we didn't have for 50 years, making a collective decision on the fate of our nation. And this social democratization is what those in power are trying to prevent by way of abusing their power. But the Chilean people will fight against this, will not subject itself. There's a tremendous amount of problems that remain and are as yet unsolved. The problem of the left, as I mentioned earlier, to be taking up the fight of the people and support it. But we still believe that this Chilean movement will not disappear, and we won't just give in. It is a process which is ongoing as we speak, and I'm now very much looking forward to discussing further with Susan, with Syed and Mario about this and other global topics.
Ja.
Thank you. Thank you to the two of you for sharing these insights, which of course would have deserved more time than we were able to give you here. But nevertheless, I believe that it gave us a good impression, and we have a few minutes left for a discussion. And in fact, there's a question here directed at Susan, also against the backdrop of what Said and Perina have said. Susan, you've shown us the pictures, and now we all, of course, share this basic optimism and inherent in it. But nevertheless, there are so many sites, so many locations, but also the composition of these locations, bringing them together, that this is something that's quite indefinite. Said said everybody can take part. Perina said there's an atmosphere, a climate that everyone is sharing, but is that really an indication that we are part of a process that makes a planetary revolution thinkable? Or is it to say that people are dissatisfied, they're taking to the streets and they share their feelings, but yet there is not a lot of indication that this could go deeper and that there's something really bringing them together that they share?
So I'm on. Yeah. I should turn off the. Yeah. Okay. No, because I'm getting an echo now. Oh, I have to take these off, I guess. But then, of course, I don't hear you. Okay. But thank you. It's so good to actually hear people, and Said, your comments were just wrenching, and one's inadequacies become totally clear. And Pierina, I have a special connection to Chile because of working for Allende's Orlando Letelier and when I was in graduate school. So I mean, there are these connections that people have. They're incomplete. They're partial. They're not the center of our lives, which is like for me right here in this room. This is why it was so frustrating not to be able to even hear you hearing me, as opposed to, because we really feel somewhat caged. Yes, but I think we're already there in a way. I mean, in a sense, because this forum has made possible a kind of sharing of our frustrations, of our non-identities. We're in totally different situations. There's no doubt about that. But we're still talking. We're still aware of it. We know the other thing is not working. I mean, it was even when the pandemic hit and suddenly you could not do what you did yesterday at all. It was tragic and difficult, but a little part of your brain said, oh, this is what a revolution, a real revolution would be like. Suddenly, the old way is gone. And you could just have a little bit of a feeling of what something else, yes, something else could happen, because suddenly the entire world is acting differently. So if we turn that dialectically into something that would not be a pandemic, but be something that could, we don't have to realize it. We can't, I mean, someone said we have to have a conscience rather than consciousness. I think that's very nice, but we also need consciousness to change. And the consciousness has got to be, we know the old is not going to work. So let's not go down that path, and let's keep open. Is the problem neoliberalism, or is it being bombed by governments? You know, is China a salvation or not? I'm a little concerned with the idea that China, I mean, or English, I know English, but we speak it. Everybody here is somehow, it's, you know, there's the Greek of it, it wasn't Greek, it was koine in the first century. I just wrote a book on the first century. Koine means common. It happened to be Greek. The Romans had to speak Greek if they wanted to be understood in Syria at the time. So can we just think of English as this common thing lying around that, do we have to always identify it with a people or whatever? Of course, it has that background, but we'll never get out of the background if we keep going back to it. I don't know what it is like to live in a war. I don't know what it is like to live in a refugee camp. This is where I wanted to go with. It's not easy by looking to know. It's not easy to put yourself in someone else's shoes. It's almost impossible. But that doesn't mean that we don't keep doing it. It's like translation, the untranslatable. Nothing's translatable, but we keep doing it. And that persistence in the face of impossibility, I find is a form of resilience, a form of affirmation, not giving up, right? So this, and I want to say something else about the common themes of this conference. I'm even stronger a feminist at the end of this than I am the beginning, because what one of the speakers I think calls a masculine mandate doesn't function in so many of the discussions and the ways people are looking at things. When Achille spoke about essentially the master-slave dialectic, he did mention workers, but he also mentioned caregivers, and many of them were women who cared for, were wet nurses and cooks and everything for the men who then somehow were these autonomous modern individuals. I think there's infinite revolutionary possibility in not women, because we know women voted for Trump as opposed to not voting for Trump. I mean, women as a category is not what we're after, but the understanding that from Putin to every dictator in the world today, the masculine mandate is one of violence. So to resist violence is a terrible choice, but the violence itself, it's not men who do it, but it's a kind of perception of strength and sovereignty. I mean, war is precisely what's been on the table here as well. That simply people have got to refuse. They've got to refuse. And I don't mean resistance is refused, or even armed resistance. This is the importance of the dilemma that one is in when the system itself is violence. How does one struggle against it? So I remain, I wanted one more thing. There's a notion of universality I'd like to put on the table, and it would be to get away from the notion of partisanship, as if I have the truth and you're wrong, and I'm going to get rid of you because you don't understand properly, and to replace it with the idea of partiality, partial. I see a partial situation. You see a partial situation, and that's why we need each other, because there is no total picture. And that's what I was trying to get at with the aesthetics that it seems to me works today and works in Milo Rao's film, because he frames incompatible frames.
that are all there in the same space. So it's a new kind of social realism. It's not socialist realism. It's not pro-working class in some sort of simplistic way. Those are the good guys and the capitalists are the bad guys. There is this constant need to understand the superimposition of incompatible modes or epistemologies and practices, and to allow ourselves, and this I think goes beyond dialectics, to allow ourselves to live in that plurality of epistemological frames, and not to lose hope or feel guilty or powerless in that context.
I think I'm through. Uh-oh, I'm not hearing.
Ist auf eine bestimmte Art nicht vorbei.
So what do you think about, with this experience after year 10 of civil war, regarding the question of hope, and when has there been a loss, and when is something really over? Said, can you hear me?
One problem is I can hear you only in German. So anyway, I will try to comment 2 points, and those 2 points are, I think, the new revolution wave that started, I would say, a little bit with 2005 in Lebanon against the Syrian regime there, and continue till today, have taught us something that we tend to forget, but also
I would like to follow up on this directly with a question to Pirina. You were saying that there's a process of maturity ongoing where you are, and that the traditional left did not manage to do certain things. And I'd be interested in hearing more about this process of maturity, and also touching on this idea of speaking the language of the streets. But before I do that, let me ask Julian whether he has some more questions. I would expect that the chat is exploding, isn't it? Thank you, Mario. In fact, we have a great number of questions that have been submitted here, and I'll just choose two. One is directed at Said. The question is, as part of the revolutions, has it become clearer for people what life is worth living for? So beyond rejecting the regime, has it become clear what they are striving or fighting for? And then question at Pirina, what is it that is driving women in Chile to go against government terrorism and machismo? What is it that enables these people to really resist?
Danke, Julian.
Thank you, Julian. I suggest first Pierina, then Syed, then Susan, and that unfortunately will also have to be your concluding remarks. We figured that the time would be way too short, but that's the way it is, unfortunately. Pierina, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Obviously, I'd love to have lots more time to discuss at length. But as for the question regarding the left, again, going into details here would take quite a while. But I think, in short, what we had in Chile was a process we've also seen in other countries, which is that the leftist center, say the traditional social democrat territory, advocating universal human rights for all. Well, after Pinochet, there was this center-left coalition, and neoliberalism under that center-left government was actually even deepened, was able to gain an even firmer hold. The privatization of the education sector, of the health sector, actually progressed further, also under that government. And that way, the left, in a way, lost its justification, its purpose, and that is what we're feeling the effects of now. At the end of the 80s, when the Pinochet government came to an end, more than 90% of Chileans had very clear political ideas and wishes. Most were voting for parties of the center and the left. And now that's turned around. There's a great many people who have no clear political orientation or preference anymore whatsoever. And that in a country where less than half of people entitled to vote actually go to vote. This kind of being tired or resigned with the political system, of turning away from politics, is not really surprising, because the center-left parties, which took office as revolutionaries who wanted to nationalize all means of productions, they really didn't do well. They didn't deliver in their political decisions after the dictatorship. They screwed up, if you want. And there are movements which did not join up to that model, but they too have a problem with connecting to the real Chile. I mean, there is new types, new forms of consumption, new ways of organizing one's life, and that is not really represented anywhere politically. So certain workers in extremely precarious conditions aren't even represented by any political party or movement. A lot has simply been left undone. Nobody ever took it up, neither politically nor philosophically, on the left. So the so-called new left isn't actually all that new anymore. And a great many topics were simply ignored, were left out. Student movements, for example. And also, this new left now has to confront the task of newly understanding, newly discussing, newly analyzing the new Chile. Progress is always difficult and it's always slow. But what's really required now is defining a left ready and fit to address the challenges and problems in the country, and that is fit to do so. So there's different struggles kind of coming together in this one big project now. And at the current point in time, we do not know where exactly we will be heading. We're trying to get it organized. We're trying to combine the various struggles, the feminist struggle, the struggle for better ecological conditions and more environmental protection, and trying to reconcile that all in one big movement. And that's the phase in which we are currently with the Chilean left. Now, question of women. There are contradictions there too, between the promise of freedom and equality, and for many, many years, we were sold this idea. So women to university, women into the labor and job market, go get a job so you don't depend on your husband, so you don't become like your mother or your grandmother, who were forced to stay at home, who were pretty much prisoners in their own home with no income of their own, no work of their own. And it's education that will get you out of that, will make you independent. And still, there's discrimination, there's women being paid less, there's abuse. And still, women usually have less qualified jobs or jobs that are paid less. And that too is a type of discrimination. And also there's a generation issue. Young women and girls are a lot more rebellious these days as compared to formerly, where violence was simply accepted. And now there's the young generation who will stand up against this, who's not ready to accept that violence against women. So across Chile, there's a lot of contradictions of opposing movements, say, which now all take to the streets and become apparent in this big one protest movement. And there's many ruptures there, also brought about by the political realm. There's the discourse on the one hand, and then there's what we do and feel and experience every day in terms of discrimination.
Lastly, about what
here. Even if we were to continue for another 10 minutes, we would never reach the end. And we'll definitely have to continue this at some point. We'll see how we can get that done. To all of you, let me say thank you very much indeed for your insights and for at least this food for thoughts and the bit of optimism and hope that you and hopefully all of us together have kind of spread out here. Thank you very much indeed. We'll have a very short break and then continue with the next forum. Thank you so much.
Okay. Schönen guten Tag miteinander.
Hello, everybody. I hope that the other two who I would like to welcome for this forum are on. That's Wolfgang Kalek from Berlin and Rodrigo Mundaco from Valparaiso. Wolfgang is the founder of the European Center for Constitutional Human Rights and its legal director. At the moment, he's publishing a book, Specific Utopian Views of Human Rights, which is directly related to our forum. Rodrigo Mundaca from Valparaiso is the national spokesman of his movement for access to clean water and environmental protection, and he's also running for election. My name is Thomas Seiber. I work for Medica International. I'm from Frankfurt. First of all, some housekeeping information. Once again, you can use the chat function, which is important because everybody who wants to can participate via the chat, and the translation channels are available. So you can choose your language if you click on the globe symbol. There's one more special thing, as we've discussed so much, and that's inevitable. After the three presentations, we are going to start with the questions from the chat function immediately. So Anita, as soon as the three of us have finished, we'll take the first questions from the chat function, and our answers will then be our final remarks. And this forum will link up to the previous function directly, and it links up to the same problem which was discussed in the previous forum. That is the problem of revolution and of the circumstance that the revolution itself can get into phases of crisis. Saidan Badal said quite clearly, the end of revolution, when this comes, is decided by the revolutionaries, and it's up to the revolutionaries. So the duration of the revolution is not a matter of its end, but of its interruptions or abortions. And this is what we see again and again, and this is what we would like to discuss in more detail here. And we'll use two terms here, which are in the title of this forum: human rights production and program. And the term of human rights, this comes from more recent critical theory, and it has always also been formed by medical in its program. And this term responds to the most important questions related to revolution. The question for the revolution's duration and the question for its subjects. The duration of a revolution. Many revolutionaries tended to agree about this. It takes much longer than the moment it's often reduced to. It takes much longer than, for example, the storming of the Winter Palace, or what is closer to us, longer than the Free Assembly on Tahrir Square in Cairo. A real revolution, this has been the broad consensus, needs to be a permanent one, a revolution intended for duration. So the problem with this intention is that a permanent revolution may be plagued by interruptions and be aborted. And this is why many tend to fall for this error of reducing the revolution for the storm to the storm of the Winter Palace. Calling the permanent revolution a human rights revolution means that the permanent revolution began with the Declaration of Human Rights in 1789 with the French Revolution, and a few years later it met with its practical globalization with the Haitian Revolution. We call it a human rights revolution because its intermediate results, which are condensed in major events, were put into writing in human rights in a legal and political form. And this becomes visible from the different human rights which we have assigned to ourselves historically. So the political human rights come from the American, the French, and the Haitian revolutions. This is where they were put into writing first, and the declaration of the economic, social and cultural human rights would be unthinkable without the October Revolution. The so-called collective human rights owe their existence mainly to the many anti-colonial revolutions of the global South. Their extremely precarious status shows that this epoch of permanent revolution is not yet completed, but it's only interrupted. At present, among the many continuing struggles, there are special struggles which are also fought directly related to human right, but this time it's not about a new type of human right, but it's rather for enforcing their application also in the production and supply chains of global capitalism. And Medico is involved with its program in many of these human rights struggles. But there are not only differences among the human rights in their character as first political rights, secondly economic, social and cultural rights, and thirdly as collective human rights. They're also distinguished whether they're used in singular or in plural, whether we speak of them in singular or in plural. The singular human right, this is used in the text of the German Socialist International, in the German text, and here it's used synonymous with human dignity. This term is used in practically all societies and cultures and has always been put in a special content. For example, we can say that the term of human dignity in a Christian context is based on the nature of humans as children of God. So being children of God was the reason in the Christian religion that humans have a special and unique dignity. The modern term of human right does not have this one content in which it is put, but it is instead based on the human capability which is inherent in the individual's and social existence to choose freely the content of their existence, so that their own existence, along with others, is determined by themselves in their own responsibility. The singular human right becomes a program. That is, it is a binding declaration for all of us. Program, in fact, comes from Greek programma and means exactly this, a binding public declaration. With its public declaration, the human right in singular, the right for self-determination, is immediately then diversified in its plural of human rights. There is an open list, open for the whole duration of the permanent human rights revolution, which serves as a program, that is, a binding public declaration of what is given in political, economic, social, cultural, and collective terms, and needs to be guaranteed for all of us so that our human right, the singular, can in fact be lived both in the individual and in the social context. Article 28 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights brings together the singular of human right and the plural of human rights by stating, let me quote, "Everyone is entitled to social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized." What is realized today is neither human right in singular, nor the many human rights, nor the international and social order in which they will be realized completely, and this is why the human rights revolution is a permanent revolution, and it's subject to all the individuals, both in the singular and in the plural, who are fighting for the full realization of human rights. Wolfgang Kalek and Rodrigo Mondaca, two human rights activists, so this also means human rights revolutionaries, are now going to explain how this revolutionary struggle can be fought today and must be fought today, taking these periods of interruption of revolutionary struggle into their side. So they will speak about movements like the Chilean mass movement of the last few years, but they will also look at the perspective of the individual who see themselves as human rights activists. So now I've finished, and I'd immediately like to hand over to Rodrigo.
Bien, primero. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to welcome everyone most warmly. If I've understood correctly, I have 15 minutes and I'll try not to take longer. This is your time after all as well. I would like to speak about the remembering the past, about those who in the 70s and 80s were looking for a new solution in Chile and who also had to apply violence, substantive violence, in order to face up to dictatorship. And what I will say will be said against the backdrop of history, and history is key in order to be able to analyze the present and to predict the future. History is dialectic. It's a dialectic that describes how society, nature, and thoughts are formed, and it is on this basis that I would also like to dedicate what I will say to the many who have lost their lives in the context of the uprisings in Chile, the many people who were injured because they were attacked by the police, and thousands of injured people, of people who were arrested, and many public movements that were persecuted by the police. And it is the socio-ecological development and movement in Chile that was trying to put an end to injustice. We would like to emphasize that simple elements such as water and nature should be available to all. In the 70s and in the 80s, 18 Latin American countries experienced a dictatorship. Chile was no exception to that. The first 7 years of the dictatorship regime, Pinochet, was very strict. From 73 through 80, people were brutally persecuted. Social institutions were destroyed. Other ideologies were not tolerated. And beginning in the 80s, terrible cruelty followed from the hands of the dictatorship, and then starting in the 80s on the basis of political movements, the system of exploitation was installed, and to this day, it is here to stay. We're talking about 40 years of exploitation in Chile, which started in the 80s. That was the beginning of neoliberalism in Latin America. It is said that Chile was the cradle of neoliberalism. We were the model pupil. It was in our country that capitalism was taken to its extremes. And the constitution of the 19 80s was such that the state was described as a subsidiary state, that is, something that could intervene in those activities and parts of the market where the private sector or private entities were active. It was a constitution that gave us the freedom to choose an education, to freely choose between private and public healthcare providers, amongst other things. This constitution, which we have now had for 40 years, also governed the distribution of water in Chile and how it was made available to people. So it is the constitution that dates back to the 80s, which pretty much privatized the distribution of water. And this constitution, which was developed as part of a dictatorship that has held a firm grip on our society, at the same time represents the pillars of exploitation in our society, the pillars of injustice. In 1990, the dictatorship found its end, not by means of a revolution. It was an end that was negotiated, but still the dictator governed the army. Certain senators still were handpicked personally, in other words, not by means of a public election. And in the 90s, the so-called professional politicians told the members of society that everything will be better, that they would take care of the country. And it was in the 90s that David Harvey's, a British geographer, said or talked about an accumulation on the basis of taking away the rights of others at a social level, at the level of education and healthcare and the distribution of food. So a deprivation of rights that also applied to important factors such as water and land. And it became more and more pronounced every year. Politicians gave promises that they never kept. They took away people's rights to education, to access to water, pensions. Most pension systems in Chile were privatized. There are private pension funds which profit rather than benefiting the workers. The savings of workers are invested in the capital markets, generating major profits for the private pension funds. At the same time, most workers in Chile have to live of pensions that are less than the limit of poverty. Starting in the 90s, actually starting as early as in 1986, when the dictatorship began to disappear, there was a different election system that continued from the 90s through to 2017. And that was a system that was based on consensus. Negotiations took place between government and opposition. However, minority groups had no chance of making any changes to the system. It was a system that consisted of two major blocks that shared the power from 1990 until today. We have found that it was always two parts of a coalition that negotiated and settled things between each other. Sometimes the majority was on one side, sometimes on the other, but you could say we had a social democratic regime with Edwin as a president. Then the next head of government came about, then Bachelet, Piñera, and all of them time and again gave more promises. Bachelet again and ultimately the government now headed by Piñera. So since the 90s, it was on the basis of our electoral process and our legislation, which is not representative of minorities, which is based on an established political class. We've been governed by regimes that have further intensified this system of accumulation that I mentioned. Since 1990, time and again, there have been attempts at social movements, which, however, were drowned out. It was like a gas burner, which was about to explode at any point in time. Did someone say something? The speaker says. Well, as I said, since the 90s, the countries has been transforming. It was like a pressure vessel of sorts. More and more social movements cropped up. The private pension funds saw a lot of criticism. People called on their right to education and access to health care, access to natural resources, water specifically, but land as well. And this pressure vessel of sorts, which was in place for a long time, also due to the great number of promises that were never kept, promises that were made by different parties in government, all of that ultimately ended on 18th October 2019. On 18th October of 2019, it was a pretty normal day, a very normal day, but it was on the 18th of October 2019 that a movement, a massive movement of the populace was triggered, a movement that we had never before seen in Chile. And it was triggered because the fare prices for riding the metro, the subway, had been increased. That was the thing that triggered everything. However, the movement or the formation of the movement wasn't necessarily something that occurred spontaneously, not as the way many people described it. It wasn't just 30 pesos that we are rebelling against. It is 30 years of injustice, it was said. 30 years of neoliberalism, of disenfranchisement, of the elite versus the people. And politicians are saying that they never saw it coming. They would not have thought that such an uprising could form. And Piñera's regime actually even spoke about foreign interventions, externalization, in connection with capitalism. Others emphasized the rage felt by the people and explained it by linking it to generational issues. Some people tied the left revolt to criminal gangs or groups. But we, those who study these movements of the people, have concluded that it was just an amassing of dissatisfaction for decades. It was a system that we had to experience that was marked by not listening to the population, bad pension system, not a good healthcare system, no access to public education. Families had to generate tremendous savings if they wanted to be able to send their children to university. So all the reasons stated by Piñera's regime that were put forward to explain this revolt of the people were far-fetched. They spoke about the externalities of the modern capitalist system. They spoke of foreign intervention, but that's not true. This popular revolt, rather this uprising, was proof of a people not willing to continue as before. They said it was enough. The system that started off in a dictatorship had not been changed, and the political case had been clinging to it, and the most important representatives had been clinging to it, and this popular uprising put an end to this. And it showed that if action were not to be taken now, the rich would continue getting ever richer and the working population would be left behind. And I believe these popular uprisings, and in this case, I'm not talking about a social upheaval, but this popular uprising is something that is systemic in nature. When analysts speak of social upheavals, what they are talking about is a phenomenon that forms spontaneously. What happened in Chile was not spontaneous at all. On the contrary, this popular uprising was a result of too much pressure that had been accumulated. It was a political process. For too long a time, we had a system in place that had not seen change since the time of the dictatorship. And there have been many dictatorships in Latin America. But many Latin American dictatorships also ended with a change of the constitution. Not so in our case. We still have that constitution. So what happened in the wake of this popular uprising on the 25th of October 2019, in the context of this popular revolt, the largest demonstration in the country took place in Santiago de Chile, in the capital. More than 1.5 million people took to the streets. And they took to the streets everywhere in the country. It was more than 4 million people, all in all. On the 12th of November 2019, there was a national standstill, a national strike, and 90% of people working in the productive system took part. And there is one special characteristic that I would like to emphasize in connection with this popular revolt. There were no leaders. It was quite a colorful mix. It was people, workers from the rural regions, people from the cities, a great number of women. The women played, in fact, a very important role in this popular revolt. It wasn't party flags that were held up. There was also a sense of being fed up with the political system. People rejected the political caste, in fact. And on the 12th of November 2019, this major strike occurred, a major standstill. Things came to a halt. And the political caste then wanted to conclude an agreement for peace with the Piñera government, and they put forward a schedule. On the 25th of October 2020, the population in Chile was asked to comment on the public constitution and how that constitution was to come about. And I believe probably many people from and in Chile are listening right now. So a constitutional agreement was concluded or drafted, but it did not really reflect what the population had called for. The indigenous people, for instance, did not see enough consideration. They were not taken into account sufficiently, that is. A lot of basic elements were not addressed. Plus, a mechanism of democratic participation was missing. And ever since this peace agreement, discussions have continued regarding this plebiscite, this question that was directed at the people. And on the 25th of October 2020, where the Chileans were asked whether they were in favor of or against a new constitution and what shape that new constitution should take. And I believe we must not forget that what has been happening since March of 2020 in Chile, that is ever since the pandemic started. The pandemic pretty much strengthened Piñera and the Piñera regime, because up until that point, people had been taking to the streets. They kept insisting. A great number of people were arrested. However, with the beginning of the pandemic, the Piñera regime could take a breather, as it were. The human rights movement withdrew. We were under lockdown. Chile is severely affected or was severely infected by the pandemic in Latin America. We were one of the hardest hit countries in Latin America, many, many deaths, which also had to do with the fact just how bad the management of the Piñera government in the case of the crisis was. Just yesterday, the topic of necropolitics was mentioned. That is how specific interests on the part of governments actually put the lives of a population at risk. Either way, as a result of the pandemic, the government could relax and take a breather, and now a constitutional program is being developed. The politicians have withdrawn, and on the 25th of October of 2020, that was the date of the plebiscite. And the process that was started on that day showed that 80% of the Chilean population was in favor of a new constitution. Those were the results. However, what they also are calling for is a mechanism of constitutional change. And sorry? The speaker is just being informed that not a lot of time is left. I'll continue, says the speaker. So we all voted for or are in favor of constitutional change, and the 25 people who will be working out that constitution should be democratically elected. So it was on this date, the 25th of October 2020, that a new path has been embarked upon. And on the 11th of April 2021, not only these 25 persons who are expected to draft the new constitution are to be elected, we also will have municipal elections in our country, and quite a few things will change. And despite the health crisis in the country currently, there is also a curfew that applies starting at 9 p.m. in the evening, which is also in line with the logic of control pursued by the Piñera regime. They said that there was a health crisis without going into further explanation, but they're clinging to power. He continues to cling to power. There still are social movements in place. However, their repercussions are not as vast as they were before. So since 2019, it's gotten a bit less. But there is an interesting controversy, a public debate regarding this issue of the constitution. Everyone has understood that in order to overcome disenfranchisement and to leave behind us this system of accumulation, a new legal system is required, a legal framework is required that will allow us to obtain and re-obtain our rights. And it is important to now uphold this social momentum, both in the rural areas and in the urban context, to exert pressure on those who are supposed to bring about, to create this legal framework. And it's important to keep focusing on our social rights that cannot be negotiated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I think we can now immediately move on to Wolfgang. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you very much, Rodrigo. And I'd like to thank Medico very much for organizing this important event. And what about this echo? Are you also getting this echo, or is this only on my side? Thomas? Anita, are you also getting this echo? It's a slight echo, just go on talking. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank Medico for this event, and secondly, that we, as a junior co-organizer, the European Center for Constitutional Human Rights, are also involved. And as we have this role as a secondary co-organizer, I would like to mention one thing. It makes us extremely sad that with all these topics and with the many people interested, we can't meet physically. You can see this from the previous podium. We simply miss the resonance in a physical meeting. It has become quite obvious, and what's also missing is the force and the dynamism that comes from an assembly of real body. That's very important because we've heard so much that, especially at the moment, the pandemic and also the many crises have led to a disintegration of the social, and this is dangerous to our work. It's dangerous for a spirit of internationalism and for a spirit of global solidarity, which needs to be developed in the first place. We're on the way there. And this is why I insist on this so much. This is why we need real assemblies. We need to be visible in the public space. What has been quite successful so far is the debate on the world. And this, in fact, was planned for this panel, the question how it can be improved and how it can be made habitable for all. And in this I see the problem, and this is reflected in these two panels. That on the one hand, of course, there will be a lot of struggles and a lot of resistance against disenfranchisement, against authoritarian tendencies and inequality, and we need to link them up in some way. And what's interesting, Thomas, is you've introduced this category of human rights, and if I remember correctly, we have hardly heard of human rights before in the 2.5 days of this conference. And that's something that also needs to be reflected. I find it exciting that you introduced this concept of the human rights revolution. I would also like to introduce a concept of a concrete utopian idea, because I see one or two problems with the term human rights revolution. The one thing is that many people still see the mere change in government or in rule when we speak of revolution, whereas I think it's about removing all kinds of hierarchical rule and risings and resistance. The many risings that have happened doesn't make a revolution, and I'm afraid when we're only using the term revolution, this will bring about a delusion as if we were about to experience this. And the other thing is, revolution is an abstract term. And what should we really do with this term tomorrow, on Monday morning, when we're all going back to our work, to our political work, to wherever we're committed? Now, as you've said, there is a more recent understanding of human rights, and I find it important to recap this, because this is also what I found important for this panel, Thomas. I mean, in the human rights discussion, we need to see the political, the social, and the legal dimension, and Rodrigo's contribution has just been an excellent example of this. So we need to remind ourselves that the Declaration of Human Rights, the Declaration of Human Rights of the French Revolution of 1789 and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 were not the end point on certain developments. They didn't seal something that had been achieved. I mean, it says all people are born free and with equal rights. but that's not always the reality. And this brings us to the link between law and politics. It has been written down that it has to be like this, that all people are equal and born free. And in fact, you said this, and you also spoke about this with Susan Buck-Morris and with your reference to Haiti. The Haitians took this literal. They've created something which had been considered to be unthinkable before in history. And this is what we need to be working on to make other unthinkable stories possible. But this requires our commitment, and commitment at many different levels. And I think these levels are well interconnected in this term of a concrete utopian idea. Because we can see a practical and pragmatic dimension and a legal dimension. And why this is coming in has been seen in nearly every panel of this conference. When I look at the various panels right from the beginning, first we had a minute of silence in memory of Lockman Singh, who was murdered, and now we need to use legal means for investigating this and making reference to human rights. For Haiti, we also need to think of a legal form for human rights, this incredible irresponsibility of international organizations, among others the UN. This needs to be overcome. And to, for example, hold accountable the UN for the cholera disaster, and in Moria, in this refugee camp on Lesbos and in many other countries. Yeah, it was pointed out there are these rights and they're anchored in various conventions, but they need to be mobilized.
Even in Syria, with a revolution that was killed off with incredible brutality, there are such processes now. Also, artifacts that were robbed can be requested back again by invoking human rights. And for me, and that's why I'm glad that I get to sit on the panel with Rodrigo, the Chilean and Argentinian human rights movements have illustrated how this accumulation of disenfranchisement, as Rodrigo called it, can be undone. The accumulation of disenfranchisement to an extreme point, to torture in the Pinochet camps and of the Argentinian military dictatorship, where step by step the human rights movement tried to enforce human dignity, although it was clear that they wouldn't leave it at that. And in Chile now, we are seeing that on the basis of these movements, the call for a new constitution has formed, and it is clear that rights will be written into this constitution that have not been realized yet. They have to be realized as part of the political process. And in Argentina also, where the mothers of those who have disappeared have again reminded us we are all feminists, where the younger feminist movement is playing a role. It is clear that these different struggles are being linked to each other, the different struggles. And Thomas, you also spoke about the idea of a crisis. At which point in time do rights play a role? And the human rights revolution, it doesn't necessarily have to be a crisis. But it is clear that in moments such as Guantanamo or the Moria camp on Lesbos, what it comes down to is what is existential, the enforcement of rights. In processes such as in Syria or Argentina or Chile, where systematic torture also has to be addressed. You start from a point of defense. You're in a defensive position, but from that defensive position, you have a starting point, and a response has been found to the regime, and it is possible to switch to the offensive. And maybe that's also a reason why the topic of human rights so far hasn't played so much of a role. Earlier in the panel, we heard a lot about ambivalence, a liberal world order, universal human rights in the way they're promoted specifically by and in the West. Much could be said about the ambivalent nature of human rights, specifically about the way they are understood in the current discourse. And the Western governments, European governments, the US governments in the past 20, 30, 40 years have done whatever they could to discredit this human rights discourse because they used it for their political purposes. But that isn't new, that those in power take certain concepts, certain terms, and instrumentalize them. We must not allow them to do that. What we also must not allow, and Thomas, this may be the most important thing in connection with this concept of the human rights revolution and the term, this static way of thinking of human rights is something that we must no longer accept. Human rights, once fixed in place in declarations, in law, are not something that is static. It's something that is very dynamic. And what this is about is that these rights, both in the courts and outside of the courts, in the context of assemblies, in the streets, are taken up by movements and brought into a political process, sometimes a process that is only political, sometimes a process that is also legal, and that they have to be called for. And Achille Mbembe also said something important. He said what we have to manage is that universal standards are linked to local practices. And in the case of human rights, in the last 20 years, this is something that we have been able to realize in an incredible way that hasn't been reflected upon enough yet. The fact that different players from the global south, human rights movements have put the human rights discourse to their use. And that harbors a great potential. There's also great potential in linking up these different struggles. These struggles that, for instance, Rodrigo was talking about, privatization of water, privatization of other common goods. Crucial players here are, of course, transnational corporations and the way in which global industry or economy is organized. But these are things that we have to work on in Argentina, in Chile, and in Germany. And my colleague Miriam Maas will also speak about that as part of the final panel, because if and when these struggles are fought together, you'll be able to engage in a dialogue that is necessary and that addresses the question of how, coming from different backgrounds and starting points, you can act jointly, because it is clear the privileges that we have is not something. Okay, I'm just reading in the chat something. Someone keeps knocking on the table. Sorry, that was me, speaker says. So the fact that these privileges do exist, that there are various degrees of access to resources, cannot be undone by just declarations of intent. They can't just be eliminated by means of a dialogue. What is necessary is to look at reality, to embark on a joint struggle, and these different starting positions also have to take up this issue. The dialogue has to take up the issue of privileges, and a negotiation needs to take place. And in fact, this discourse on human rights is something that could be expanded on from my point of view, because it is clear that it must include much more explicitly the issue of colonialization, of ecology and human rights, because it's not just about nature, it's not just about, it's about a lot of people who would be very poorly off if climate change continues unhindered. And of course, you also have to look at it from a feminist angle, and the social question, of course, must not be forgotten. And the topic of endemic inequality, which has been reinforced thanks to the pandemic. That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think actually it's fine if we do not talk to each other, because I believe all three of us, Wolfgang, myself, and Rodrigo, all talked about things in the same vein. So I'd like to ask Anita to share the questions that she may have in the chat. Hello, Anita. Yes, hello. Hello to Frankfurt and Chile and Berlin. First of all, thank you so much for this very important input from the three of you. Now, given how late it is, I'll keep the details short, the questions short. There were more detailed questions directed at Rodrigo. They were asking about this process related to the constitution in Chile, how the neoliberal system can possibly be replaced there. There was a question directed at Wolfgang also, specifically about ECCHR, what the political process is like there. But maybe these are questions that you can answer directly later on. Another question that has kept coming up, and that also as part of the panel, is really to think about what all three of you have said and look at it together and to wonder, what about the struggles of human rights activists, those who lead the legal struggle, those who lead the social movements, and those who also view human rights as the human right to each other. It's all very dynamic, as Wolfgang also has said, how the different dimensions need to be linked. So maybe in your final statements you could pick up on that. Thank you. So maybe Wolfgang first, and then Rodrigo, and then myself. So it's the opposite order of how we started. Right. The struggles of the social movement, human rights, how can they be related or linked? What is the relationship? Well, that relationship is something that needs to be reassessed time and again. And that is also why it is so important that in the context of conferences like this one and beyond, we keep also returning to the basics. That is, first of all, this revolutionary process, as Thomas has called it. Where is it supposed to take us? Where can it take us without already knowing the final result beforehand? It's not so much about a specific utopia, but what could such a utopia look like? So that's one thing, that in an abstract way, in a general way, you reach an understanding as to that. And the second thing is that human rights work and legal human rights work also must necessarily be political, and political human rights work must be based on a careful political analysis of the structures of dominance and how that relates to utopia and to what is pragmatic needs to be reassessed time and again. Sometimes we'll have more of a legal approach, for instance, when we're trying to achieve something, to make something happen in the courts. Sometimes we'll try to drive things from a social point of view. For instance, as regards the topic of colonial reparation in connection, for instance, with the case in Namibia. And thank you, Anita, for making it so clear. Much more could be said about that. And we have a website, ECCHR, where you can read up on more details, but maybe it would be also worthwhile for us to get together with the organizers and your team and see how certain specific questions can possibly be discussed down the line. I'm not sure how that would work from a practical point of view, but the fact that people take part in the chat, I think, may show that it's worthwhile to keep the discussion going also afterwards. Thank you. Rodrigo? Yes. Well, our situation, of course, is a very specific one. as part of this struggle for human rights. We're also talking about environmental human rights, and we have been speaking of those for a long time. So speaking of environmental or ecological human rights, what I'm talking about is the right to be able to live in an area that is free of decontamination, that has free soil, clean soil, clean air, clean water. And now as for the struggle regarding this new constitution, on April 11, the members of the bodies that will draft the constitution will be elected. That's that's a political struggle. And this political struggle that is taking place currently, as part of the struggle, the topics will be addressed that apply to the drafting of a new constitution, and the question surrounding water will be one central question. On the 18th of July 2010, the United Nations said that the right to drinking water and sanitary installation was to be respected. And in Chile, water has been privatized. People have been excluded. And the most blatant example of this globally was now, or can now be seen in Chile. That's how you should not go about making available water. Water management is held exclusively by the private sector. And the European Union, and specifically certain French organizations, Japanese organizations, Suez, for example, are a case in point. In Chile, we pay the highest fees for drinking water. Agua Andina is the biggest sewage or water supply system that also supplies Santiago, and they are part of Suez, of the Suez system. And you Europeans also, I know that a lot of avocado is eaten in Europe, and amongst other things, these avocados come from Chile. It's a tropical fruit which is being harvested and farmed with a lot of complexity. They need incredible amounts of water, and that water then is something that citizens, certain communities will have to do without. So in the European Union, great quantities of avocados are imported, and at the same time, look at the ownership structures regarding the supply systems. So it is very clear that this is where the struggle has to be fought. Human rights have to be advanced in Chile. Of course, this is something that you can publicly announce. That's all nice and well, but at the same time, here or in Europe, a great number of avocados are being imported, which need a lot of water, and the same organizations happen to own the water supply system. So it must be clear that ecological human rights in Latin America and in Chile have to be accorded greater importance. Ecological human rights in Chile, if you want to defend them in Chile, you run the risk of seeing yourself murdered. There are enough examples of that. There was an activist in 2016 who was killed because she took the side of the indigenous population, but also spoke about water supply.
So the efforts must be at a global level, the protests, this work. And we need to analyze and take a look at what all of this has to do with each other, how it's interconnected. A revolutionary process must lead to radical and factual change of conditions, and the conditions are so bad in Latin America that this struggle is really important. Thank you. Okay, so let me immediately come to my closing remarks before Anne Jung and Thomas Gebauer take over. Let me refer back to the previous forum with Said, and he said about the Syrian revolution, he refuted the idea that this revolution was over. He said as long as the revolutionaries are supporting their revolution in a resilient way, this process won't be over. But what happened is this revolution has been interrupted. And this is a fate that plagues the revolutionary process again and again. And now in this interplay of the permanent revolution and the interruption of the revolutionary process, the rights come in, both with a look ahead and a look back. Wolfgang told us that today we're taking it for granted, at least in the rights that we all assign to each other, that we all are equal and free vis-a-vis the law and have the right to determine ourselves. And we have these rights because there were the French and the American and the Haitian revolutions which declared this as a right in public. Then the American, the French and the Haitian revolutions were interrupted. We know this, but then came the October Revolution, which was interrupted by the invasion of the White Russian Army and by Stalinism. And today we have the social and economic rights, which we wouldn't have had without the October Revolution. We have them because the October Revolution was there and because it had its impact despite this interruption. It has been maintained in these economic and social and collective rights. And Rodrigo pointed out and again how central the struggle for water is in Chile. The right to water is one of these central human rights we can now make reference to because there was this anti-colonial revolution, which in turn has been interrupted again and again. But during the interruption, the codified right still speaks. And here it's very important what Rodrigo said. The Chilean mass movements of the last 2 or 3 years weren't spontaneous, but they linked back to the processes which in the 1970s led to the election of Allende. And it's no accident, but they're now focusing on the installation of the right to water after the interruption. And I think this is a dynamism, this is a dialectic which makes revolution a permanent process and in which it can relate back again and again to the concrete utopian ideas codified in the human rights. And this is the end of my remarks, and let's now immediately will introduce Thomas to us.
Yes, hello again. I'm Anne Jung. I'm head of public relations at Medico International. And I'm very pleased to get to introduce to you Thomas Gebauer, our next speaker. He is a psychologist and he has spent 40 years with Medico International, and the majority of the time he was the executive director. So for 2 years now, he's been the spokesman for Medico International, and for just a number of days now, he's been retired. And in the next years, he'll continue to volunteer for Medico as part of the curatorship efforts of the Medico Foundation. I want to introduce him in some more detail, and the reason for that is that a year and a half ago, when we started planning this conference, we had planned a major party which was supposed to take place last night to say farewell to him, and due to the COVID pandemic, this could not happen. It had to be postponed indefinitely, but I think it would be worthwhile to take a moment to look back on his work, because it touches directly on what we are aiming for at this conference here. Not everyone will know him, but from my point of view, it's a good thing to know him, because there are many things that can also be translated to the future. Now, Thomas was very courageous in that 12 years ago, he was crucial in planning and organizing the first conference here, where for the first time we took a critical look at the aid discourse. And that took place at a time when aid was generally considered something that was good, that was right, and it was very bold to dare and question one's own work in that way. So his boldness is characteristic of him, and that is a crucial aspect. It is something that has become tangible in other moments as well. Another such example is the international campaign on the ban of landmines, which he had helped found against all odds. He was told not to do it, that it was too daring a move, that the opponents were too powerful, but for many years he stuck to it, with the result of landmines having been banned today. And at the same time, this is descriptive of a space for critical thinking that has become possible and tangible, and which he has always defended, even in a time where Margaret Thatcher's dogma, "there is no alternative," seemed ubiquitous and omnipotent, and where there seemed to be no space left for critical thinking. And to uphold this during such a political phase also reveals the core of political thinking we see here, that we all should strive for and that we need to defend. For the next years, Thomas will continue to organize the space for utopia here, and we do hope that this conference will also serve as a starting point for this utopian thinking to also go transnational and to open up this space in the same way that we've been opening up during these last 3 days of our conference. There are just a few of us at this location now, the Medico House, and this house, this space is to be upheld as a space of critical and for critical thinking, and this would never have happened without Thomas's bold approach of embarking on this endeavor. I'm very much looking forward to his input. I look forward to it on behalf of Medico's management and everyone else, and I look forward to continue to cooperating with him. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anne. This really touches me, but now I have to get to my presentation because I don't have so much time. I would like to make a few remarks, but I'll save this for the time when we can meet and have a big party again. What we've heard over the last few days was that the crisis occurrence which has happened over the last decades is very complex, but this is not only expressed in the destruction of human living worlds, but also in the failure of existing political processes of stopping this process of destruction. Millions of people are fleeing. There are civil war-like conditions everywhere, and diseases without any changes being inside. Rather than urge for a change, we're looking for the way out and going it alone nationally. The idea of withdrawing to small islands of prosperity may be attractive, but it's delusional. The causes of all of this are so much intertwined that dealing with crisis can no longer be done at a national level. With all the cultural differences we see worldwide, we can see the same production and consumption conditions, the being forced to do wage work, to watch the same telenovelas, have the same jeans, soft drinks, mobile phones, and use the same international chartered accountants, law firms, and so on. So the world of which we hear that it's coming has long been here, only it's not the expression of a harmoniously united world, but it is pervaded by power and deep social opposition, even brutal exclusion. With the market radical change, the world has become a uniform economic system without the emergence of the political and legal institutions which would secure the same participation to all. International agreements are regulating the free movement of capital and goods, but not the protection of the health of people, not an effective fight against famine, and the right to free movement of persons. In a remarkable way, globalization has remained incomplete. Not all have been integrated, and many have still been completely excluded, as paradoxical as this sounds. The world society conditions today shaping them in political and legal terms. This is a great task, and I would like to talk about this. Let's take a look at the existing approaches in international politics. For example, the UN, which were founded under the impression of the Second World War in 1945. Never again were the conditions in the world to escalate in violence. The right to a dignified life to all was to be realized after all. Today we're sobered up. The hopes of the UN are just prowling in the ruins today, as my friend Jean Ziegler put it. Now, why have these hopes lost their place? The loss of importance of the UN has grown along with the erosion of national states, like they lost their power to shape things by succumbing to the dictate of a globally unleashed economy. The UN were never this representation of world society that they were thought to be. In the bodies of the UN, it's not the populations of the world meeting, but representatives of national states. Some are more powerful, some less powerful, and some may have a democratic structure, many with autocratic governments. And now there is this growing number of failed states. They all may make reference to the universal human rights, but in political everyday life, they mainly enforce their own selfish interests and be just the maintenance of the power of those who are governing. How little human rights are counting can be seen in the UN Economic and Social Council and its importance, which is nearly marginal. Originally, it was intended to be as important as the UN World Security Council. But whereas the Security Council was only to be active in emergencies, the idea of the Economic and Social Council was that it should be the foundation of peaceful living together. But if you ask a politician in the German parliament today, many have never heard of the Economic and Social Council. You may have heard of the World Health Organization, but how it is working and why it's so weak today, not many know this. When the WHO was founded in 1946 as the central authority for international health work, but it's not really the world meeting there, but the representatives of the member countries, and they began in the 1980s to systematically limit the capability of the WHO to act, especially the powerful industrialized countries wanted to avoid the WHO taking its mission seriously and bringing about an effective north-south balance. In speeches held on Sundays, they would still make reference to the right to health, but in real life, the cementing of the production and consumption conditions was brought about, which are not conducive to health. In addition to the WHO, so-called public-private partnerships were established, which were to look after important global health issues like the supply of vaccines and medicines. What's special about these PPPs is that industry is not just involved indirectly at the lobby, but that they're openly at the negotiating table. But that's not all. partly unnoticed by the public, the General Secretariat of the UN in June 2019 sealed a strategic partnership with the World Economic Forum of Davos. And as I said, this was about implementing the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2015 UN agenda. So it was not the World Social Forum, which became the privileged partner of the UN with its representatives of social movements, of churches, unions, and local and transnational activists, but this elitist group of representatives of industry and politics who, in order, even putting it diplomatically, are very much involved in the social ecologic devastation of the world. It's right that for implementing the SDGs, a lot of money is needed, but can we really save the world by the intensification of a way of production which has long met its limits, its planetary limits? This is what the UN agenda really calls for. It's not to be achieved by just distribution of the resources, but by economic growth, which the countries should bring about. And how they should bring this about, they will be helped by a private club of leading captains of industry and lobbyists who are used to solving problems simply by management and the use of capital. To me, this looks as if we were asking the arsonists to make the water for putting out the fire available. To me, a governance of a world domestic policy without a world government won't work like this. It was meant to be an alternative for neoliberal globalization. Their weaknesses are that the structural causes of poverty and dependence, the real power conditions, the opposition between classes and genders is overlooked. This can be seen in the motto, "Leave no one behind," which sounds likable. And this is also heading the SDG agenda. It suggests ultimately that people are not exploited, are not systematically discriminated against, but are just neglected. So it's not about fighting against existing power structures, but only about alleviating existing bad conditions by more efficient management, by a few millions of development aid, by resilience and other affirmative adaptation programs, for example, by learning entrepreneurial practices called financial literacy. But crisis can never be handled with the same thinking that caused it, as long as growth and competition-oriented deregulatory markets and technological progress paradigms are seen as the natural and unchangeable foundation of any um, socialization. The globalization or meeting the challenges of globalization will never be successful. The blindness towards the fundamental contradiction between what is seen as the common good of humanity and the corporatization of the world is the reason why the multi-stakeholder approaches which have been praised need to fail. It doesn't sound so bad superficially. All involved in the political processes, the stakeholders, are to be involved in decision making. Apart from governments, representatives from industry and civil society, this is the theory. In practice, it looks quite different, however. It's very unequal partners getting together. Powerful corporations, often represented by high-powered law firms, politicians who may have some liking for human rights, but will always make reference to constraints following the economic dictate, and influential philanthro-capitalists without whose donation nothing seems to be going anymore, apparently, and a few actors from civil society. But who really represents civil societies? Is it internationally positioned NGOs that have long been following their own agenda, or is it local grassroots initiatives and social movements? The multi-stakeholder meetings are getting together in a very intransparent way, but they're still very self-confident in the way they're presenting themselves. But it's really investment companies that are acting worldwide, hedge funds, transnational food corporations, and so on. The naive idea that voluntary cooperation of very different actors could work. We could even say it's a cooperation of the victims and the perpetrators, which is to lead to a world domestic policy. But this will not lead us to this objective, and this can also be seen by the shrinking scope of human rights activists all over the world. In fact, the conditions in the countries of the South are becoming more and more extreme. And so far, we are being protected by constitutional rights that have been fought for over the last 2 centuries. But there's no reason to assume that these constitutions coupled to national states will be of permanence. The world is at a junction today. It will either be under economic constraints and will be disintegrating further, or it will find the way towards a world society in solidarity in which human rights are given their societal framework. And this is exactly meant by Article 28 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which promises a social and international order to everyone in which human rights can be realized. It's high time for a radical turnaround in which an emancipatory understanding of society comes to bear. And this is what I would like to turn to now. The COVID crisis has opened the eyes to many, even hard-boiled neoliberals, who for decades had said that there's nothing like society, had to admit that intact commonweals are needed for these tasks. All of a sudden, solidarity and common weal seemed to mean something again. But let's take a closer look, although it was quite clear that the virus would only lose its terror if it's fought all over the world. The international commitment was quite modest, unlike in the prosperous countries where benefits were paid and other subsidies. People in the South were vastly left to themselves. The appeal for solidarity was nearly only aimed at the population of these countries. Solidarity between the young and the old, solidarity in the neighborhoods was asked for, and solidarity with people working at the checkout. It wasn't so much about the protection of refugees, and what was completely unheard was the proposal of the UN World Food Programme to pay a basic income to the 3 billion people in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, so that they could also keep the recommended hygiene measures. This sounds like a lot of money, but just a debt service moratorium, a temporary one, would have been enough to fund a project like this. Why do we find global solidarity so hard? Why all this haggling about a few vaccination doses when production shortages become clear? Why this complaint about the British, who are supposed to be getting more? Why these nationalist resentments? Whereas the actual scandal really is that the WHO is to do with only 40 million doses for 4 billion of the poorest. The fight for these privileges shows how deeply entrenched the ideology of the capitalist life forms is in the minds of people. It's not solidarity, but competition, not universal right, but insisting on one's own right, which characterizes this ideology, which seems to be even underpinned by these social inequalities. The situation may be unfair, but there is no alternative we hear. And this will remain so as long as we're not beginning to put solidarity or to rethink solidarity across all borders. This is easily said, but there are a lot of questions. What does a solidarity world community really mean in specific terms? Where can the reconstruction of world society start? How can we deal with the precarious circumstance that these issues seem to be overtaxing for us, but we can't wait? How can we bring about awareness of people for the importance of a democratic and solidary world society? The reasons why this awareness is so low have many aspects. Let me mention a few of them, and I'm referring to the thoughts of the literary critic Georg Lukács, who 100 years ago already pointed out convincingly how capitalism took out people from their traditional frames of reference of religion, family, and class and made them lonely. What could have given them new ties and dignity could not be brought about because it was in contradiction to the logic of capitalism. This logic doesn't focus on the common good, but on competition, not on social ties, but on as flexible people as possible. In this context, Lukács spoke of a transcendental homelessness. And I find this description is very apt. It seems to be exactly what is making things so difficult for us today. It shows the neoliberal dogma. There is no thing such as society. Running down everything social in this way, neoliberalism has made people completely homeless in a figurative meaning of the word, but for many also in a literal meaning of the word. The insecurity that comes with this loss is enormous, and it only has grown with the development of globalization so far. I'm not surprised if people who are only imparted these high-flying narcissist ideals, but who have hardly any influence on organizing their living world, if they feel uneasy about globalization, this unease, which calls for compensation, which is often distorted, like in the renaissance of nationalist movements and the growth of racist attitudes. Of course, we need to fight against this, but we also need to make sure that these distortions do not find more support. People believe in what they feel, as Rita Segato said yesterday. If we take this statement seriously, then today we must speak about the idea of something which is not authoritarian, which is an emancipatory home for all, as a global society in which individual freedom, rights, and social needs are guaranteed. Society is not a negligible variable. It's not a social system consisting of norms and values reproducing themselves, as system theory says. Society is a social practice which is shaped by people and which will always be fought for. Societies do not exist beyond the active participation of people, and so the human rights will only count if we guarantee them for each other mutually and also underpin them in material terms by social balancing. Only where the democratically institutions which are democratically controlled and created in a democratic way, and if they bring about an infrastructure which is accessible to all, only there can people really realize their rights to education and health, and only where sanctions exist can any violations of these rights be limited effectively. With this claim, we see the situation of the world society today. It's shaming to see how much political energy was invested in serving only one aspect of society, economy, whereas the other aspects like law and politics were hardly taken into account and are lagging behind in a fatal way today. And this is what it needs to be about today. If we want to fight against this renaissance of nationalist thinking and acting. Effectively, we need an answer to this. How a non-authoritarian and emancipatory society across all borders could look like. Let's keep this in mind. This is not about the creation of a world state. It's not about installing a world government, but it's about designing the existing world society in such a way that the unleashed forces of globalization can be brought under control again. Moral protest is important, but this will not be enough in order to mobilize people. We need an attractive idea of what a different world could look like, which enables freed up life, and we need a strategy how to achieve this. Both is by no means given. There are some cosmopolitan ideas which are not new and are still controversial. Professor Mbembe spoke of the need for complementing cosmopolitan thinking with a post-European aspect. If we take a closer look, it's not necessarily the human rights which need to be criticized, but their abuse. After all, the powerful global north doesn't care about human rights so much when they want to enforce their own interests, but they will feel them happily if the existing world order is to be stabilized by military operations. This abuse will continue as long as politics is not tied to law across all borders. The accusation that cosmopolitan thinking was a continuation of colonialism with different means does apply when the existing production and ruling conditions remain constant. We don't want this. We want cosmopolitan thinking along the lines of a shared ethics of the world, which does not impose a societal model that doesn't allow any diversity anymore. When we look at the horror vision of an authoritarian world government, as we have often been shown by Hollywood, if we want to avoid this, then we need to create many self-determined living worlds which have a framework supported by democracy and solidarity. And this is the essence of Article 28, which I mentioned, Article 28 of the Declaration of Human Rights. Today, it means nothing else but balancing the rights to freedom to the rights to social security. Let me conclude. Radical changes will not be successful overnight, but what keeps us from beginning even today? The genie of globalization has long left its bottle. The hope of being able to catch it again by national walling in is absurd. It's not the approximation of the world, but the precarious, massive social distortions in which the world society are today. But we also discover the absolute opposite. We recognize modes of living which are not reified. We discover projects and political practices which do not only claim alternatives but are living them. We see people who refuse to be corporatized in this way, who are running their cooperative farms or companies, who work for culture centers, who organize meetings with refugees, who are protesting against arms trading and fight for the rights of refugees or LGBT rights. All of this is right and important, but this commitment suffers at times by not being related to each other. It's not part of a shared urging for change. In the last years, I have often met with local initiatives and projects which all existed next to each other without knowing of each other. The strategy that some environmental activists have used successfully, global thinking, local acting, is still waiting to be expanded to the social issue. Of course, there are general values like democracy, social justice, and free movement, but how to specify them in the transnational space is not yet clear. When we urge democratic rights, this is not just defending what has been achieved in one's own country, but it has to be expanded into the global. But what does global democracy really mean? It becomes clear when we think of this that democracy has a utopian character. It describes a utopian idea which must not be postponed into a distant future, but which needs to be tackled today. For example, by global assemblies of actors in civil society consulting about the foundations of a world constitution, a constitution which links back to the major revolutions, the American and the French revolutions, and expanding this to a global level. This seems to be a precondition so that we come to a shared ethic which is based on law. And this must not remain a utopian idea. Even beyond formal government structures, this can be successful. The open source community, for example, has shown this with its rules that are applied across all borders, and the Zurich city card that has been introduced in Zurich shows the same direction. Many have fought in Zurich that everybody living in Zurich gets an official passport independent of their status and of their background. Now, even people without official paperwork have an ID. They can turn to public authorities, get library cards, and can use other services. The right to having rights is no longer tied to belonging to the national state in Zurich. I think it's a great step towards a world society in solidarity. But we could also look at traditional international law for controlling, for example, the enforcement of the diversity compact and the ban on landmines have shown what needs to be taken into account. They wouldn't have happened without public pressure. It's always been transnational movements that unfolded the force which made national state governments give in. The successful cooperation of global and local activity, we need to make reference to this and connect to it, for example, with the objective of obtaining a binding agreement which commits transnational corporations to keeping human rights, or having a broad alliance of civil society with the objective of installing an international human rights court so that action could be taken against foreign powers, for example, worldwide corporations. But there's another thing to be learned about international agreements. They're worth little if there are no sanctions and the means for their implementation. And there's no lack of resources in order to make the world more socially just. The world is simply swimming in money, only it's not in the places where it's needed. It would long be possible to introduce a universal basic income or an international health fund, a kind of general insurance which would be open to all peoples all over the world so that they would have access to appropriate health services. A health fund like this, by the way, would not require any inflated administrative body. It would just take a contractual basis which would oblige the more prosperous countries for standing in for the health needs, as we have this, for example, in the balancing of funds among the German states. This would guarantee mutual solidarity. And in Germany, for example, states that used to be net receivers have become payers today. We need a strategic concept for this and a program which is comprehensive and does not limit itself to commonplace, then the power can be unfolded which is needed to fight against the existing structural violence. It makes me more and more optimistic when I look at the worldwide outcry against weapons and racism. It's growing across the world, wanting new and democratic multilateralism. So there is mobilization, and it's not lacking these new movements. And this may be the way out of this crisis, agreeing on a globalization in solidarity coming from the bottom. What speaks against the idea of the UN Economic and Social Council putting this on its feet again? So that, for example, people would get together everywhere and would urge the democratization of economic conditions. What speaks against health forums that achieve what the bureaucratic economic structures can no longer do, which is giving a voice to those whose health this is about? We need this counterforce, and this in a dual meaning. A powerful and self-confident public is needed in order to enforce democratic processes, but it's also needed for watching that the institutions that have been created do not run out of control. When we look at this from an emancipatory perspective and speak of good governance, this can only be in the context of establishing enabling structures which allow people everywhere in the world to design their living worlds in self-determination. And this doesn't mean a uniformity of all life in a disciplining way, but making diversity possible. Society is what we have in common as people, and it is the force which opens up the way to a freed life to everyone. It's about the creation of this common ground on which the meeting of free people can be successful. Thank you very much.
Hallo Milo.
Hey Miriam, hi.
Das ist ja ein schreckliches Echo.
Ja.
Hast du das auch?
Hallo?
Ja.
Ja, okay. Ich höre dich eher so abgehackt, ehrlich gesagt.
Ja.
Good evening. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello. Yeah, nice to meet you. I think I was just muted by our host.
Okay, that's because you're already kind of on stage.
Guten Abend, mein Name ist Katja Maurer.
Good evening. I'm Katja Maurer, and I've been working with Medico International for many years, and I publish the Medico Circular once every quarter. And I'll be the moderator for the final panel on reconstruction of the world. And I thought I'd do it this way. I'll introduce the various panelists immediately before they take the floor, but before I introduce our first guest, Mark Haywood, let me briefly take us all back to the very beginning of our conference, where we kept a minute of silence for our friend and colleague Lokman Slim. And when Syed Patel talked earlier, that reminded me very much of that moment. It's not just about defending life. It is also about striving for the true life, even in the face of death. And that is the reason for revolutions and revolts today. People risk their lives, that's what Musa Changari said yesterday from Niger, because they want to live an entirely different life. That was also true for Lokman Slim. He's a journalist, or was a journalist and filmmaker, creating an archive of memories on the Civil War. And we talked a lot about archives of memory today, and he was shot dead for that. He was a very straight, risk-taking fighter against Hezbollah and the regime of suppression and for the freedom of thought and action. That is just something I wanted to share once again. And not just that. Also yesterday, we had invited a colleague from India who was then told not to take part in our panel of Fridays for Future. She was Disha Ravi, and she couldn't attend because she was told it might get her into prison. Unfortunately, her cancelling her attendance didn't save her from prison. This morning, she was arrested by the Modi regime. So, although we've talked a lot about action today, we've got to take note of the fact that we here in the privileged North can think and act, and if we're doing it well, we might be sitting between two chairs, but that we're risking very little. And people in other regions, for their thinking, their striving for a different, for a true life, are really taking great risks. And that there is a hierarchy of dangers to which we're exposed in different ways. That just as a brief thought before we start this panel. The final topic is the question of what can we do from here in Europe? And discussing that is something we ought to do by including the perspective of people not from Europe. That's why we invited Mark Haywood to talk to us. He's a journalist from South Africa, and Medico International for many years has been in touch with Mark Haywood. He works as a journalist and is one of the co-editors of the mostly read online newspaper in South Africa, the Online Maverick. But for a very long time, he was head of the Treatment Action Campaign. And that gave him worldwide renown, if you want, because he was one of the prominent fighters for equal access to antiretroviral medication for HIV/AIDS patients, making this a right accessible to all and not just the people in the privileged North. Today, I can see him already. He will talk about the consequences and effects of the COVID pandemic and the incredible scandal of vaccine nationalism as we're experiencing it today. Nowhere else does it become more apparent to what extent the world is built on the rule of the privileged and how stupid and short-sighted that kind of rule is at the same time. And with that, Mark, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and greetings from South Africa. It's my great privilege to join you at this conference this evening, and I have listened in on the last few hours and hope that you have had a successful conference that has generated anger and energy and ideas and a sense of possibility of what we need to do to change the world that has been revealed to us again in the inequalities that have been unraveled by COVID-19. I feel privileged to be able to speak this evening and want to acknowledge many years of comradeship with Medico International, working together in the trenches around rights of access to healthcare and rights of access to medicines. And I felt that after listening to the presentation by Thomas Gebauer that just preceded this, that really there's very little left for me to say, because I feel that Thomas has very well articulated the challenges we face across the globe, but in particular, the critical importance now of activists beginning to paint out a set of alternatives that can galvanize people around the world with the belief that a better society and a better world is indeed possible. I was asked to speak this evening about COVID-19 as it is affecting us here in South Africa and in developing countries, and about this issue of vaccine nationalism, which has now risen to the surface predictably, I have to say, completely predictably, since the advent of the first vaccines at the end of 2020. But before I do that, and before I try to frame from the perspective of Africa what I think may be the responsibilities of Europe, I think it's very important to stress again how we should understand the challenge of COVID-19 going forward. And in that regard, I think it's important to see COVID-19 as a social justice question. Next Saturday, I think, is the World Day of Social Justice. And if there's one thing that COVID-19 has done, it has been to tear the mask away from the excuses for inequality and social injustice that exist around the world. It is not accidental that this pandemic is most out of control in countries with the greatest levels of inequality, in countries with the least freedom, and in countries with the weakest and least developed of healthcare systems. I would argue that COVID-19 has disrupted a false dichotomy that built up between developed and developing countries, between the idea of North and South. And it's shown that vulnerability to disease is most closely connected with inequality, deprivation, and freedom wherever you are in the world, and that it exists within countries as much as it exists between countries. And picking up from something that Thomas said, I think that that fact requires a serious discussion about our understanding of solidarity at this point in the 21st century and the practical steps that must flow from that understanding. But I look at South Africa, and I look at South Africa as against countries like the United States, India, Brazil. And it's from countries that on the surface appear very different to each other, but in reality are undergoing very similar experiences of this epidemic, where it is the weak and most vulnerable and people of color and poor people who are most prone to illness and death from COVID-19 that I think helps us to understand what is going on. I think it's also important for this conference to keep in mind that we don't yet have an accurate picture of this pandemic, of its numbers, because we depend upon the capacity of health systems to measure the numbers of infections and the numbers of deaths. For example, in South Africa, officially, we have 1.5 million people who have tested positive for COVID-19. The reality is that there is almost certainly twice or even 3 times that number of COVID-19 infections. In fact, as I was preparing today for this conference, I came across an article with new research based upon antibody testing of people who have been blood donors in the course of December and January of this year, that shows that in one of our provinces, the Eastern Cape, 63% of the people who were tested positive for COVID-19. Now, the Eastern Cape is not a country, it is a province of South Africa, but if it were a country, it would be the country with the highest mortality rate of any country in the world. And again, the reasons are not hard to find. They are due to poverty, due to malnutrition, due to the pre-existence of non-communicable diseases, and due to the collapse of accountable, open governance. I also have to say that what may apply to South Africa applies also across Africa and many other developing countries. It was said in the first wave of COVID-19 that somehow Africa was spared from the full force of this pandemic. And yet with the second wave of COVID-19 that started in November, December, and carries through until this day, we are seeing a much greater impact on fragile or non-existent healthcare systems. And yet, because life is not measured and valued in many developing countries, neither is death or disease or morbidity accurately counted. So my argument to you, looking to Europe, is to understand that in developing countries, the impact of this disease, just on morbidity and mortality, before we even start talking about the social and economic impact, is in fact far deeper than you may have been led to understand up to now. And it links to the second point I want to make, which also relates to solidarity and relates to what Europe can do, which is that if COVID-19 took advantage of existing social injustice and inequality, the consequence of this epidemic is going to be to increase inequality and to deepen its structural, political, and economic determinants. So I think that we as activists have to understand that if we are unsuccessful in our campaigns, for example, against vaccine nationalism, or to try to ensure equity in the response across countries, that we will exit from the tunnel of this pandemic in a position where we are far weaker potentially against authoritarianism and corrupt governments than we were at the point that we went in. And therefore, I would argue that one of the greatest dangers that we face is that we control this pandemic and then return to normal. And I think the question we should be debating is not how do we get back to normal in inverted commas, but how do we prevent a return to the normal that existed and that gave birth to this global pandemic. Let me take my country again to try to illustrate the point that I'm making. In South Africa, COVID-19 and the lockdowns and the iron-fisted and anti-human rights and anti-poor means that have been used to try to limit transmission have cost at least 3 million jobs. Unemployment in South Africa is now over 30%. It has led to an increase in hunger. Over 12 million people are hungry, and child malnutrition. And it has also, and this is something that is not sufficiently discussed, and I think it is true of many developing countries, had an impact on healthcare services for other pandemics and for other causes of morbidity and mortality. I believe that we have been set back by years, for example, in relation to tuberculosis, in relation to HIV, in relation to child immunization, and to many of the other basic healthcare services that we would argue constitute rights internationally and in terms of our South African constitution. And yet, although the poor have borne the brunt of COVID-19, the elites have been relatively untouched. And in some cases, the elites have prospered. So there is a danger that, say, for example, 12, 24 months down the line, a combination of vaccines and non-pharmaceutical interventions has curbed the transmission of the virus, that a strong argument is made by governments to neglect the social and economic consequences of this virus and to return to business as usual. And it's for these reasons that I think that it's necessary that we have a political understanding of what we are dealing with when we are talking about COVID-19. It will soon be a year since the epidemic or COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. And I think that we would all agree that up to now, the international response has been a disaster. The pandemic caught societies and governments unprepared. It took advantage of healthcare systems that had been weakened and eviscerated and privatized and underfunded, it came despite 2 decades of warnings of the danger of future viral pandemics. The global response has been uncoordinated. It has been without political leadership. It has not followed international regulations such as the international health regulations or respected rights. I heard presenters earlier on today talking about the overlap between COVID-19 and other socio-economic rights. And if you look to the United Nations and the United Nations human rights machinery, it doesn't take long before you come across recommendations about COVID-19 and rights to water and sanitation, COVID-19 and rights of access to medicine, COVID-19 and rights of access to social security. And yet, none of those recommendations have actually been properly followed by governments as they implement their responses. But I don't think that we should be surprised about this, because again, as speakers before me have said, one thing you have to keep in mind is that you cannot separate the response to this pandemic from either the political or the economic crisis that existed in our world. You can't expect miracles or for governments to rise above their own divisions and rot, or for states weakened by capture, corruption, and austerity to suddenly mount effective responses to a virus that, whilst it places everybody at risk, places poor, marginalized, and vulnerable people at the greatest risks. The advent of vaccines certainly marks a new phase in the response. But again, the immediate inequalities that have arisen in vaccine access make it very, very clear that any expectations that vaccines might be a silver bullet in developed countries that will help us to gain control are fundamentally mistaken. In South Africa today, not one single person has been vaccinated. Although in the weeks ahead, it is likely that a vaccination program will start in South Africa, the same cannot be said about Zambia, about Zimbabwe, about Malawi, and other countries in the region which are going to continue to bear the brunt of this epidemic without any pharmaceutical intervention as a means for assistance. And therefore, as we think through the trajectory, we have to consider that COVID-19 is not going to be something that is transient, that is passing, but it is going to be a feature of development and inequality for quite a number of years to come in countries like mine. So I want to conclude just by asking what should be the pillars against which we measure the response to this pandemic. And I would suggest 3. The first is the international human rights framework. The second, as is often said, is science, but that includes social science and not just medical science. And the third is the normal foundations of public health. This week, The Lancet, or 2 days ago, The Lancet set out the top 3 priorities for multilateral cooperation to suppress the pandemic and listed containment of community transmission, rapid vaccination, and increased emergency finance. But all of those are presented in a manner that is abstract and separated from inequality and the day-to-day realities of people who live in poorer countries. I agree with those priorities, but my very final point is to ask again what this means for activists in Europe especially. And I would suggest 6 points. The first is that it is necessary to go out of conferences like this and to mobilize in communities in a way that ties COVID-19 to other struggles such as the climate crisis, such as struggles around xenophobia and migration. We have to build power. COVID-19 has made millions and millions more people see the shortcomings and failures of capitalism, but it hasn't shown people how to overcome the crisis that we face. And it is building that forward-looking program that is going to be critical. I would also say that it is necessary, as speakers before me have said, to strengthen the World Health Organization, but to do so within a much stronger framework of human rights and accountability, to demand accountability and transparency. And once again, as we did in the AIDS epidemic, to insist that the right to health trumps so-called intellectual property rights, and to mobilize countries in Europe, for example, to support the request that was made by South Africa for a waiver of normal rules of the World Trade Organization in relation to intellectual property. If we cannot overcome intellectual property rights, we will be handicapped in our ability to mitigate the impact of this epidemic. And finally, I would say there is a need to begin to develop and to demand a global post-COVID reconstruction plan. The trauma created by COVID is a trauma akin to other great watershed moments in human history, whether it was the trauma of the First World War, whether it was the trauma of the Second World War, whether it was the point in South Africa when we emerged victorious after 350 years of colonialism and apartheid. And it needs a fundamental reset about social norms and priorities. And I would argue that that reset has to take place and build upon the existing framework of the international human rights movement. So thank you very much for listening. And I will now hand over to the speakers that follow me. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Eine Frage an dich.
Mark, I have one more question to you. One thing that I keep wondering is why it is that we have not succeeded based on our experience with fighting patents and antiviral medications. Why have we not been able to learn from that? It appears that today it's even easier to enforce patent rights for vaccines than it was back then. What happened that we did not base ourselves on the global health crisis and have learned from that?
You know, it's another discussion, but I believe that one of our failings as civil society is that we have not sufficiently learnt the lessons of the struggle around HIV and AIDS. And certainly in South Africa, at times it feels as if we went back almost to square one in our approach to COVID-19. In the early 2000s, through until about 2007, 2008, particularly with the international mobilization that led to the Doha Agreement in 2001, the pharmaceutical companies, the brand name pharmaceutical companies were put on the defensive by arguments that access to medicines was a human right and by exposing profiteering by those companies. But I think after 2007, pharmaceutical companies were able to regroup because there was no longer a visible, powerful movement that was challenging the conduct of pharmaceutical companies. They reorganized to some extent their modus operandi. They gobbled up generic pharmaceutical companies which had provided alternatives that could be used for compulsory licensing. They tightened the noose against India, which we described in the early 2000s as the pharmacy of the world, because of India's refusal to abide by strict intellectual property rules. So I would say that part of the problem is that we as activists let down our guard at the point when we were successful ensuring universal access to AIDS medicines, but were nowhere near successful in dealing with access to other medicines for cancer, for tuberculosis, diagnostics, and so on and so on.
Much. You said in an interview that was published by Medico that we cannot hear you. So it is our task also to make ourselves heard again and to not just hide behind our very own fear of COVID-19. We must understand what the consequences for the world are in order to also go about it in a different activist way. Now, Mark has pointed to the changes also in pharmaceutical companies, and actually that might make for a nice segue to our next panelist. Our next panelist is Miriam Sage-Maas. Miriam Sage-Maas is a lawyer, and for many years, hello Miriam. For many years, she has worked for the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, and today she also is the Deputy Legal Director, and we've known each other for many years now from our shared struggle, and we're trying, well, they're trying to go after companies based in Germany, corporations based in Germany that play a role in the exploitation of workers in textile factories in Pakistan, some of whom had to give their lives for the terrible conditions. And they basically are the embodiment of what Sandro Mesandra talked about yesterday, absolute capitalism. So the question at this point is, this is also something that was the subject of many global discussions. Is it possible to fence in the actions of these textile corporations, this brutal exploitation, by means of binding legal agreements, at least fence them in to an extent? Is there a way of taking small steps to take us away from the rule of absolute capitalism? Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for this truly highly interesting conference that I've followed over the last few days as well. First of all, I would like to say a few words on why it is that we also have to look at the topic of the law in this connection. And why is it that legislation must also be viewed as one of the forums in which we need to take our fight? If you look at, and this is something that came clear in this conference because it was described repeatedly, the injustice of the global economic system. Now, if we wonder about how the global economic system functions, then it also functions on the basis of the law. And it is fair to say that it is not only the law that organizes the economy and power, but it itself gives rise to power. It allows corporations and the elites in the world to accumulate more power and to generate more profit. How does that happen? Well, law allows for access to resources. That is, it is specifically in a post-colonial fashion that free trade agreements, but also, as Mark mentioned, intellectual property rights are a means to which corporations resort. In the Amazonas, there are certain important drugs that the corporations appropriate, and they prevent it from becoming an intellectual property. And at the same time, you have the extraction of resources and the generation of profits. These things are happening at an international level, also on the basis of investment protection agreements. Again, it's free trade agreements that apply here. You have access to a resource, you have access to a mine where something is being mined. And as an international corporation, you will have seen to it that you have the right to export the raw material, to export the commodity, and to generate profits on that basis without, however, having to take any responsibility for the ecological or social consequences of said extraction. So that's the third part. That's excluding the rights of others. And the way in which this works also applies to international law. The term of ownership, for instance, is protected and is given priority over the interests of the general public or social rights or human rights, but it also works at a more of a micro level on the basis of the law governing corporations. Complex corporate structures are possible that allow corporations to act globally. At the same time, the individual entity of a corporation that is local somewhere will not have to bear any responsibility what's happening elsewhere in a different country. So profits generated in Colombia by Nestle based in Switzerland, there can be a wonderful profit transfer agreement from a legal point of view. However, they're completely independent and they do not have to take responsibility for anything that happens in the Colombian subsidiary. And the same applies. There's another spin to this if you think about global supply chains. Here, corporate structures are only linked on the basis of purchase agreements. And in these purchase agreements, it is assumed that entities that have equal rights are entering into a contractual agreement without entering into any responsibilities other than exchanging the agreed upon goods against funds. And so outsourcing any responsibility for labor conditions is also part of this. The same applies to production processes and upholding social and ecological standards. Right. So this is what is happening on the basis of the law. But still, we have to stay within the law. And there are other rights also. There are social rights, human rights, collective rights that must be opposing or set against the rights of those in power. And there's another language of the law also that allows people to make demands. And that is the challenge. It's not just about the existing mechanisms and using them to oppose the power of the corporations in the face of the climate change, the pandemic, human rights, and the relationship between the human being, its rights, and the environment also have to be rethought. So as part of the human rights movement, we also have to take a more holistic approach. Human rights have to be defined as rights that a human being has also in connection with nature. And a Latin American speaker specifically explained that very nicely. I believe in Europe we have a lot more learning to do. We need to have a broader and more holistic understanding of human rights. Collective human rights have long been recognized. However, we do not enforce them enough, especially vis-à-vis the rights that are connected to a narrow understanding of ownership or intellectual property. Also, I believe we have to very specifically in the law, think about what it means to be held legally responsible. How can responsibility be defined given the nature of global consequences, global challenges? So how does legal responsibility need to be defined in terms of historic causation of, for example, the climate crisis? And what does that mean also as it applies to multiple generations, to past generations, the current generation, and future generations? From a legal point of view, you always need to identify cause. So how do we think about cause in this global context? I believe that as lawyers, but specifically in our exchange with activists, these are topics that we need to tackle so as to be able to also counter the legal concepts that are put forward by the other side. So one of the forums where this can happen, where we can try to oppose this legally established economic world order, also include the UN binding treaty, which touches on the fact that corporations, specifically the headquarters of corporations, have to be held responsible. They have to respect human rights along the entire value-added chain. There are similar initiatives that are being taken at a national level. In Switzerland, for instance, there was an approach. I wouldn't say it has failed, but it has not made as much progress as you would have liked to see. But there are such projects in Germany and in France. In Germany also there are discussions ongoing regarding a supply chain legislation, and that is what it is about assigning responsibility to the European-based corporation. And it's about also changing the fact that responsibility is being outsourced completely. So apart from these forums that are based on real political facts, we at ECCHR and others, we also have to go and enter into ongoing litigation. We want to see better legislation. We have to strive for better legislation, but we also have to put the law to use, to also resist and to fight our hegemonial struggles, because the law can be used against those in power. The law that exists can be used against them, and we can say that we want the global economic order to work differently. One example is that 4 workers from Pakistan have sued KIK, a German textile fabric discount chain, where they say we will ignore the fact that the producers and the company that ordered from us are viewed as distinct. They owe us something because 52 people have found their death in one of the factories. There are the farmers from India that have sued Syngenta, the chemical corporation based in Switzerland. They're now taking advantage of Swiss consumer protection legislation. They're saying, we as farmers have used your pesticide. We're consumers of your products, users of your products, and we have seen people being injured and dying due to the use of this pesticide, and we call for redress. And the same is true when Mexican communities sue large energy corporations in France, where they say we may not have lost our land yet, but this litigation that is ongoing is threatening our indigenous collective property rights massively, and we want to prevent this from happening. This is why we're taking this to a French court. We want to put this on hold, and we want to be heard regarding our rights and the question of how our country is dealt with. So we have to get active in specific terms and make it clear time and again, and tell these corporations that they are using the law in a way that even now is not legal. And we are claiming our rights. And by doing that, sometimes you will not be successful. You'll see partial success, but the fact alone that Indian farmers, for instance, are taking this to Switzerland, are going to Switzerland, the fact that Mexican indigenous communities are now being represented in French courts shows that you can object. And this is a bit of an outlook on what a different world could look like and what a different economic order could look like. One more comment or one more thought on the question of the legal approach possibly being too challenging, taking too long. Certainly, this will only ever be partial solutions. However, if you look at this in the context of the pandemic, when the pandemic resulted in lockdowns and operations being closed down in March and April of last year, 2020, that resulted in weeks or months of consumption pretty much coming to a standstill in Germany, that resulted in a massive wave of unemployment and economic ruin in countries such as Bangladesh. For European textile corporations, over just a few days, canceled all their orders and refused to pick up and to pay for goods they had ordered and that had already been produced. And within a few weeks, Bangladesh's national economy was near bankrupt. And that again shows points to the topic of sustainability, and it shows just how much power resides in European corporations and with European consumers. Now, if indeed European corporations had already been obligated, or if they could have been sued to respect the right to social security, and if that right to social security had been realized in Bangladesh, say for 5 years, it's been 5 years, 10 years that companies such as KIK, C&A, H&M, if they had been forced to contribute to an effective social security system being established in Bangladesh, possibly even with an effective healthcare system in Bangladesh, then these textile workers would not have been in such a vulnerable position. Now, I'm not saying that it is up to corporations to ensure social security. I'm only pointing to the fact that there is great potential to also think this through, to think about what it would have meant had they had that responsibility. H&M and those corporations, they would have had to substantially change their business politics, their pricing, the whole procurement approach, and this whole fast fashion model could no longer persist if indeed they were obligated to comply with social rights and social security requirements. So all these legal mechanisms may not represent the entire solution, but they certainly, from my point of view, are part of the solution that we must strive for and fight for.
Das Lieferkettengesetz, was ich jetzt verstanden habe, das nicht nur in Deutschland existiert, sondern auch in Frankreich und anderen Ländern diskutiert wird, ist ja auch ein Hinweis darauf, dass es ein gewisses Unbehagen in den europäischen Öffentlichkeiten darüber gibt, dass für billige Kleider Arbeiterinnen in verschiedenen Regionen der Welt auf grauenhafte Weise ausgebeutet werden. Also es ist ja durchaus auch ein Erfolg von einer gewissen zivilgesellschaftlichen Bewegung und auch kritischen Öffentlichkeit. Sind Sie denn so, dass man das, was du jetzt vorgezeichnet hast, auch tatsächlich realisieren kann? Oder sind Sie dann doch wieder so schwach, dass letztlich dieser Wunsch, irgendwo werden Leute zur Verantwortung gezogen, doch sich nicht erfüllt?
Also,
From my point of view, it's too early to say. Just 2 days ago, there was draft legislation that was put forward by the ministry regarding supply chains, and you have to look at the text. Of course, it's the industry lobbyists that are doing a lot of work. They've already excluded civil rights liability. However, French legislation has entered into force, and since this year, actually since 2020, it is possible to bring legal action on that basis. And of course, with laws and legislation, it's always about hegemonial struggles. Of course, the corporations are trying to interpret the law in such a way that no progress will be made, that it will just be a new version of corporate social responsibility. At the same time, I believe we have to take part in this struggle, because now it is about interpreting this law, and it can be interpreted in the interests of the corporations, but it can also be interpreted in a more expansive fashion, a progressive fashion, and that's another struggle, of course. And I think in the chat, they're just talking about a Peruvian farmer who is suing RWE. Yes, it's been admitted. We don't know what the result will be, but that's one of the forums where we have to take this fight.
Öfter kommt, dass man sagt, Recht und das ist zu kompliziert.
Since we might be hearing that argument more often, oh, it's so complex and it's the law, and I just want to readdress your position. You're also involved in the lawsuit against torturers from Syria, the trial currently taking place at the German court in Koblenz, making apparent that global topics of legal action can thus be moved into the archive of global memory if those trials at least take place somewhere, and human rights violation are the subject of such lawsuits, which isn't always to be expected, which therefore all the more relevant. I'm sure we'll get many questions from the chat, and I will give you the floor again later. In the course of the conference, one of the major topics was that we here in the North need to decolonialize ourselves. And we're looking back onto an inherited colonialization mentality of 500 years ago, as Sabine Haag put it. So the entire way we imagine the world's got to be put in question if we truly want to seriously address a reconstruction of the world. And that is why we now have Vanessa Eileen Thompson, who's a doctor of sociology and at the moment is a scientific employee at the Culture of Comparative Anthropology in Frankfurt Oder. Vanessa, hi. Your focus and teaching focus is, amongst others, sectional inequality and gender research. In your contribution that I'm very much looking forward to, you will be addressing the relevance of abolitionism, and I have to admit that before this conference I've never really looked at it, so I had to read up on it a bit, and also you address the Black Lives Matter movement and what all of that has to do with the reconstruction of the world. So, Vanessa, the floor is yours. Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here, and especially for hosting and coordinating this conference. And also I would like to thank very much all those who are in charge of the technical equipment in the background, and also to those interpreting all of this into the various languages, thus making a major contribution to this conference being accessible, especially to people speaking different languages. The contributions of the last 3 days and the discussions have, in my opinion, addressed and criticized some of the fundamental and profound problems in this world, a world in a racialized, gendered, neoliberal capitalism, and have already also pointed out possible alternatives. And following on from some of these contributions, I would now like to talk about abolitionism as a reconstruction of the world. And in particular, I'd like to focus on the struggles for Black lives, which particularly last year, given the background of the Black Lives Matter movement and protests, has received quite a bit of attention. In the panel on Haiti 2 days ago, it was already pointed out that the struggles for and around Black lives go back a long way, historically speaking, and also have one of their beginnings in the Haitian Revolution, in the first successful revolution of enslaved Black people. Last year, we have seen updates, if you want, of that revolution, albeit under different auspices. The Black Lives Matter protests, and I would like to point out at this point that BLM also stands for Black Liberation Movement. And these protests cannot be reduced to last year, and also they did not just start in 2020. But I believe it is fair to say, and quite significant, that particularly given the pandemic background, it was these protests and mobilizations which also mobilized quite a bit of protest again. And At the moment, they currently are the biggest transnational mobilization in the history of anti-racism. And that's not just in the US, but also in Europe or some countries in Africa. For example, the End SARS protest in Nigeria, or also the protest against police violence in Kenya. And also there were several Black Lives Matter protests in South America. The protests and movements were ignited around police violence, and here especially against poor and multiple marginalized Black people. But they also fight against other intertwined forms of state violence, such as they are produced by prisons, camps, or border and military regimes. The transnational movements around Black Lives Matter also fight against environmental racism, against austerity policies and exploitation, also against domestic and sexual violence, rejectionism and homelessness, for the expansion of social health care, and for ecological, social and intersectional justice. I would now like to address 2 points that I believe are not only helpful but fundamental to the question of reconstructing the world in context with these struggles and perspectives. The first point concerns the aspect of entanglement, or the entanglement of the struggles. In the struggles for Black lives, the entanglements of institutions of state violence are taken into account. For example, the entanglement of urban policing and policing of the seas, or also the rather complex entanglement of camps and prisons. Angela Davis and Gina Dent put it like this: the prison is a border and the border is a prison. The management of groups constructed as superfluous. But we also see a connection, a standardization, a politicization when it comes to the camps at the external borders and those camps that also exist within, say, the countries of Western Europe, for instance, and very often cause premature death, which is also what the campaign Legalization Now is pointing out. The movements, however, also point to the entanglement of nationalism and imperialism, and this through an externalization of borders that increasingly reactualize imperial relations. And another entanglement concerns the analysis of the interaction of state violence and interpersonal violence. And that a critique of violence must, or criticism of violence, must take both into account. So we see here not just a decidedly intersectional perspective when it comes to the suppressed identities and experiences, but most of all an entanglement of struggles where critique and protests from the movement also are pointing at the intersectionality of inequality structures. My second point concerns the perspective that radical Black theorizations and movements enable, and this is linked to a radical critique of liberal cosmopolitanism and the liberal concepts of security, citizenship, and also human rights. That is, the concepts and norms whose genesis is inherently linked to the violent tendering, exploitation, and dehumanization of much of humanity. Frantz Fanon pointed this out in 1961. He said, "It is necessary to leave Europe in order to save the world." And the title of this panel here is "The Responsibility of Europe." I'm quoting Fanon here. "Leave this Europe, where they're never done talking of man, yet murder men everywhere they find them, at the corner of every one of their streets, of their own streets, and in all the corners of the globe." End of quote. In The Damned of the Earth, Fanon elaborates the differential and destructive logics of colonial capitalism, and he also shows that the damned of the earth, les damnés, are produced through overexploitation, criminalization, and dehumanization. At the same time, he suggests that colonial capitalism not just produces the damned, but also damns the earth. So abandoning Europe, in Fanon's sense, refers to the radical break with liberal political and social concepts and economies and relations, And at the same time, it opens up new worlds and horizons. Achille Mbembe pointed this already out this morning. The world cannot be reconstructed solely on the basis of the values of the European Enlightenment. And also Musa Changari's words mean to me that everything, or when he says that everything must change, I see it in the same context. The transnational abolitionist perspectives and theorizations of black radical critique, as they are also evident in the struggles for black lives, remind us that the problems in this capitalist world, gendered and racialized overexploitation and extractivism, war and the expansion of security regimes, border regimes, camps, prisons, rising poverty, intersectional violence, health apartheid, the production of premature death, the increasing use of violence in political and socially problematic situations, all of this cannot be solved through including it in liberal frames and orders of security, of property, of subjectivity, or of law. Orders, that is, that run along necropolitical and binary dimensions. The struggles for black lives do not advocate reforms of state violence or reforms of the border industrial complex, but rather for abolition as a radical reconstruction of world. So what does abolitionism mean? It does not simply mean abolition, but the creation of new relationships, ways of life, institutions and structures in which life can flourish, as Ruth Wilson Gilmore puts it. Yesterday, we talked about the revolution for life. Abolitionism is historically and also currently a fundamental part of that revolution. From the struggles for the abolition of plantation economies and enslavement, that is where colonialism stems from historically, so a movement struggling for the abolition of plantation economies and enslavement, but also the struggles against colonialism and neocolonialism. And it is particularly the collective contributions that are often made unseen, invisible by women, by marginalized groups, where the practices of abolitionism are articulated as a revolution for life. And at the same time, and that takes me to my third and last point, reconstruction, understood as embedded in practices and horizons that are partly already there. So it's not just about the futures outside of our current world, but practices that are already there at the margins, and also in very marginal ways already exist. Established in the maroon communities in the Caribbean and in the Americas during times of slavery, the forms of the very liminal or also ephemeral infrastructures of criminalized, of exploited or illegalized people, in the practices of mutual aid and relational solidarity, and in the care politics of marginalized, especially of queer and trans collectives. Reparation, thus, does neither refer only to the past nor to purely monetary questions or questions of mere survival. Abolition is a presence. That's how Ruth Wilson Gilmore puts it. And it is a practice of radical interdependence and relationship. In all this, struggles for black lives as an abolitionist project of reconstructing the world are inherently in solidarity. In the case of Black Lives Matter, we can see that these are struggles in solidarity with the indigenous and other marginalized and exploited groups. So it's not just about black people. From an abolitionist perspective, blackness is a politics of solidarity. From the designation of blackness, such as in the context of Haiti, where everybody is called black or was called black, who actively stood up against slavery, or then the political blackness as part of the anti-racist mobilization in the 20th century, and also the Black Lives Matter movement as a transnational multiracial movement. These transnational connections or entanglements of Black Lives Matter, while at the same time reducing and abolishing systems of state violence and global violence, provide the very fundamental basis for a solidarity, reconstruction from below, and democracy based in solidarity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vanessa. And it was very important that you introduced this notion here. And possibly we could have one follow-up question. Why use the term abolitionism? And why bring that into connection with what Mark Haywood just said, who said, after the pandemic, we are running the risk of ending up with an exacerbation of institutional violence, not just here with us, but all the attempts of executing social control over the pandemic, also in countries such as South Africa, threaten to exacerbate institutional violence. And with this kind of fluid term of abolitionism, as you introduced it, can that help us to broaden it further, to point out the risk which is quite evidently there, that institutions will exacerbate institutional violence? Yes, thank you. I think, on the one hand, the history of abolitionism, starting from the struggles against slavery and colonialism, always went along with a radical reconstruction of democratic societies. So it was never just about the abolition of slavery, but towards what was then referred to as abolitionist democracies. And when it comes to the continuity of abolitionism and slavery, then despite of the formal, and that would be my critique of the law, despite of the formal abolition of slavery, despite of the formal abolition of colonial rules of possession and colonialism, in a certain way, the general societal framework conditions haven't greatly changed. In the US, for instance, there's more people now, also black people now, imprisoned than ever worked on the plantations. And many of the institutions, the police force, the prisons, have actually taken over a lot of the practices of colonies and plantations in an updated version, admittedly, but they persevere. And this new type of abolitionism, especially abolitionism since the 20th century, is very much focused on institutionalized state violence. And the abolition of that, the reduction of that, if we talk of prisons, then it's about the deprisonment of the society, the reduction of punishment regimes. Same with the police force, but also camp and border regimes. These perspectives are important because they very decidedly deal with the historical continuity of punishment, penalty, and exploitation, and how that works in neoliberal capitalism, and at the same time focus on a radical transformation of structures and institutions, which are life-embracing rather than life-destroying or punishing or also using excessive violence. And especially against this backdrop of the pandemic, that we find ourselves at a crossroads, if you want. The question of the portal was addressed. How do we go through this portal? And I think that it's important also, looking back at what Mark Haywood said, I would quite agree with him here. What we need is a reconstruction plan. How do we want to do this? To collectively commit and advocate addressing the risk, but also the expansion of punishment regimes as we have them already. If we look at the camp regimes, at the expansion of punishment regimes, it needs mobilization to curb that, to contain that, else there can't be any spreading of social structure, social justice. Great. Thank you very much, Vanessa. That was very fascinating, and I think it'll help us go further when it comes to the question of what's the responsibility of Europe.
Zum Schluss, Milo.
Now, last, I would like to ask Milo Rao to speak, but let me remind you what Susan Buckmore said, that nothing is obvious, that we have a lot in common, even if there isn't a single revolutionary thing. She said aesthetic formats are required where we can frame what is irreconcilable. Hello, Milo. So I can again advertise your film, say that we'll show it. She was thrilled with your film, and just in case you didn't hear that, The New Gospel, because it takes things and puts them in a context, in a frame, in a surprising way that do not really belong together. What was shown was reminiscent of Da Vinci's picture, but these were migrants from Italy, illegal migrants. So Milo is with us. His Institute for Political Murder also is supporting this conference. Thank you for that. Let me briefly introduce him. He is a director, writer, and artistic director of the Antigent Theatre in Belgium. And I do hope that you'll be able to say a few words about how art and how a political aesthetic can bring about something that we can share, that we can have in common, something that we can risk something for, and that it is good to continue this, even if it's impossible to attain the new life. First, I'd like to apologize just in case I don't get through all that well. I'm sitting in an apartment here in Geneva for guests, and I have no influence on the connection here. If it's not good enough, please let me know via the chat, and then I'll switch off the camera. Thanks to Mark Haywood, Miriam, and Vanessa Thompson for what you've already said. There are a great number of things that I'd like to touch on. Now, to start with a new gospel and this picture that was just being alluded to. Yes, in fact, it is illegal. It is refugees, but it's also peasant farmers from Italy. It's men, it's women, it's Christians and atheists that are sharing the Last Supper in this picture. And that's also the theme of the considerations that I would like to add. And in many regards, I can refer to what Miriam and Vanessa have said. That is the relationship between the law and rights, and how what the timely dimension of time is, and the standards that are established on the basis of law, and an illegalization and exclusion of people which happens on the basis of law, their enslavement, as it were. And what I'm also interested in is how we can obtain global solidarity, or even a perspective as to what solidarity could be. And Vanessa spoke about leaving Europe to save the world, the quote, or just to understand the world and to understand what might be possible within Europe, or what cannot be thinkable, what is not thinkable within Europe or within European myths. We've had a number of projects, Orestes in Mosul, for instance, or Antigone in Amazonia, where we exported European myths in order to read them. Antigone, for instance, we did together, or we worked on in connection with those in Brazil who do not have land, and in German legislation, territory, land that is not being used or that was appropriated on without a legal foundation can also be occupied. That's not only possible in Brazil. I could do it here close to Cologne. In theoretical terms, it could be done on the basis of the constitution. The same is true in Italy, where we occupied houses in the context of the new gospel. I'd like to touch on this one project that we just worked on, and talk about this general question of to what extent solidarity is feasible. In activist contexts, frequently we have a myth of difference. That makes it difficult to show solidarity, and frequently these differences are plastered over. There's a risk of this happening, and one reason why solidarity is often made difficult is that in contexts of exploitation, we live in contexts of exploitation, and in the space of art, something else is very hard to realize or to even imagine because they are just a given. I believe in the arts, we have two possibilities of showing solidarity. One is short-term solidarity in the form of projects by just saying, let's do it as part of the new gospel. We said we will try to put the new gospel in the form of a film in City Matera, where Pasolini and Mel Gibson also did their film in the 60s and in 2000 with the similar approach. But with these people who almost ironically or in truth happen to live in the vicinity of this city, thousands of refugees who are being exploited in tomato plantations close to this European cultural capital. And we put together a cast where Jesus himself happened to be an activist from Cameroon who is fighting for the rights of African farm workers, and we have a whole number of apostles with sex workers, refugees from other countries were cast for those positions because the main strategy, the rule of the mafia in Italy is based on divide and conquer and is making solidarity impossible. There are so many groups who live in the system and suffer from the system of monoculture and exploitation, and they are exploited against each other. Romanian workers would never work with the Italian peasant farmers. They would never want to work with African refugees. And these various countries are played off against each other. There were people from Cameroon, from Nigeria, from Sudan, from Congo, whom we brought together also with the help of Italian unions, with Romanian organizations, with NGOs, who, and we try to bring about a spirit of solidarity in this project. So what we attempted was to take this transcendental concept of justice of the Bible, and we wanted to run a campaign for the rights of these people. And when Miriam spoke, I very much had to think of one word from Matthew's Gospel when Jesus entered Jerusalem and he told the priests, I have not come to abolish the law, I have come to complete it. And in other words, the laws that we need are in place. In the European legal framework, as far as I know, there is no such concept as an illegal immigrant. You do not even have, there isn't even a possibility of being illegal. Either you're within proceedings, you're part of proceedings already, or not yet. But from a legal point of view, it's not possible to exploit people in Italy because they are illegal. And there's this circle of not having a residence, not allowing you to work, and not having work does not allow you to have a place of residence. And then you have the Dublin agreements that prevent these people from leaving Italy at the same time. They're stuck there. So we said, let's have a project of art that breathes fiction into this concept, and at the same time, we will have a lot of people cooperating in this project, a campaign on the basis of dignity where we try to enforce rights. We occupied houses. We were supported by the church also, and on the basis of these, this occupation activity, these people had a possibility of trying to get work permits. So we tried to take advantage of the system when we included people in this project. So that's a short-term approach. As part of globalization, there's another project that we did together with ECCHR, the World Parliament, amongst other things, where we also cooperated with Medico, where we said, let's take the national limits of law and national politics and leave those behind us and try to see eye to eye at a global economy level. This global supply chain legislation, this initiative for corporate responsibility is something that unfortunately failed in Switzerland. It did not get through also because the Swiss government misinformed the general public. But let's pretend we said as if this legislation were already in place, and at an artistic scale, you also have to say that still these cases are complex and still there is no clarity, and complexity does not just dissolve and go away. So in the arts, people also experience disappointment. For a moment, they may see the possibilities prosper, they may see things opening up, and then it changes again. And that's where I feel a long-term strategy applies. Going back to the new gospel, of course, you can't just create a revolt of dignity or for dignity. The Italian unions and the NGOs and the activists from various countries did come together. And it's not enough to just market the film. The ways in which this film is being distributed also have to be based on solidarity. That is also something that needs to be aligned with the way in which you produce the film. And the connections that are being forged, these networks on the basis of dignity and solidarity that are then illustrated as part of the project and that can persist for, say, 2 months' time, that's the underlying vision of making movies, of doing theater, that what you try and claim and want to make happen is being put into practice as part of a project. But this utopia, this utopian realization then also needs to be translated into a long-term realization where viewers can also have a role and take responsibility as consumers of this art. So these distribution channels also have to be such that they are accessible. And in parallel to making this a movie, together with the NGOs, these tomatoes that the apostles and the movie Jesus had been planting were then brought to 15 different supermarkets in Germany and in Austria, hopefully eventually also in Switzerland. And the interesting thing is, you could say the nice thing about capitalism is that it's immoral. It is in line with what consumers want. And it is true that when it comes to food, almost all types of food, there is a fair alternative that is available to the things that are typically purchased. And just a week ago, we had a presentation with Deleuze. That's the largest chain of supermarkets in Belgium, where I happen to work. And we told them we have all these eco stops that take our tomatoes. Why don't you also sell them? Because these products that are produced in fair ways are not more expensive. It's just that the profit is distributed in a more equitable way. And this supermarket chain said, well, that's great. However, as soon as we start offering this product, we'd be at the same time saying that all the other products that we're offering are manufactured in a mafia kind of way. And that is something that showed me a glimpse of what was going on in the mind of the supermarket manager. And this is the same thing we see crop up when there are votes, or when, as in the case of ECCHR, when they win a case in court, because then you see that's what the law was made for. That's when justice and law, in fact, come together, are brought together, and when they establish a case of precedence, so being aware of that, and we have to make sure that people understand that that's what the symbolic power of the arts is for, where this difficult, contradictory process that you realize something that ought to be, that it is realized along with all its negative aspects, and that you try to also consider the temporal aspect, a way of thinking that at least for a moment reflects the global nature of the problem. Say a German energy supplier might be responsible for a mountain sliding down somewhere. So trying to work on this and make that visible as part of arts projects, and to almost try to make it normal. And that's what's happening in the arts, to translate that into practice. A project of art is always something that is collective in nature. A theater project can only ever be put on stage with 15 people, more people, and it is this collective that gives shape to what could become social law. So the arts basically forge precedents. And sometimes it doesn't even matter so much what is found by the courts, but it's just the possibility of bringing action, of allowing for the possibility of bringing action, that there is a legal process that makes this possible. As Miriam has said, these small, partial, and sometimes unsuccessful spaces that have to be created within which this can happen. And to conclude, I'd like to go back to the Bible. If you think about the European culture, or the culture in the Near East, it has given rise to this myth of the New Testament. And what is remarkable about this is that this book illustrates two things that, I don't know, may also be reflected in a lot of other sacred texts. One is the revolution fails. Jesus was doomed to the most violent death available at the time, and it fails because solidarity fails in his small group. He is being denied. There is a traitor in his very own group, and so it's a very dialectic book, as it were. And at the same, on the basis of this failure, strength arises, because it's been shown what could have happened. And that's what's interesting. That's what we found interesting about this book, although I myself personally happen to be an atheist, of course. And that's true for almost everyone who took part in this. Thank you. I do hope I didn't speak for too long, or not long enough.
No, this was great. Thank you very much. I've learned we can leave Europe without leaving Europe, and that art creates the bridge to possibly also making for movements and utopian areas which we perceive as marginal areas and still can constitute a different utopia. I suggest the following. We are running incredibly late. I will allow two very brief questions from the audience. And this incredibly long discourse on the possibilities of change will be brought to an end for here and now, to be continued elsewhere. So Julia, any questions from the audience in the chat? She'll then summarize them for us. Yes, hello, there's quite a few questions here, but we've been discussing this backstage. Can we really pick individual questions after this incredibly wide range that you've covered? Can we really pick individual questions? And we decided, no, we can't pick any single question here now. Can't do that. So we said what we like to do is address the question of what does it mean for us? Question 4, what can we do? That's what many of the audience asked, not any kind of theoretical scientist or full-time activist, but really, can I put it like that? Very normal, quote-unquote, citizens. You know how I mean it. What can we do? And Achille Mbembe and Yvonne this morning were quite skeptical whether this is possible, whether the world can be reconstructed as a world or place worth living. And we also learned colonialism in Arab means reconstruction. So what would you say now? What are the options for reconstruction, also from an individualized political perspective at this moment in time? COVID-19 as a true rupture or fracture point in the history of mankind. And to not make it too banal, maybe in your answers, you could try to give Milo Rau an idea for the next film. So maybe in such a poetic notion that Milo Rau might find some material in that. That would be our final question. Okay, right, we need all of the panelists for that, and Milo will take notes whether he can turn it into a movie, and all of you are now required to be creative. Mark, you go first again.
Okay, I'll be very brief. What can we do what can we do? I think the crucial thing is that this crisis has spawned
a million new initiatives at community level, aimed at new food systems, aimed at new education systems, aimed at tackling racism, aimed at tackling exclusion. It's been quite phenomenal how people have been forced to build from below. I guess my suggestion is that it's important for people to become involved with those initiatives and to support those initiatives and to try to see what can be done to ensure their sustainability. But what worries me is whether we have sufficient time to build from below whilst there is a clock ticking very fast above us, which is that of the climate crisis, which is the deepening inequality created by the COVID-19 crisis. So it is, how do we blend building power at the community level with in Vanessa's words, abolishing the superstructures that currently govern us. And I think what I've learned from this discussion is that we shouldn't throw any tools out of our toolbox. Law is critical, but law needs to be accompanied by social organization and social mobilization if we are going to get the benefits of the law. Human rights can either be a liberal and disempowering concept, but I also believe that human rights and capitalism are increasingly incompatible, and that therefore it would be a mistake to deconstruct and do away with the idea of human rights. I think that we haven't yet found the radical potential that exists within human rights. And then the final thing is that is again to agree with Milo, is that I think we have to find a new language. I think there's a real danger that all of us on this panel, all of us in this conference, speak a language that is alien and is difficult to understand by the people who are on the front lines of the crisis, of different aspects of this world crisis. So we have to find ways of talking, of doing through poetry, through theater, through art, that allow resonance and build empathy and build power. Those all sound like very abstract, apolitical suggestions to the question of what can you do in Europe, but that's the best I can do in a few short minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I would absolutely agree with what Mark said in a great many respects. I also believe that the pandemic currently Black Lives Matter, Friday for Future, have given lots of options of becoming committed at a very personal, a very local community level, joining your network of solidarity, so to speak. And I also believe the pandemic situation, the lockdown as we have it at the moment, confronts us with a great many questions at a very small scale. How can I show solidarity in a different way? For example, how is work distributed, how is care distributed, and so on. There's lots of potential in that. But still, I believe, as Mark just put it, not throw away our classical toolbox. There are political processes which we can still influence also now and today. And something like the initiative against corporations in Switzerland is a good thing, just like the supply chain initiative going on at a EU-wide level now. Opinion polls show the majority of the population, both in Switzerland and in Germany, the absolute majority say, we don't want to profit from exploitative supply chains. We want different products. That's been reflected in the recent election, or rather in the result of that survey in Switzerland. The majority of the Swiss voted in favor, but it was connected to questions of also voting law, why it didn't work out. But there are opinion polls. Also in Germany, more than 75% of people in Germany say so. So we want to further influence the political process, so we want to and need to influence our political parties. Now, this is down to real-life politics, really, but we've got to voice it like that, too. And everybody acting in any way or other, that's how Thomas Seibert once put it, we need to be able to tolerate this feeling of uneasiness as Europeans. We are entangled in so manifold ways. We are privileged so much. We profit from exploitation, and we're taking our planet to the limits. And this feeling of helplessness and the anger that that creates is something we need to learn and be able to tolerate. But try to give it a productive turn. Presently, when it comes to our personal life, but also in the classical political sense, and maybe there's also other ways where, as Milo put it, you can use the network of dignity. I wouldn't know where to look for it, professionally speaking, but there's certainly a great many other options that we as citizens can find and look for. Vanessa, what's your film outline? I'm not so sure if I could turn it into a film either. What might be an idea for a movie possibly is, how about these forms of solidarity in practical life? What will they look like? Not just at the level of official tribunals and the lot, but ways of caring for each other. Many of the practices of Black Lives Matter and others, collectives of refugees across Europe, but also transnational solidarity that many of these groups have developed and are simply practicing. I think we can learn a lot from that. And I find it important here, too, to look at how is it brought across, so to speak, using instruments of art, of creative forms. But I also find it important to point out that many of these movements are already using artful forms of expression already. The practices of welcome amongst those who were victims to the right-wing attacks at Hanau in Germany, there was a lot of expression through means of art and performing art as well. So that is always an important part of it, I believe. And maybe briefly, regarding the aspect of we need to build from below, so organizing from below. I think it's also important here, as was mentioned previously. There's a great many tools that we have already, and people do it on a daily basis, taking care of each other, practicing solidarity in their everyday lives, also beyond their immediate neighborhood, say. The struggles of migrants in the European context, but also transnationally speaking, they go a long way back. The struggles of many of these groups and groupings that are systematically excluded and in a way are also often subjected to premature death, they also go a long way back. And it's important to also locate oneself in that history. Obviously, we are partially confronted with new challenges, but there's a wealth of knowledge already when it comes to dealing with and forms of caring for each other. We can learn great things from, say, the queer movements with regard to AIDS and HIV crisis. At the same time, referring to fights against border regimes or maybe a rekindling of the flame of the anti-militarist movement, say. When we want to look ahead, it's always worth looking at what was there and what still is there and what's currently being practiced that we can still use and benefit from. And I think that's also important to say in connection to the question of what is it that people can do now. In all kinds of contexts, there are structures of support groups for people seeking refuge, and also beyond the Black Lives Matter context, there are different groups dealing with the question of how can we create safety without a violent-ridden institution such as the police force. And I think it's important to dock onto that and get out of this political feeling of helplessness, of powerlessness that is part of the pandemic, and to break out of that and remain in touch and in relation. May I make one interjection as the moderator? What do we do with fear? How do we deal with fear that has pretty much entered all of our living rooms via COVID-19? Pointing out concrete practices of solidarity I find impressive, but I also have the impression that there's a lot of fear out there, many people feeling isolated, and also in view of the fact that this can only be the beginning of something. The fear of the high level of uncertainty out there in the world. Is there anything, Milo, that we can do to confront that with the means of art rather than being shocked into stillness, as so many people are? I have to say, fear, I mean, after what Vanessa just said, I find it hard to add anything else. She really covered it all, I believe. Fear is often a result from the fact of believing that one's the first to experience that, so no history. Fear as a result of being unable to have, say, a design for the future, or if so, there's nobody else, or not daring to raise one's voice or not knowing whom to raise one's voice with. And now, under COVID, practical forms of being together, solidarity and presence, and that's what very much art and theater and film is about. I mean, you can perform a play via Zoom, you can do everything, but the actual idea of spending time together physically, that's gone. And that can be a problem. And then all of a sudden you realize, that's at least what we realized, you therefore enter much more into a global exchange. You start participating in Zoom conferences, which to me was a total eye-opener, I have to say. Just a very simple example. The theater and also distribution of my films, they'd always blocked it off. They either said, we'll bring it out in the cinemas or we won't show it at all, only in this one cinema. And all of a sudden it was streamed free. And all of these channels now can't be blocked again, can't be closed down again. So the intellectual property right, it can't be restituted. I mean, we're realizing now that it's going back. There's now some out there who say, we'll stream this play online, but it'll cost you €4 to see. And you've got to really stay firm here as producer and also as consumer, saying, no, you can't turn back the clock here. We'll stay where we were, where as an exception, we really ventured out far for a change. Final point. How to bring together say, the alien language, as we said, and the simple, basic democratic project. What can you do in your neighborhood? Who can you go shopping for? What can you produce? How to bring the two together, and how to prevent the experience that we've had here amongst each other, the generation before us or other cultures 2,000 years ago, that it gets lost time and again, and this neoliberalism keeps us kind of chained to the present. How to prevent that? So what are general ways of life where you're in connection with your own past and your own future and others too? That to me is really the main driver that gets me to ask, how can I do that? Thank you very much indeed to all of you on the panel online. I think this was so fascinating that I'm wide awake now again, although I've just sat through 3 days of conference. And those who haven't been able to follow it all the way through will be able to see it later on YouTube. I think it's well worth its while. And I'll now say the very final words here for this conference, and would like to say thank you to all of the technical staff in the background, to the interpreters, to all of the colleagues who did the moderations and co-moderations, who helped preparing the conference. There was a great many people more involved than were seen here. And for all of us, I believe this was really a major and a very important experience, and I also believe has once again inspired our work and taken it to another level, and certainly motivated us to continue. At the very end, let me come back to a black revolutionary, Fred Hampton, who died, who in 1969 was murdered at the age of 21. To the FBI in the US, he was the Messiah, but they still had him killed. And since we talked of revolution so much, I was thinking of a scene from a movie where there were reports on this, how Fred Hampton, aged 21, had a meeting with black and white people, with different people, and how he practiced with them, saying, "I'm a revolutionary." And people first were very hesitant in saying that, and then they said it louder and louder, and at that moment, all of them were convinced they were revolutionaries, they can overcome their fear, and maybe something else is possible than the shitty past, present as it is. And if that is one of the results of this conference, I'd be more than pleased. And we'll meet again on a great many different channels, and hopefully also physically and in real life. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Be safe. Take care. Okay. Bye.